Hey, how's it going? It's JPChivalry live with Umineko, When They Cry. The answer arcs. It's the finale. Man, it's been a fun month. But I think this is officially gonna be the finale. For sure. I forgot to open the Reese's Pieces. I wanted some Reese's Pieces before I started. I was caught up in the moment. Oh man. Also, thanks to allegedly Angelo for the follow that was off stream. So thanks to them.
Nice bird.
There we go. I was like wondering why is it not playing. But there we go. Yeah, thanks to them. Well, so I'm gonna put some numbers on the screen. Those are the questions that I got wrong in the quiz that we're gonna go back to at some point. I don't know if I have to beat the game again with all the medals collected. I don't know if that's a thing. Yeah, let me numb on some Reese's Pieces real quick. Professional streamer, by the way. Oh, yeah. It's fine. You just numb on a little bit more. Fantastic start to the finale. It's fine. It's fine. Anyways, but yeah. We're gonna finish this today. I don't know how long we have left, but however long it takes. That's what we're gonna go for. It's gonna be done. It's gonna be over. And then we're gonna see how it all wraps up. Is it a good ending? Is it a bad ending? Who knows? I guess we're good. I think everything's good to go. We're at 477 impossibles. That might be inaccurate. That's a rough estimate. That's what we're up to. And then, let me see. Let me refresh some pages. It's also load. It's load to save. 11:29. Switching the scene to Shannon and Cannon. Because I think they're defending the doors to the Golden Land from all the goats and their boats. Look at those majestic boats. Shannon and Cannon stood guard in front of the door to the Golden Land. Also, that goes there. Okay. I didn't click on Shannon's boobs, you didn't see that. They glared quietly and fearlessly at the eerie fleet of ships across the horizon. Shannon slowly lifted her hands. Cannon raised his right hand and a red blade appeared there. Stop right there. I forbid you to come any closer. If you do, I'll kill you. They could see a single dinghy leaving the fleet and approaching them. They couldn't tell if it was a messenger or the first wave. Shannon and Cannon watched it cautiously. It's gonna be Erica? It is. That's awesome. At the head of that dinghy, rowed by goats, stood Erica. Where the heck did she get that thing from? Maybe she's trying to act the part of the fleet's leader. Erica was glaring at them and smiling aggressively, with what appeared to be a pirate hat on her head. I've come to deliver our terms. There will be room for negotiation. Please, open the gate. Shannon and Cannon looked at each other. Erica was the one offering the steel. Wasn't likely to be anything agreeable. However, if they turned her away, the attack would probably begin at once. Since they were in a firmly inferior position, they wanted to buy time by any means they could. At Shannon's nod, Cannon erased his sword. The Golden Land was filled with a hard downpour, accompanied by occasional thunder. Erica, who realized that this weather spoke for their emotions, smiled even more boldly. At the center of the Golden Land was the arbor surrounding surrounded by the Golden Rose Garden. A large number of humans and illusions were there, arguing about something. Even without asking, it was easy to guess the nature of the debate by their anguished expressions. After all, in this life or death situation, they didn't have many options they could take. In the direction Erica was being led, Beato stood waiting, accompanied by the sister court. When Erica, accompanied by her goat guards, saw Beato, she gave a bow that only appeared graceful. Beato followed suit and gave a graceful bow of the sort that was rarely seen from her. "I am Beatrice, master of the Golden Land and the Golden and Endless Witch," announced herself, as though implying that she was more than happy to go through with this farce. Beato introduced herself boldly and requested that Erica do the same. "We have been dispatched from the Great Witch of theater-going, drama, and spectating this noble city of carefully selected books. I am the Witch of Truth, the commander of the library fleet, which is committed to bestowing honor and protection of books. My name is Furudo Erica. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Shall we get down to business? You have to celebrate. We of the library fleet, dedicated to offering honor and protection to books, have come to bring good news to you all. First, I would like to announce that after careful selection, the City of Books has acknowledged and accepted the game board created by the Endless Witch Beatrice as a great and honorable book." Oh, that is indeed a great honor. That game board is a profoundly entertaining and original masterpiece, worthy of close study. It deserves to be released for all of our subjects to read. And so, the City of Books has ordered us to grant eternal honor and protection to this game board. This is all quite long and boring. Get to the point. We demand that you hand the entirety of this game board over to the Honorable City of Books. Doing so will give this board and its pieces the greatest honor and protection imaginable. And if we refuse, you'll be prosecuted for the crime of monopolizing a great cultural artifact that ought to be shared among all of our subjects. We are here to notify you of the impending assault, one which will be waged by us to protect the benefits that are the rightful property of all subjects, not yours alone. Are you not concerned that the shared property of all subjects might be destroyed in this assault of yours? According to the Great Library Protective Regulations, when a criminal guilty of monopolization of a cultural artifact raises that objection as you have now done, the Executive Fleet may prioritize arrest over its protective duties, as long as they obtain permission from the Great Court. Of course, we have already obtained the Great Court's written authorization. I imagine the word arrest is closely followed by dead or alive, am I right? My, I'm impressed that you can read those tiny letters. Now enough fooling around, let's hear your answer. What do we have to do? What do we have to gain by accepting your conditions? Both of us will be saved as a troublesome task. Furthermore, your brave and noble acts will be recorded as a glorious final chapter in the City of Books. You do understand, right? You have no chance of winning. This isn't even a fight. It's just you sitting there at the bottom of a well while people throw stones at you. So, you claim that I have the power to choose nothing except how the library witches will record my final moments. Cackle. The rest depends on you. If you treasure this game board, you ought to surrender. The pieces will be treasured by our many loyal subjects for all time and will be able to continue their roles on into the future eternity. Humph. In other words, the tragedies I created at will shall repeat forevermore. Let's smile. How is that any different from what you've been doing so far? It isn't. Is there anything else? If not, allow me to give you my answer. Go ahead. Erica tensed slightly. After all, this was the great Lady Beatrice she was dealing with. She might shout, "Here's my answer," dramatically and do something crazy. They say a cornered rat is the most likely to bite a cat. Furthermore, Erica had intel telling her that the great Lady Lamadelta, Witch of the Senate, had been spending her time inside the Golden Mine, though only as a theatergoer. Erica needed to carry out this noble task that her master had assigned her, and she had to carry it out perfectly. If she was honest, she wanted to make Beato raise a white flag, even by trickery if necessary. So even though this was a farce, she held back from giving any unneeded provocation. She gulped and tried to size Beato up. Beato. And then, with a pathetic expression on her face, Beato let out a sigh. I'll be honest, the truth is, I am tired. What do you mean by that? My game had already achieved its purpose when my fight with Battler ended, and yet for various reasons the game has repeated several times since then. To be perfectly honest, I'm tired of it. To be honest, that isn't the answer I was expecting at all. So you want to surrender? Really? Simply put, I don't care either way. It doesn't matter whether I surrender or whether we're vanquished by you. I simply wish to have the curtain closed on this game board and tail, regardless of who does the deed. Of course, that was a lie. She knew she couldn't win even if she fought. For now, their best option was to play for time. They would fix Erica's attention to the spot, and during that time, Battler and the others would steal the key from Burgestel while she was completely off her guard. Once they had the key, they would return to the Golden Line, use that key to let Angie open the door to the future, and see her off. That was their goal line. Everything that happened after that would be inside the cat box. Angie would live on into the future with hope. No one would know whether Beato and the others were alive or dead. That was enough. The only strategy Beato and the others could use to achieve this was to buy time. If you do surrender, it may be a bit of an anticlimax, but it will save me a lot of trouble. But, well, it is not quite so simple. You see, and this is just between you and me, as you may know, the Great Lady Lambda Delta is staying here. She is, pushing us to show her a dramatic climax. That's a pretty cruel whim to force on someone. How are a few wimpy people in what's basically an already solved puzzle supposed to fight against our fleet, with its hundreds of thousands of troops? Very true, very true. The gap in strength is overwhelming. We told her that it wouldn't even be a fight, but, well, Lady Lambda Delta didn't listen. She just said she would bring some of her friends to support us, so we should fight with everything we had. Her friends? Lady Lambda Delta's friends? Unlike Burgestel, who kept to herself, Lambda Delta had many friends. Her friends and patrons were either territory lords of great influence who came from all over the place, or else monsters that had become legends in their own lifetimes. In all seriousness, her so-called fan club had enough size and influence that it could have suddenly declared itself a separate country in the Sea of Fragments without anyone being overly surprised. That many? This is quite a problem for us, with Lady Lambda Delta all ready for action. Without any regard for us, she keeps calling up friends and acquaintances on the phone from all over the place telling them to come over. Of course, this was all a lie. Lambda Delta had turned into a small candy comet and was now shooting towards the City of Books, with Battler and Angie in tow. So to make sure that Lambda Delta's and Battler's absences were not noticed, everyone was crowded around the arbor, pretending to argue furiously with each other. Battler-sama, give us your decision. We, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, are prepared for death at any time. I firmly oppose taking a last stand that would lead to our deaths. What could possibly be gained by dying? How can you be such a coward? It is inconceivable that we should live in shame as prisoners. There are times when the mere fact of being alive gives one opportunities. Yes, indeed. A short temper makes a bad leader. Battler, if you call yourself a man, now's the time to act like one. Great Lambda Delta-sama is even willing to help out, right? I agree. These are times when a man has to make a tough decision. In many cases, the timing of a decision is more valuable than the decision itself. If we surrender, they might not be violent. Can't be serious. Weren't you supposed to be a male lion? Where are your fangs now? If death awaits us regardless, I would rather die as a wolf than a pig. Are you stupid? Are you saying you want to die like a dog? It all depends on the strength of the support Lambda Delta-san can provide. Lambda Delta-san, are your friends really strong enough to win against them? It's a bet. We'll either surrender and die, or we'll lose a bet and die. Interesting. In that case, our chances for survival must be higher if we take that bet. An honorable surrender will surely cause the Great Court to show mercy. They're backed by the Senate, aren't they? Sure, they'll hem and haw, but we'll all see the guillotine in the end. Anyway, let's all calm down. Cool your heads. I'm opposed to letting our emotions control us. Why don't you calm down first? We have another possible strategy. Mutually assured destruction. We might not be able to win, but if we can convince them that we plan on taking enough of them with us, that might force our opponents to show restraint. So basically, if they're determined to attack, we'll let them know we aren't going down without doing some damage first. All of Lambda-Delta's friends are incredible. She knows lots and lots of witches, beasts, demons, and gods. All of which have really huge legends and histories. Even if those ships outnumbered the stars in the sky, Lambda-Delta's friends would wipe them out with a single blast. Will this really work? She hasn't seen through our act yet, has she? It is working. You must speak more forcefully as well. Do not worry about politeness. Enough, you gutless swine. Do you lack the backbone to finish with a bang? Hold on. Don't forget that some of us are opposed to fighting. I think we should surrender. What? Goda, you loser-loving fool! Ouch, Master. It's just an act. Yeah. Well, looks like the debate has gotten quite heated. So, will we surrender? Or will we fight back? Which will it be? Nobody knows! Personally speaking, I would like to surrender. My role will end either way. I would prefer that my game board be preserved the way I made it. I could not bear to have Lady Lambda-Delta continue to use it however she pleases. We don't want that either. I came here to fight you, but I'm no match for Lady Lambda-Delta's friends. Secretly, Erica was getting worried by these complicated developments, and she was relieved that she hadn't pushed too hard earlier on. She wanted to flatter Beato and end this with a bloodless takeover. Even the great Lady Lambda-Delta probably wouldn't seriously think of picking a fight with the Senate. Her motive was probably something much more trivial, a simple desire to watch the game board's final fireworks from a front row seat. However, if she really did have some fireworks of her own prepared, it was at least possible that this could turn into a ruckus that Erica would have no chance of quelling. Beata saw all this going on in Erica's mind, so she continued to act with an even more pathetic expression on her face. Even among witches, her acting ability was top-notch. Might you be willing to lend us some of your strength, so that my game board's beauty will be preserved? Truly, it was a great error to invite that busybody as a guest. Haha. I understand. I'd like to end this quietly too, if I can, so how can we work together? For some time now, we have been arguing over whether we should surrender or resist. I intend to return to them, and propose that we surrender and ask Lady Lambda-Delta not to do anything that might destroy the game board. That would please me very much. So, what should I do? I would like you to guarantee that we have the necessary time to debate the matter. After all, your ships are surrounding and pressuring us at the moment. Everyone is so tense at the thought that we may be attacked at any time that they're falling apart. So if you guarantee that we will have enough time to discuss this amongst ourselves, everyone will surely be able to keep their composure during that time. Furthermore, I will have enough time to convince Lady Lambda-Delta. Very well. About how long do you need? Would you be gracious and avoid giving a specific time limit? If a time limit is imposed, everyone will just fall apart again as the limit nears, possibly leading to a more radical decision. You have a point there. The most important thing about a fuse is whether it's lit or not. The length of the fuse is a trivial matter. In that case, will you give us the time we need? Understood. I guarantee that you'll have time to discuss it. However, that time won't be unlimited. I'll wait here and listen in on your discussion. Well, as far as that goes, it is true that your mere presence here has everyone on edge. I've already made my concessions. Isn't it your turn now? They were some distance away from the arbor, but it was just close enough to give a general idea of what was going on. It was far enough that they just might be able to hide the fact that Battler and Lambda-Delta were missing. Just far enough for them to convincingly act like this was a white heart argument in gridlock. If it were possible, they would rather have kept Erica at an even greater distance. They had planned to set up a seat of honor for their guest at one of the far corners of the garden maze. Is there some sort of problem? Okay. Don't make such a scary face. In that case, please wait here. This is a, confidential conference, so you must, come no closer than this line. They also drew a line in the ground with their foot. Help them see me in a good light. If it's clear that I have obtained a generous agreement from you, that will be a powerful weapon in my hands in the debate. Could I get a chair? Jesus fucking Christ, JP, I just walked in. Hey, Zyko. How's it going? But it's the finale, Zyko. Yes, of course. Just troops. Bring Lady Erica a chair and an umbrella at once. And a hand towel, too. I'll wipe it nice and clean for you. Milady, have there been any developments in our negotiations? Wahahaha. If anything certain is that I'll be winning this year's prize for Best Actress. That's our Beatrice-sama. All we can do is argue fiercely, squabble amongst ourselves, make it look like things will turn for the worse if negotiations break down. They're already going hard with this fuck of a song. They are. Also, that song about the coin-operated boy, that was kind of sad. It's fine. Indeed. Because it's yet another fight to support Battler's group. But yeah, I never heard of that. I never heard that song before. Get yourselves ready, everyone. Let us argue and insult with all we have. Got it? Yes, master. The sight of Goda, his cheek red and swollen from being pinched, made everyone snort. They quickly covered their mouths and put fingers to their lips. Then everyone nodded at each other, and the fake argument resumed. This song's totally about loneliness, but it's also totally about a vibrator. Oh man. Erica was sitting in the chair that the Chista sisters had brought her, filling the goat in on the details of their discussions. The goats would probably return and tell the rest of the fleet. Fleet would tell Mercastel, and Mercastel might think of some plan to deal with the situation or give new orders. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. Let's be real here. Is it still Visual Novel Month? It is Pistol Shrimp. Also, hey Shrimp, how's it going? How was Left 4 Dead 2? But luckily, Visual Novel Month is coming to a close. I don't know how long we have left, but we're getting close to the end. Good, how are you doing? I'm doing well. I'm recovering from some spicy pad thai that I just had, so yeah, it was good fun. Too bad you run on at the same time too. Yeah, that's fine though. There's always next time, right? When are you doing that again? What's next month's theme then? We're playing whatever we want. Pad thai is good. It is. It's kind of spicy though. But I'm fine. JP obtains command mission month. Oh, that would be something. Use that stimmy money, you know. Plans to do it every couple weeks. Okay. Well, hopefully next time I'll be available. I'm not sure what's going on, but we'll keep an eye out. Dating simulators. All of them. We're gonna play Doki Doki next. Mercastel might think of some plan to deal with this situation or give new orders. The conversation with the goat ended and it spun around. They'll return to the dinghy and report on this to the fleet. It slipped out from a rose bush and passed the garden maze, heading towards the door that led outside. Is it really okay to let that goat reach the boats? If it goes back, Erica's report will reach Mercastel's ears. The Chester sisters spoke through a secret channel that only they could use. 2 seconds. Yeah. Won't even be a sound. Yeah. It's just about to leave Erica's sphere of awareness. Estimated 10 seconds before it reaches the boat in the sphere. So assassination can be carried out successfully. We're gonna assassinate Erica? huh? Or no? Goat boatman. Lady Beatrice, your permission to assassinate, if you please. You can do it. Erica will sense nothing. No. You do not have permission. Did you think an envoy would leave their ship without setting a time limit? The fleet probably has orders to attack if it isn't contacted within a certain period of time. Let that goat go. Oh, understood. Can't assassinate best girl. The goat passed through the door. Then, after receiving a silent bow from Shannon and Cannon, we got on the dinghy and returned to the fleet. Oh no, they're right, the messenger goat. The fleet would probably follow Erica's orders and stand by until an attack order was given. I gave the residents of the Golden Land a chance to assassinate Erica. But of course, that wasn't going to be possible, practically speaking. She was Bernkastel's greatest underling, and a witch who controlled truth. Tricking her was all they could hope for. Anything else would be overconfident. I mean, the next game that we're playing is Everhood, for sure. After that is probably Cyber Shadow, because I have a 2-week trial of Xbox Game Pass. I don't know what else is on there that I want to play. And after that, Secret. But it's not Command Mission. I'll nip that in the bud. But I do want to play that. Game Pass, right? It's such a good system. Why don't y'all have a seat too? Need have no worries about us. Without any hint that she had just been talking about assassinations, OO stood upright with her hands clasped behind her back. They got Bethesda games now? That's true. It's all the Elder Scrolls and I think I was checking out Prey. And I know it has Dishonored 1 and 2 as well. I've always wanted to play those. Maybe. We'll see. Surrender, or resist until the end. The false argument resumed. Just how far and how long would they be able to trick Erica? Yes, the final fight for the Golden Land had already begun. You also never played New Vegas? Me neither. Well, I played like an hour of it, but I never got past that first hour. Even though I've heard many good things. It's the same thing for... Well, Fallout 3, I think I got farther. I forget how far I got. But that was like years ago. Yeah, me too. I heard good things about it. Yeah. Everyone seems to love New Vegas. Everyone... I think for Fallout 4, they like the combat, but they don't like the story. Or like it's not very Fallout. I don't know. I don't know what the issue is. Battler, you can count on us to handle things here. It's time for you and Angie to take this final game back. Okay, the song's gone. Psycho. Now we just got the wind breeze from our window. This is one freakishly huge library. I've heard that each one of these books has a tale like ours inside it. After all, this is a world of gods. Can tell at a glance that it's no place for scum like you to be in, right? After passing through the barrier, the three of them had finally made it inside the City of Books. For some time, they were overcome by the countless otherworldly sights before them. They quickly remembered their original objective. Are you listening? First off, don't get the wrong idea. You two came here to fight Byrne. But that doesn't mean walking up to her and attacking her directly, okay? We know. In the first place, you were only able to fight the Great Beatrice on an even footing because the game board protected you with rules that made it that way. If you leave the game board, you're more like something that'll leave a small stain on her palm when she swats you. Don't forget that, got it? Makes sense. This isn't the game board we're familiar with. We didn't come here to fight. We came here to take something back with us. Exactly. You're here to prevent the Book of the Single Truth from being exposed to the public. That's your only goal, your only fight. You better not be confused about that. Battler and Angie nodded to show their understanding. The Book of the Single Truth itself is being displayed openly in the middle of the party, so stealing that'll be impossible. However, bringing in the key is going to be a big part of the ceremony. The level of smug is unbelievable. Good old Lambda Delta. Which means the key must be stored in a different place. But there's no guarantee that it'll be undefended. After that, it's all up to your luck. I hope it's good, for your sakes. Hide. Lambda Delta pulled her head back from around the corner of a bookshelf. The others hurriedly followed suit. In the distance, they saw emerald green lights floating about and leaving trails. Lamborghini should not be in P to JP. Those are Burns' cat familiars. She's got them patrolling all over the place today. Did she guess that we would come? No. Don't forget how huge this place is. Those are staff cats, out looking for the idiot guests who have gotten lost so they can be taken to the lost children area. And that's not where we want to go at the moment. If it looks like one's about to find us, should we take them out? I'd advise against it. Maybe if this were some other territory or game board. But this is Burns' home base. That single cat should make you as scared as being surrounded by a crowd of vicious beasts. Plus, they're cats. They've got good senses, and they'll call for their friends. If they spot you, you'd better be prepared for what happens next. I'm not going to save you. Just getting you here has been troublesome enough. Also, the return of, which one's that one? Zyro's Doom. If I surrender, I might get off the hook with being stripped naked and thrown into the worst sort of crappy fragment for just a century. How wonderful. I think I can sympathize with Burns' feelings a bit now. Lambda Delta wasn't laughing. Most likely, even this punishment she spoke of was pretty optimistic. Even though she keeps saying that she won't help anymore, she's already risking everything. Why? Isn't it obvious? Lambda Delta brushed her hair back and grinned. You just got partnered a couple days ago? Oh, nice. So you got a gifted sub in the celebration? Or... Also, is this new? Can't tell. Feels new. Nice. It's because you're gonna show me the perfect happy ending. Oh? Oh, look at this art. Oh? Insert song? Lambda Delta hung their heads at the same time, making their foreheads bonk together. You better show me, for certain. Yeah. We'll certainly show you a happy ending. We'll certainly take this cat box back. Let's go. This way, and swim quietly. Weeb. So anime. The three of them swam out into the darkness of the deep ocean trench that was the City of Books. In that massive, vast trench of bookshelves, they vanished into the darkness almost immediately. The library defied the common sense of the human world. The City of Books. The word city was no exaggeration, and it was filled with the green, glowing eyes from Castell's countless cat familiars. Trying to count them would be almost as crazy as counting all the fish in the ocean. They formed schools that swam all over the place, on the lookout for any fools who might miraculously have managed to slip in and disturb their master's party. Good cats. Battler's group was found, the cats would report it instantly. They would probably form a pack, open their large mouths and swallow them in a single gulp. There would be no fight. In this place, Battler's party would be swallowed like tiny fishes if they were discovered. The warships surrounding the Golden Land were well more than 100 strong. Each of them had dozens of cannons pointing at the door to the Golden Land. The goats that packed the decks of the ships numbered in the tens of thousands. Each one of them carried enough anti-magic toxin in their fangs to completely deny one of the game board pieces. This time, they would chew apart and eat away everything. The crowd of goats unleashed their rotten breath and dangling drool. At that time, Erica, who wanted to avoid trouble and hoped Beato would be able to convince Lambda Delta to surrender peacefully, was sitting alone, calmly enjoying the tea Rodolphe had poured for her. Of course, even Erica wasn't planning to give them unlimited time. In her mind, she'd already decided to allow them 3 yawns before stepping in. This actually isn't so bad. Getting to watch Beato try and convince everyone, as they call her a coward and loser. Indeed, it is impressive that our short-tempered mistress has managed to become such an adult. Poo-coo-coo. What's so funny? Oh, pardon me. Are you ready for another cup? Please, feel free to enjoy a collection of great teas from across the globe at your leisure. Lambda is leading Beato's side into an all-out resistance, and she's gathering her friends. Is this a joke? The messenger cat shook its head, then continued to dispassionately meow its report. Even Lambda isn't that stupid. She should know what it means to have Ow as her enemy. It gets me every time they call her Ow. Ow, ow. Even as she said this, Bernkastel was chewing away at her thumbnail. Despite how she looks, that kid has a lot of strange friends. And they're all idly curious, crazy monsters. Even so, to take up arms against the Senate. It was possible. She can think of many monsters among Lambda-Delta's friends who would love to see a losing side again, gain support, and make a comeback victory. Before she realized it, the finger Bernkastel was biting was covered in sweat. She could do it. She really is a moron sometimes, after all. Get me a phone, quickly. The cat leapt away and flew back with the phone and the receiver. Go and call up her friends. I have to warn them not to get involved in this stupid game. Phone numbers. Why don't I have any phone numbers saved in here? Oh right, I have no friends. How are you supposed to greet people over the phone? Does hello work? Meow. Poor bird. The golden key was being kept in a room inside the City of Books. However, perhaps room wasn't a fitting word to use. It was large enough that you could probably fit 2 domed baseball stadiums in it, if you tried. Even so, in this city, these were called rooms. Floating in the center of this vast room were several sacred magic circles. Wrapped around by these magic circles was Angie's gold key. Surrounding these were countless emerald green stars, which looked like a slowly revolving planetarium. The eyes that numbered the same as the stars were all glaring in the same direction. Come on, don't look at me like that. I'm on your side, did you forget? One of the cats cat paddled towards Ava, meowing that no one was allowed to enter this room. Lady Bernkastel has ordered me to guard that key, so why don't you leave this to me and get lost? After looking at each other with suspicious eyes, the cats glared at Ava again, as though saying that they hadn't heard any such order. By the way, cats have pretty soft bodies, don't they? Question mark. Makes them much easier to chew. Oh? Ava lifted up her golden staff, and the floor and ceiling of the vast room were covered with red lines. The reaction from the cats was light and fast. They realized instantly that this was a hostile behavior. The entire emerald green constellation writhed and became a single massive deep-sea fish, which charged at Ava with its cavernous mouth open wide. However, at the same time, the red lines in the floor and ceiling, the massive spiderweb, pinched itself together and crushed the fish. It twisted it, spun it around and around, and compressed it into the size of a small ball. Oh wow. Then, that ball-shaped thing burst open, leaving nothing left. It all happened in an instant. If only you just give up and die! Ha 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 ha. The witch hunters were holding a convention in the event hall. After all, when Ushomiya Ava's diary was opened, the endless cat box would be lost, along with the countless imagined stories that had entertained them for so long. So this final convention was a time for them to air their best theories one last time. While the opening of the cat box did give them a slightly lonely feeling, they couldn't contain their excitement as intellectual rapists. Not when they knew that the Rakanjima mystery was finally going to be solved, once and for all. If that box was open, a single girl would be hurt. However, their jaws and fangs couldn't care less. The witch-hunting goat nobles kept licking their lips, wanting to chew apart the guts of Beatrice's cat box as soon as they could. Seated upon a solemn throne so tall it looked like a pillar, Featherine listened in on the nonsense being spewed from the mouths of the goat nobles. A black cat wearing a cape silently appeared and whispered something into Featherine's ear. No, that is fine. Everything is going according to my plot. You need not inform my Miko. The cat bowed humbly and vanished. Featherine raised her wine glass high and laughed as she looked through it to the light of the chandelier, which was as beautiful and majestic as the moon. This should be enough to thank you for your excellent reading, child of man. Well now, just who is weaving this tale? Am I for you, or are you for me? Mitchell? What do you think? The trap? As Battler's group moved forward, darting from bookshelf to bookshelf and avoiding the eyes of the cats, they found something strange. Written with a faintly glowing and red substance was a letter and an arrow. K. That's what it looked like to them. Do you think K means key? Those marks only appeared when we got close. This is a message aimed at us. Is there anyone here besides us who'd be willing to help? I didn't think we had any allies. Angie traced the red arrow with her finger. It was written with very faint, thin strings that had been tied together. This red stuff, which stuck to your finger, tore away like cotton candy, had to be. There is someone on our side. Someone. He's always been on my side. How can you be so sure? Yeah, I get it too now. Linda, we can trust this person that wrote this. She'll probably be able to guide us to the key safely. Are you sure? Let's go. We don't have time to be standing around. Thank you, Mom. Aww. In the arbor, the argument over whether they should surrender and fight continued without signs of stopping. Every now and then, a small fight would break out, which fortunately ended up delaying Erica's 30 on. However, they didn't know how long they would have to continue this fake fight. Keeping this high level of tension going was physically stressful. The instant they tired out and the tension faded, Erica would probably demand a verdict. They had to constantly appear to be trapped and agitated. It was a battle of wariness and tension. This was their fight. Erica waited patiently. Now that she had tired of tea, she was watching Renaud perform some magic tricks, and seemed to be enjoying herself considerably. Even Renaud, who was usually aloof from the world, was fighting. If Erica got bored and had a tantrum, an all-out attack would probably begin at once. He was also putting his life on the line in the fight to buy time for Battler's group. As the fiercest leader in the argument, Beata wore out the quickest. She breathed heavily and her face was so pale it seemed she might faint at any moment. Beata, hang in there. Your body won't hold out for much longer at this rate. Pretend to suddenly burst into tears and rest for a while. We'll pick up the slack. I'm still fine. I can do this. Just one more push. Let's go. So who's up next? Who wants to be beaten down first? In that case, I, Goda, am prepared. We must fight. It would be outrageous to accept defeat without fighting. As I've said from the beginning, fighting with all we have is the only option. Hold on a second. Oh. Erica suddenly rose from her chair. Nove tried to coax her back into her seat, but Erica's attention was completely focused on those arguing under the arbor. I am the detective. My memory of what I hear is as good as a recording. We are aware of that, of course. You're quite an excellent detective, after all. I'm not interested in you. Goda-san, I have one question for you. Yes, ma'am. Have I done something to cause offense? Hold on. Don't forget that some of us are opposed to fighting. I think we should surrender. Those were the first words I heard from you when I arrived here. However, you just said this. We must fight. It would be outrageous to accept defeat without fighting. As I've said from the beginning, fighting with all we have is the only option. That's what you said. Well, did I say that? It's hardly strange for an opinion to change in the course of a discussion. Indeed. All of us have been feeling doubts about our position lately, so an occasional change of opinion wouldn't be... No. From beginning to end, no one has changed their opinion in this argument. Just now, Goda-san alone flipped his position 180 degrees. Furthermore, I can't imagine that any of the statements made by the rest of you were sufficient to make Goda-san switch his position. An uncomfortable, moist wind blew by. Everyone was silent, frozen as though time had stopped. In that silence, Erica continued with a blank expression. This can lead us to two conclusions. First, maybe that Goda-san has no opinion, and is just a loser who will say anything that goes with the flow. Second, maybe that none of you has an opinion, and that this entire argument exists only for its own sake. Aren't you overthinking this a bit? Here we are in a desperate debate that will decide our fate. Hardly think it strange that some people would act abnormally under such pressure. The only reason for prolonging a meaningless argument is to buy time. Do you have anything to gain by buying time? Is it because Lady Lambdelta's reinforcements will come? That can't be true either. After all, for some time now, I have heard all of you speak to Lady Lambdelta and Battler occasionally, but not once have I heard them reply. Taking all this into account, we are left with only one conclusion. That Lady Lambdelta and Battler are not here now. And that these people have won Lady Lambdelta's assistance, with Lady Lambdelta and Battler probably planning to sneak into the City of Books. In which case, their goal is probably to steal back the Golden Key and Angie. Your plan was to act as bait and buy time until their mission was complete. But because of Goda-san's single poorly chosen line, this level of reasoning is possible for Rudo Erica. What do you think, everyone? With a blank yet ruthless expression, Erica spoke these words and returned to her seat. Everyone else was frozen, unable to move. No one spoke. However, time was moving. As evidence, a bead of sweat dripped down someone's neck. Someone's cheek fell and hit the table with a tiny yet audible splat. Oh? Then, frozen time shattered, and in the same instant, the white chair Erica had been sitting on broke apart. The stakes of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory and the high-velocity rounds from the Chister Sister Corps hit the chair at exactly the same time. A few moments after that, the Erica sitting in that chair faded and vanished. After image. She's fast. Kill her! In an instant, Erica had moved to the spot behind the chair. Her expression remained as blank as it had been before. However, there was now something in her hand that hadn't been there. As the 7 lightning strikes of the 7 sisters raced at her once more, she batted all of them away with her sight. That was one hell of a farce, but the tea was good, thanks to the meal. Well now, it seems that you've all been in agreement since the start. Allow me to ask for your answer once again. Erica lifted her left hand, the one that wasn't holding the sight. Alright, Erica, calm down. Very well, allow me to answer. This golden land belongs to me, to all of us. If you enter with your shoes on, we'll give you a proper welcome. In other words, to put it elegantly, all cannons, prepare to fire. Target the golden land. Wash your face in miso soup! Shoot him dead! What, do you have a fucking death size? What is she? She's the Witch of Truth! Psycho. Yes, thank you. See you around. Meow. Percastel set down the receiver and crossed out yet another name on the list of Lambdelta's notable friends. Something was wrong. Not a single person she called had heard anything from Lambdelta. They weren't just playing dumb. They really knew nothing about this strange ruckus Lambda Delta was trying to stir up. Even Burkestel was starting to suspect that something was fishy. Then, a black cat leapt in and meowed at a frantic report. Lambda and Battler aren't in the Golden Land? Ha! Ha 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 ha. She tore the phone receiver from its stand. The number she dialed was short. It was probably an internal line. However, after listening to a ring several times, she slammed the receiver down again, finally managing to break the phone. All the worst characters are here. Gather all the cats who aren't busy. This is an emergency. The cats I had guarding the key aren't responding. Lambda! Burkestel, overwhelmed with emotion, kicked the table over. Was she mad? Yeah. Don't like that face. Please don't be mad. Then, the room finally grew bright. It was like green sunlight. A bright green light waved about, giving the illusion that a green sun was rising and lighting the room up. It was a sign that Burkestel's army had been given an emergency summons. Oh? Come, my kiddies. It's time for a witch hunt. That kid always smells like candy, so they'll find her pretty fast. The first cat who finds her gets a human form and a witch's title. Just like that. She met at Lambda. What happened? Why are they fighting? Lambda tricked Burn. So, that's not like Burkster. What was now an emerald green nebula let out a roar of delight that shook the bookshelf cliff. Lambda is helping the main characters. She doesn't want that. Something's chasing us. What is that? A green sun? Hide! They know! The three of them frantically hid behind the bookshelf. The room with the key in it was straight ahead. You could see something glinting faintly in the darkness of that room. It was a glint different from anything else they had seen so far in the city. The color of the glint was gold. They had almost reached the golden key. However, if they went towards it, Burkestel would be right behind them, along with her vast swarm of familiars. In other words, they were trapped in a dead end. Team Lamb Bookshelf over Team Burnky Sturtle. They already knew that the emerald green color came from the eyes of the familiars. However, it was almost beyond comprehension that this undulating green sun could be the same thing. They could do nothing except stare in wide-eyed shock. Countless cats were passing through a ravine of bookshelves, from the very top to the very bottom. As they approached, they painstakingly checked the gaps between each book. However, even this mind-numbingly huge task was accomplished swiftly thanks to the sheer number of familiars. With the speed of a gust of wind, they carefully checked every nook and cranny. There was no way to hide from this green sun. That wouldn't have been as foolish as trying to hide from water on a sinking ship. Will we be able to hide until they pass us? No. But this way, we'll be found no matter where we go. Battler was just about to leap out from the shadows, but Lambda Delta grabbed him by the collar an instant before. Are you thinking of fighting? No, but we'll be found if we just stand here. So we have to move forward. We need to reach the key as soon as possible. You really think there won't be cats guarding the key? They'll just be pinched between them. I believe in Aunt Ava. She's the one who guided us this far. I'm sure she took care of the guard cats too. I agree. If we're gonna be found anyway, let's try and get there as fast as possible and grab the key. If we can just do that, no one will be able to open the book. So you'll rush in there and grab the key. And then what? That place is a dead end, right? You realize there'll be nowhere to run, don't you? We know that, but the key will be our trump card. It's vitally important to Burkestel too. Worst comes to worst, I might be able to use the key as a bargaining chip. Bargain with Burn? You're insane! But if we hide here, we'll definitely be found. In that case, I'll take a bet on that 1,000,000,001 chance. We'll get the key and have that be our trump card. So you're praying for a miracle? To win against the Witch of Miracles? Picking a winner out of astronomically bad odds. That's the Ushima family's magic. got good eyesight, so let me enlighten you. Can you see those magic circles around the golden key? That's a simple barrier, but a pretty strong one. It'll break if you just touch it. But it's a sort of annoying seal that'll take exactly 1 hour to fade, whether a great witch or a lowly human does it. It's still over an hour before the ceremony begins. In other words, we won't even be able to touch the key unless we can buy time for a whole hour. When Aunt Ava took out the guard cats, she must have broken the magic circle too. Probably won't take an hour. As far as I can see, the magic circle is still intact. Sorry to say it, but even if Ava did touch it, it was less than an hour ago. Well, what's an hour? At least we know we can grab it if we manage to stick around that long. Yeah, sure, let's play tag for an hour. I'm used to getting chased around by thugs. You two really are out of your minds. You're really planning to play tag against Byrne and all her cats. There's even a 1% chance. You can be certain that we'll grab it. The difference in enthusiasm between the siblings, who had everything to lose, and Lambda Delta was immense. However, Lambda Delta was no coward. She was a great witch of the Senate. If she surrendered, she wouldn't be able to escape severe punishment, but she would be forgiven after a few hundred years. Why would she, after being thrown into a stormy sea while clutching a buoy? Boyo? I could save only Bayou. No, shit. How was it? This was in the first episode, wasn't it? We forgot. Buoy. Buoy, right. My bad. Clutching a buoy that could save only her, decided to throw that buoy away. No living person could be as determined as those siblings, who were already fighting for their lives. No one could blame Lambda. You two really are stupid, you know that? Ah well. Why don't I tell you about a plan that's got a bit more than a 1% chance of working? How does that sound? The two siblings looked at each other. However, they both thought that any plan would be worth listening to, even if it would only raise their chances by 0.00001%. A sacrifice. Byrne is a cat. She'll chase fleeing prey, but she'll also kill prey that doesn't flee. And only after toying with it first. Cats are terrible people. Still, that's true. It'll be worth betting on. Let's have one sacrifice. We'll decide with rock, paper, scissors. Whoever loses has to go taunt Byrne, then get laughed at and killed, all to buy as much time as possible. Does that work for you? No need for rock, paper, scissors. I'll do it. You two go on to the key room. No way, Oni-chan. I'll do it. This is all my responsibility. I was the one who listened to Burkistel and trusted her, so I've got a thing or two to say to her. But Battler and Angie decided to be the sacrifice and wouldn't listen to the other. See? You need rock, paper, scissors to decide, right? If you don't act quickly, you won't even have a chance to use the plan. They'll be here any moment. Okay. Either Angie or I will be the sacrifice. And Lemon Delta, it'll take whoever's left. Steal the key and take them back to the Golden Man. Won't let you do it, Oni-chan. Quit joking around. You gotta let me act like a big brother at least once in a while. There's no time. Rock, paper, scissors, single round. I'm super paper, so of course we'll start with that. Got it, you two? Fine. No regrets, okay? 3, 2, 1, paper. Really was a stupid kid's game of rock, paper, scissors. Since they'd promised to start with paper, this was the chance to make a surprise attack and use something else. However, both Battler and Angie chose rock. Yet, it wasn't a tie. Because in addition to those two rocks, was one person who chose scissors. After staring stupidly at their fists and those scissors, they looked at her. Ah, dang. We were supposed to start with paper, so I figured I'd use scissors and beat you both. Guess paper should have stuck with paper. There had been no reason for Lambda Delta to join in on the game. This wasn't the time for a joke like that. Battler and Angie, each trying to lose, chose rock. Lambda Delta alone chose scissors. Is she gonna die? I don't think so. She's a great witch. Don't tell me. You intentionally... If you die, we can't even get back to the Golden Land. Doesn't count. Well then, you can just use this. When Lambdelta made a clenched fist, a palely glowing fragment appeared there. She gave it to the pair of them. Adler had seen one of these before. It was a magic fragment, like the one Erica had used before despairing, which would allow one to cross a sea of fragments. With that, he'll be able to return to the Golden Land. Anyway, I'm the best person for the job. You two probably wouldn't last a handful of seconds against Burn. If it's me, not only would an hour be no problem, but who knows, I might even win. I owe her one. Gotta make this my victory and even the score. Still, away games are such a pain. Lambdelta pretended to complain as she stood up straight. Anyway, see you in a bit. Guess a show-off like me couldn't stick to being a spectator after all. Sorry for stealing your time to shine. It's sad that I won't be able to watch your game until the end. But I've already been shown the script, so I'm not missing anything. Lambda. Then, with her broadest smile and a wink. This is your happy ending. I've already figured out what happens next, so there's no need to watch. I'll see the two of you again. In the credit roll of your happy ending, that is. Wait. Lambdelta snapped her fingers, and the two of them turned into Compito candies. She picked them up, took aim at the glint of the golden key, and flicked them away. That way, they should be able to reach the key without Burnkestell noticing. Dang, what terrible luck. What were the odds of them both playing a rock against my scissors? Yeah, I know. Wasn't nice of me to test you like that. Sorry, you two. And then, Lambdelta's body was lit up by an emerald green light. And she turned around, Cat's eyes and Lambdelta's met. Lambdelta grinned and waved. There was a fierce roar and several bright flashes. What in the... A chain of explosions flashed by one after another, enveloping Burnkestell and her pack of familiars in an instant. They were multicolored fireworks. Or rather, multicolored candy that burst with a flash and scattered everywhere. Countless stick candies, sugar sculptures, cookies, and tarts flew in every direction. And each one of those split and exploded into hundreds of candies. Each of which exploded again into a cloud of Compito. Boing. Whoa, look at that candy. However, these sweets weren't sweet. The Compito was heavier than lead, harder than steel, and sharper than any blade. As the colorful cloud exploded outward, blasted the entire pack of cats into little bits. The emerald green glints were scattered everywhere and sparkled like the night sky. And among them danced a cloud of pretty candies that looked like they'd go well on a Christmas tree. It was sufficiently outrageous and beautiful and cute to mark the Great Witch Lady Lambdelta's appearance on the scene. Oh, if it isn't Lambda. I was hoping to meet you in the party hall. I love you, Burn. Isn't whispering of our love all the better for alone? I'll be happy to hear it, after I've plucked off all your limbs. With a jerk of her chin, Burn ordered her familiars to attack. This is my dearly beloved and my only friend in the world. Her arms from the elbow down, her legs from the knees down. You can chew those up however you please. But not a scratch anywhere else on her. In English. Oh, what? Piranha plant? The crowd of cats undulated again, reformed into a single mass. It became the emerald green leviathan that would swallow up any poor victims who snuck into the city of books. It was shaped like an impossibly vast well. However, would it look like a well from Lambda's perspective? Is this a lover's quarrel? I mean, Lambda likes Burn. I guess Burn likes Lambda. But not really, maybe? She probably couldn't see anything except an immense mouth about to swallow up everything. Yuri has entered the chat. Simply wonderful. I'm about to be overwhelmed by Burn's love, aren't I? I do love you, Lambda. Once your limbs are gone, I'll skewer you through your butt and hang you by my bed. Every morning I'll give you a good morning kiss, and every evening I'll kiss you goodnight. Sounds great. Then I'd better wrap you up in my love too. However, Lambdelta's war cry was swallowed up by the glowing, writhing leviathan in a single bite. giggle. Yes, you are wonderful, Lambda. I love that empty-headed way you just do things without looking ahead and worrying about your own life. Wind. At the same instant that Lambda Delta was swallowed and Burgestel was sure of a victory, the latter felt a slight breeze playing with her hair. The countless sweets that Lambda Delta had sent flying like fireworks, and which drifted about like decorations at a Christmas party, were flowing. No, they were converging on a single point. It was like watching a firework run backwards. Countless swoops rapidly contracted around the vast, closed mouth of the Leviathan. A gigantic reverse explosion concentrated on a point inside it. Or perhaps it was more like countless candies showering the Leviathan from all directions like bullets. Inside that massive green was a black swirl. That swirl was on a palm. On the palm of Lambda Delta wore a defiant smile. It was a massive supergravity. Oh shit. All of the sweets, the cats, the whale, and everything else was being sucked into that one point and crunched. Man, look at that art. JP? What? She's casting Demi. What is fucking happening? Don't question it, Psycho. I'll hold you tight. Get over here, Burn. It's a witch's battle. You're trying to suck me in. All the candies Lambda Delta had scattered were getting sucked back into the black hole in her palm at unbelievable speeds. The reverse explosion of the oncoming candy littered away at the Leviathan, crushing it inwards. Lambda! Come on, let me give you a hug. With all her strength, Burgestel held her ground in midair, trying to resist the supergravity. For the first time, all trace of condensation had left her face. Even Lambda Delta's cocky expression was marred by the sweat trailing from her forehead. Because her power was so overwhelming, any victory would have to be instantaneous. If either relaxed in the slightest, they would match each other's strengths and get dragged into another dazzlingly long fight that could last for centuries. Neither of them had any desire to go through that again, so neither of them showed the slightest mercy for their most beloved friend. Oh no, I just read this shit going down. By now, the Leviathan had been completely crushed and compressed inside the black hole. Burgestel was the only one still holding her ground. However, a windstorm of candy asteroids like the asteroid belt repeatedly slammed on Burgestel, wearing away at her girl's form bit by bit. I've got to get away, or I'll really... The thing flying into Burgestel's range of vision was a comet pelting straight for her, with the massive present box at its core, and a cloud of candies surrounding it. Lambda! Wow! Ah, my body! Ah! The candy comet wiped out Burgestel along with her scream. Bursting into little bits, and within a blink of an eye, it was sucked back into a hole of supergravity. Once it was all gathered into one place like a gem, it began to spin rapidly. It was flattened by the centrifugal force, turning into something whose shape resembled a galaxy. After swallowing all the cats and their master, now it looked like a wiggling, flickering, emerald green galaxy that floated just above Lambda Delta's palm. The pocket of supergravity kept compressing it further and further, until at the end it had become a single green, shining Competa. Then fell down onto her outstretched palm. Is she gonna eat it? Sorry, Burn. I want to play with you always, so I've always taken it easy and pretend to be in a pinch. Lambda Delta held the Competa above her head and peered at it. But the truth is, I'm just impossibly strong. Sorry about that. Then, as she pressed that Competa to her pink lips, gave it a light kiss and bit down. This doesn't taste like Burn. Lambda Delta licked her fingertips, then turned to face the empty air behind her. I already knew. My beloved Lambda. What does that even mean, right? I love you, Burn. Liar. I knew that you never took me seriously. In that case, let's love each other for real. Both of us. Seriously. I do love you, Lambda Delta. I'm happy. So happy. I do love you, Brocastel. I'll turn you into candy and cuddle with you with my tongue forever. No matter who wins, our love will never fade. Giggle, giggle. Ha 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 ha. That's wonderful. Just wonderful. Okay, let's love each other right now. The crash. Cracked lines appeared across the sky of the Golden Land. No, don't like that. Not that Lambda face. And then finally, the barrier of the Golden Land was breached by the fleet's assault. It was a bizarre scene, more ridiculous than anything anyone had imagined. The sky of the Golden Land shattered like glass, and a fleet of sailboats flew in one after another. They were crowded with goats pushing each other and spilling off the sides. Come, let us begin. This is the Golden Land's final banquet. A banquet. It wasn't some fancy metaphor, but a simple statement of fact. The overwhelming surge of goat troops came in like a tsunami. The residents of the Golden Land, who stood defiantly, were like a forgotten sandcastle on a beach. A fight between a wave and a sandcastle is not a fight. This was a banquet for the oncoming Vikings at a stand-up meal of voracious, merciless goats. There's no way around it. Fire! Good. Come, goats. Bring destruction to all that has form, stillness to all that moves, despair to all who live. This game is a fucking show. All those who could use magic fired it off at once. The shout like a thunderclap, the goat tsunami rushed forward. Everything collided at once, and there was a brilliant and terrible explosion. Sparks and smoke, flying splinters and screams. For just an instant, the fierce magical cannonballs fired by Beato, Vigilia, and the Sister Corps seemed to halt the goat tsunami in its tracks. However, their numbers were so great that they didn't even flinch. The goat wave continued to walk over the corpses that had been blasted away, or which had fallen to their knees in weariness. The mound of corpses piled up, and still more goats were shot down as they tried to cross it. So that, in a few seconds, it really was tall enough to be a tsunami. What in the World War III is going on? Pitiful. The Golden Land you built is nothing more than a sandcastle some kid left on the beach. Be swallowed up and disappear! Perhaps you should liken it to ripples beating meaninglessly against the wharf. A sandcastle getting swallowed by a wave. Just you try swallowing my castle. For fuck's sake, it's like 5 factions fighting here. Beato lifted her hands, telling the pair of battle towers that had been hidden deep in the ground that the day of glory had come again. The goat tsunami looked up at it in shock. After all, this time the tsunami that towered over everything wasn't them. Fire! Thunderstorm of rapid-fire ballista rounds leapt from the battle tower gunports. The goats let out a confused scream at the furious tempest that was bearing down on them. However, they saw something else too. Oh? Smothered mate. In the sky high above the tower was a reaper astride a divine horse and backdrop by the moon. A massive spear the size of a tower in its hand. The great witch sitting on the horse by the reaper spoke. Urkalurki trying to be super god while Lambda Lambdable opposing her. Erica coming in there with her nonsense while the Nightmare Lady's just fucking shit up for fun. So you get it. You're following along. Welcome back. This world does not belong to you. Do it, teacher! Goddesses arrived to top it all off. The heavenly spear pierced the ground. For an instant, it looked like some divine tower was sticking out of the ground. However, that was the very last thing those eyes ever saw. The sacred spear was the embodiment of heaven's wrath, and the strength to bury an unclean city in a single stroke was unleashed upon the pack of goats. The massive explosion that resembled a volcanic eruption, goats were sent flying all over the place. Fuck it, now it's like a warlock with smug is in the mix. Not bad. Guess they really are witches. But is it enough? The enemies keep on coming. Looks like we'll be the ones swallowed up after all. For Sparta. At least you two seem to be enjoying yourselves. Wahahaha. How could one fail to enjoy such a festival? It seems our time in the limelight shall not be stolen from us after all. Looks like it. I'm all fired up. God, we've been looking at Rudolph and Kyrie having the guns. It's just, man. Yes, the crowd of goats truly was like a wave pressing in from the sea. You might be able to split a ripple on the beach with your feet, but you can't split the sea. Witches could. However, that meant the other side also had someone who could split seas. Suddenly, smoke poured from one of the two towers, and the ground shook as it crumbled. So is this just witch on witch combat going on here? It's basically Bloodborne with anime girls? Yes. Where's, Grant's eyes? What the hell happened? Over there, on top of the other tower. Erica! But of course, it is your turn now, is it not? The great ones are fighting. Top of the other battle tower, Erica stood gracefully, wielding her scythe. I'd say that's enough to show the witches of the Golden Land proper respect. All magic is fake. It's just a fantasy sandcastle that'll always vanish when mystery swallows it up. Playing witches was pretty fun though. I think I remember playing something like this with some other older girls from the neighborhood when I was younger. So let's bring this to an end. Now it's time to hear you scream. Erica threw that pretentious pirate hat she had been wearing this whole time into the sky. With the moon behind it, Erica's form, or afterimage, vanished from the tower's peak. Oh, Erica, keep the hat on. Where is she? We have her on radar. She's on the side of the tower. Oh? Oh shit. I want to see this animated. So the hat didn't mean anything? I thought so. It's just for show. Shaking with a wild, joyous laughter, Eric dashed straight down the tower. She swung her scythe like a baton, and as she passed along the tower's wall, its gun ports, walls, pillars, and everything else was crushed, leaving a trail of smoke. So from the sidelines, it looked as though a line of smoke suddenly split the tower from the top to bottom. The golden arrows of the Chester Sakura chased after Erica like golden threads in a sun machine. Was she even? How is she? You monster! Get yourself seaweed sewed and embroidered. Nyeh. Ha 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 ha. Good. 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 Ha 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 ha. Even the golden arrows couldn't catch up with Erica. Finally, Erica reached the bottom of the battle tower and empty cartridges were ejected from the golden bows. Burst, useless tower. Isn't that the phrase? Erica, who had now landed on the ground, slowly stood up and tapped the tower behind her with the handle of her scythe. Burst? What is that a reference to? That tiny tap cut the final string that held the tower together. The whole thing fell in on itself with an earth-shattering crash. Once again, the dark tsunami rumbled forward through the rubble and smoke. I am Perudo Erica, Witch of Truth. This moment marks the dismantling of the Golden Land by the truth. Dust to dust, illusions to illusions. I'll end your daydream for you. Come, try and remember, ghost. Remember how you died so long ago! The goat tsunami swallowed everything up. When she saw them sink under the black sea of goats, Erica guffawed from atop the debris of the tower. Can't tell who was evil here anymore. I guess Erica and Burn. Come on now, kill them, massacre them all, cut off all their heads and stick them on spears. Ghosts of 1986, the time has come for the whirlpool of truth to swallow you whole and erase you. So long. Oh. Getting a little break. Wait, are they working together? Erica is a minion for Burgessel. Oh? What is this track? Ava had broken the magic circle around the key beforehand, after all. By the time Battler and Angie reached it, it was falling apart like the sand in the hourglass. They tried punching and kicking it to make it break faster, but nothing they did hastened the process. Looks like she broke it a while ago, but it'll probably take some time before it's gone. Just a bit longer, I think. If you could just sit by time for 5 minutes. She what? What? You just buy time for 5 minutes. Judging by the speed the magic circles were crumbling and the general appearance of the whole scene, it looked like it would be over soon. However, right now, could even 5 minutes be considered soon? Now is this DBZ 5 minutes? They turned around. Beyond the bookshelf ravine was the universe. Even for Battler, who had seen Beatrice's fights many times over, the battle between Lama Delta and Burkestel was so mind-defying that he couldn't think of a single word to describe it. So, Skilsey is the villain? I guess? Quote-unquote villain? We'll go with that. When he finally managed to find a word, it was the universe. Each time a battle between Lama Delta and Burkestel unfolded, a universe was created between the pair of them. Big bangs would take place, universes would be created, galaxies beyond number would be born and erased. Then, just when it seemed that a big crunch had occurred and that the universe had met its demise, there would be another big bang and another universe would be created. It was like watching gods playing. I want to see this animated. Wait, so who's the Nightmare Lady and the Moon Goddess doing? Are they just there to fuck shit up? They're protecting the Golden Land, which is where it's the final part of the story. where the doors lead to the future, Psycho. The two witches created and destroyed worlds over and over again. Almost as though two creators were fighting to prove that their universe was the right one. If you let your guard down in the slightest, and just watching this would steal your soul. That's how it felt. The door to the future, Psycho. You gotta get the key and go back and open the door to the future. Oh. We'll be able to get the key back any second now. Then it'll be possible to go back to the Golden Land with the fragment Lama Delta gave us, right? Go back as soon as you get the key. I can't leave Lama Delta on her own. You're going to jump into that fight? I can't leave her on her own. A lamb cake? Did she defect or something? Is she trying to take over the world against Merkable? Like the guy who asked questions during the movie? I'm sorry. It's fine, it's like Lama Delta, she didn't defect, she's just kind of helping. Against her better judgment. Their fight may defy common sense. However, they are perfectly and evenly matched. So, if anyone jumps in, even a single weak human like me, something might break. Perfect balance maintained by two great powers can easily break by adding even a little strength to one side. However, actually rushing in there to add that little bit of strength would be literally suicidal. Like a moth flying into a furnace. It might burn up before it even reaches it. once you get the key, go straight back to the Golden Mine. You don't know how long they can hold out, remember? I can't go back alone. Not when everyone is fighting. That's right. This is your fight. So fight. I know you regret not dying with everyone else, but you've got to overcome that feeling and live in the future. That's what you decided to do, right? Angie had no words to respond with. Her brother and everyone else would probably die, so she wanted to die in the same place and at the same time as everyone else. However, that could not be allowed, and she mustn't wish for it. She had already made up her mind. She had sworn to live in the future, without turning back to look at everyone's deaths. When you get back to the Golden Mine, show the key to Beato. Beato will show you 2 doors. Then she'll give you an easy puzzle and tell you to open one of them. That's the last game on my game board. We just bystanders, huh? Here I thought that Bishi Cannon had some shit to do with it, but it just fell off the plane of existence, huh? Whack. Cannon's at the front door. Is he dead though? Guess they did fire all the goats at them. 2 doors. Of the 2, one will lead you to the future. Don't worry, I'm sure you won't choose the wrong one now. Also, once you go through it, don't turn back until the door closes. Why can't I turn back? When the door closes, you won't be able to see our fate anymore. In other words, we'll be shut inside the cat box. Fate inside a cat box has endless truths. That's right. You might have lost pathetically, or you might have made a miraculous comeback and survived. In other words, if you, the Witch of the Future, are sent into the future without witnessing the end of our conflict, we'll still have a chance at victory. However, if you keep looking on at us, you'll see when we get annihilated. That'll put the odds of our defeat at 100%. So, to give us a miraculous victory, you must not turn back once you go through that door. Got it? Fuck it, I'm ready for war. Let's go curb stomp Berkula and Erikook. No, but Erika's best girl. Yeah. So I'll go and help Lambda Delta. If you go back to the gold mine after seeing me walk off like a hero, that's how my story will end for you. The end of your battle will be sealed in the cat box, so you certainly won't lose. Exactly. Just don't look back. You'll have the key soon. You've got to go back to the Golden Mine like your life depends on it. So real quick, I have one message for the you of the future. Don't forget it and engrave it into your heart. Okay. No matter what happens, never abandon the hopes that keep you alive. All of us are always behind you. If you just believe, we can even speak to you. Believe it. One thing is certain, it's that miracles happen when you believe. We have much debate, but you're entitled to your wrong opinion. At that moment, Lamandelta and Bernkastel were wrapped in a massive explosion. Surely, one of them had delivered a powerful blow. There were no further explosions, so that strike must have decided the match. When the smoke clears, who will be left standing? The magic circle sealing the key still needed several minutes to dissolve. Alright, Naruto, calm down. Believe it! Oh? Are you still there, my beloved Lamandelta? All that came to sight was Bernkastel. There was no answering voice from Lamandelta. This was a sign of her victory, did not cause Bernkastel's expression to grow any brighter. Too bad, Lambda. I thought we'd be able to build a universe together. It's too bad. Really too bad. It's too neat couples therapy. Bernkastel was still focusing all her nerves on the battle, so she took no notice of Battler and Angie by the key. However, she would probably notice soon. Then there would be nowhere to run. The last section of the magic circle was starting to fade away. However, almost cruelly, the final circle went slower than the rest. Seeing that, any hopes that would dissolve in a minute, or maybe a few dozen seconds, were crushed absolutely. Battler readied himself. Wait, did Lambda Smugadoodle die? This is payback for Dengen 3? Well, this fight probably won't work out as well as the last one. But it looks like I'm up now. Oni-chan. You're great, Angie. I'm proud that you didn't try to stop me. With tears still pouring down her face, Angie lovingly rubbed her cheek against the hand that had been patting her head. Shouldn't have started getting invested, I knew it. I've got to gather the kitties again. I thought Battler would be with her, but I don't see him for some reason. After all, one guy like him would be about as annoying as a pebble in my shoe. The smoke cleared completely. They saw a huge cloud of candy bits floating around, like it was Lamb Delta's corpse. A star-shaped cookie bounced off of Burkostel's head. It was missing one of its points, giving it a lonely feeling. Lamb Delta, live with me. We'll become a single universe, with you inside me. Burkostel chewed the cookie and swallowed it. This way, we'll always be together. I love you, Lambda. Me too, Burn. Burkostel's stomach suddenly swelled like a balloon. The bulge rose from her stomach to her throat and exploded like a firework from her mouth. From Burkostel's mouth spewed fireworks, sparks, fragments of candy. You really should fix those habits you've had since you were a cat. Here's a hint. If you find a piece of candy lying on the ground somewhere, don't pick it up and eat it. She lives, Psycho. Burkostel doubled over even more, still spitting up an exploding firework. The birth of a small universe from that sweet had hit her directly from the inside of her stomach. Even Burkostel couldn't withstand that. As Burkostel repeatedly vomited fireworks so violently that it seemed her guts would spill out, her body flickered in and out of existence as she glared at Lambda Delta with a terrifying expression. Her body was flickering because she had taken so much damage that even maintaining her form was now difficult. How slovenly, Burn. Your body's falling apart. Oh. Cough, cough, cough. Lambda... Cough. I sort of felt like losing for a bit, but I changed my mind. If I became a single universe with you, you wouldn't whisper to me of your love anymore. True. I'm not the type to give food to a fish I've already caught. I know. That's why you shine so beautifully. You'll lead someone on, but never actually dote on them, just like a proud queen of cats. I'll turn you into a cardboard box and make you my scratching post. And I'll make you a shamisen, get bored after plucking one string, then put you in a cupboard and let the dust pile up on you. Oh god. The goat tsunami had swallowed up everything, but sea spray was still flying about. The reefs resisted the ocean that was trying to cover them, and were smashing waves left and right. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory and the Inquisitors of Heresy specialized in close-range combat. We were rapidly building a mountain of corpses. The witches fought hard too, but they would have preferred to fight at a distance if they could. Illusions alone wouldn't be enough. In these battle conditions, all of the humans were thrust right into the center of the fight. Everyone in the Ushirimiya family displayed a fighting spirit equal to the witches and guarded their backs. Even humans are not powerless. They have guns. If the goats supported fantasy, they could use these as the ultimate anti-magic weapons. If the goats supported mystery, they could use these in a much more obvious way. Those 45 long Colt bullets delivered fatal wounds to each and every goat they struck. Just die already! How long are you gonna resist? Give up and sink! Ushirimiya! Telling an Ushirimiya to sink makes him fight all the harder. Little girl, you have no idea what the Ushirimiya family is. You were dead even before 1986, weren't you? It's about time you stopped moving, Gramps. Erica's razor-sharp scythe buried itself in Kinzo's chest. Dug straight into his heart. The daring smile on Kinzo's face didn't even falter. Oh, it's my death ever witnessed by anyone outside the cat box. I am indestructible. Indestructible! Punch containing the entirety of Kinzo's last spark of life sent Erica flying. Oh. Father, you okay? It's going Super Saiyan. Overcome my corpse. The Ushirimiya family never turns back. As Erica tried to deliver the finishing blow, Kraus stepped in between them, blocking the way. I'll be your opponent in Father's place. Oh? If it isn't the incompetent investing expert. It's pretty impressive how you managed to find all the worst bets, losing your money so quickly. And yet, even I remember to tie my shoes. Huh? Oh? Kraus? Erica tried to look down at her feet, but what she saw was Kraus's left fist. Kraus's left uppercut made Erica float in the air, not by magic, but by the simple laws of physics. For an instant, Erica saw a moon. Maybe I wasn't confident as an investor. However, any of my college friends will attest to my talent as a boxer. I will not allow you to discredit every part of the Ushima family, little girl. Punching magic lady. you damn small fry. Canon is an illusion created by a lonely Jessica. At the school festival, I introduced Canon-kun to everyone. Saku and Hina and everyone else. All of my friends can testify to that. Don't make assumptions about our relationship based on your own imagination. Oh? Jessica's body blow made the goat's massive bodies cave in. Splendidly done, milady. To think that you could wield such power in a tight spot like this. Well, of course. After all, I'm thinking I don't really care if I die. This is the first time we've worked together with you at my back. Too bad it isn't cutting the cake. Jessica laughed embarrassedly. She looked even more relaxed than she had on stage at the school festival. I don't know who this lady is or why she's here. Whose side are they on? It's, anyone that's not a goat and Erica versus everyone else. I mean, goat and Erica versus everyone else. No plenty to cut here besides cake. You always try to sound so cool. But that's what I like about you. The massive bodies that rushed at them, trying to deny their relationship and their very existence, had two choices: be sliced or be struck. Each time one of those bodies hit the floor, it became proof that the two of them existed. Shannon's an illusion! George is an antisocial shut-in! Their love itself is an illusion and doesn't exist! George-sama, look out! Oh? The goat's log-sized fist buried itself into George's face. That was the middle of a massive, confused battle. This was the middle. There was no way to dodge an unexpected attack like that. An anti-social shut-in, huh? Very well. Say what you wish about me. All the rest of the cast got it, yeah. George had indeed been hit with a fist right to the center of his face. However, he didn't bend over backwards, not even an inch. The goat started to wonder what it was he had hit. Hadn't he punched a human made of flesh? It was as though he had slammed his fist into a steel wall, and it was his fist that was hurting. However, the goat was too scared to move his fist from George's face. After all, if he did, the expression on that face would probably be too terrifying. George pressed his hand against that fist. Probably could get testimony from my old classmates from school. Yes, I was an antisocial person. However, there's one more thing that they'll tell you. Something far more important. George was only grabbing the goat's massive fist in his tiny hand. However, that fist was being crushed as though it had a vice around it. Even though the other hand was tiny, the goat couldn't even move its fist. Ushima George never fought for himself, no matter what happened to him. He was a coward who ran away from all threats. Everyone will tell you that. However, they won't tell you that he never got into a fight. And accepted the fact that someone as pathetic as me would be bullied. However, never have I let anyone provoke or challenge anyone who treated someone as pathetic as me. Like a friend. Goat's broken teeth flew through the air. George's furious feet split the heavens. Oh man. Shannon approached George for his money and Goat's filthy finger touched Shannon's back. That finger exploded and boiled away. My love for George-san is true and pure. George-san must have kept all the letters I wrote him. Read those and you'll have your proof. You can write anything in a letter. The contents of a letter are no proof of true... Blazing red light charged the goat's entire body. Shannon slowly turned around, her face full of rage and contempt. Pitiful spectator, ignorant of love. You have no right to read a mystery, much less a person's heart. Disappear. An absolute barrier rose up around Shannon, burning up the goats around her with its flames. Oh, Maria? Yeah, maybe we are dead. But that doesn't give anyone the right to criticize us. No one can deny the love Maria and Mama shared. Maria smiled, showing her teeth, and performed her job without even looking at her hands. Then she tossed the fully loaded rifle straight up into the air. Oh man. Come and get some. Rosa, I mean, you can't have a cold moment. Terrible mother. Come and get some. Rosa, who stood back to back with Maria, caught it without turning around. No, that wasn't all. Maria had passed the gun to her mother perfectly without even looking back. Rosa's head was pointed at the ground as she stroked the frigid trigger with her index finger. If any of you doubt my love for my daughter, step forward. The crowd of goats, cowed by Rosa's ferocity, didn't get any closer to her. Then I'll deny it. Being the serial cheater you are, you were always off playing around with some man and leaving Maria all alone. Nothing like that is written anywhere in Maria's diary. You should know better than anyone else. Rosa didn't love you. She was a crappy mother who regretted even giving birth to you. Erica was peering at the unfeeling moon. Taste of metal in her mouth. For a moment, she didn't realize what was happening. It's that cold feeling on her back. The ground. Huh? Why am I lying down? Wasn't the moon full? Why isn't it now? Come to think of it, my teeth hurt. There's something cold and hard there. Then she figured it out. She was lying sprawled on the ground, with a gun barrel shoved into her mouth. The thing splitting the moon was the angry king of wolves protecting its child. Gaha? The gun barrel exploded inside her mouth, shattering her medulla oblongata. It was only her afterimage. What a terrifying woman you are. Are you really human? Erica, who had escaped death the last moment by leaving an afterimage, found a metallic flash right before her eyes, which had been there even before she reappeared. The fountain pen went right through Erica's eye, crushing it. Of course, that was another afterimage. However, when Erica escaped and reappeared somewhere else, a heel was already there waiting for her. From the goat's perspective, several afterimages of Erica seemed to be appearing at once, all of which were pierced by Rosa at the same time. If you say that again, I'll have to get serious. Mama's really strong. What the hell? And so, Erica couldn't reappear anymore. At the very least, not within Rosa's range of attack. Erica put a lot of distance between her and Rosa, reappearing in midair. What are these people? What the hell? Erica's animal instincts made her turn her head slightly to the side just in time. Where her head used to be, there was an odd shower of sparks. It wasn't magic. It was a real physical phenomenon caused by lead smashing against lead. To think that two bullets shot from different angles could have flown with impossible precision at where her head once was. So that both of them hit and bounced off each other like billiard balls. Aw, so close. Sorry about that. We're big fans of the whole take out the boss first strategy, you see. Clay pigeons are our specialty. Flying along in a straight line probably isn't a good idea. Two of them spun the rifles in exactly the same way at exactly the same time, reloading them in a manner that put Old Western to shame. Then pointed them back at where Erica was in the sky. You monsters! Once again, their accurate shots punched through the forehead of Erica's afterimage, bouncing off each other like billiard balls with a shower of sparks. This time, Erica appeared far behind them. She had to admit it. She had been forced to escape to a place outside the range of those guns fired by humans. When the light from the moon was blocked, the place she had fled to so rapidly exploded, sending chunks of rubbish flying. A massive longsword had been plunged into the ground. It was Lanner's. Oh, if it isn't my old friend. She dodged by a hair, but this bulky, brutal longsword was more of a cannonball shaped like a sword than something for cutting with. Even though she dodged it, a blast of air pressure made her eardrums throb. Lanner was serious. She seriously intended to smash Erica to bits. What's with the scary face? Can't you try and act a bit, I don't know, cuter? Do you find this enjoyable? Destroying people's dreams and illusions? Of course it's enjoyable. What do you expect an intellectual rapist to do? You are an evil doer, and yet I used to believe you were the sort of evil worthy of sympathy. Never asked for your sympathy. Not cutting you down immediately upon our meeting. That sin of mine is what brought this day to pass. Lanner's hair bristled with rage. The sight this expression on one of her old friends pinned Erica to the spot. My friend, allow me to free you before you can suffer. I will not let you bear any further sins. We need to talk about that term you use. Whoa, wait. The force of anger that welled from Lanner's whole body struck Erica. Or rather, the swirled blasting wind from Lanner's massive longsword sent her flying. Cannonball with a blade repeatedly cracked the ground just after Erica leapt away. So it almost looked as though Erica was jumping backwards, smashing the earth beneath her with each jump. Lanner, friend of mine, rest in peace. Great longsword split the air again, pulverizing the ground. However, this time, Erica was nowhere to be seen. Where did she escape to? Erica had broken the barrier of the Golden Mine, landing on a ship whose bow was barely in sight. Practically speaking, she had run away. Fully aware of this, Erica howled, her face contorted with humiliation. Her shoulders heaved with her breathing, and she even forgot to fix her hair. The scythe fell from her hand and landed with a clank to the floor. That sound brought her back to her senses. Stupid goats! What are you standing around staring for? Open gun ports. Load concept negation explosive rounds. Disregard aiming procedures. Just fire! The warships that had flown to the Golden Mine opened their gun ports one after another, and they all fired at once in a scattered mess of cannonballs. The hundreds of explosive rounds they fired would negate the concept of anything or person they touched, smashing them to little bits and setting them ablaze with flames. The battlefield full of writhing goats became a fiery hell. Oh? Cannonballs smashed the arbor. The once beautiful garden maze was burned down bit by bit, and the fleeing gold butterflies were wrapped in flames, burning into nothingness like little scraps of paper. This was no longer a battlefield where two sides fought for victory. It was just a confused, hellish pot of boiling water. The Golden Mine was being torn apart. The once beautiful rose garden was filled with explosion craters, and its rose petals were scattered about without pity. There were flying bits of flesh, blood, fangs, jaws, shrieks, and half-crazed screams. Even amidst this hellish swirl, the goats and the dead continued to fight. As seen from atop the boats, this was hell, without a doubt. All ships, drop anchors. And Erica yelled at the goats on the boat, and the boats ran around frantically. And one by one, massive anchors hanging by chains were thrown from the ship's bows, bows down into the earth below. Those anchors smashed through not only the ground, but the bottom of the golden land itself, digging in their wedge-shaped tips. Erica! Oh, Beatrice-san. This battle's so huge it had me worried. I thought I might not be able to find you before the whole thing ended. Beatrice landed on the front tip of the warship, facing off against Erica, who stood on the bow. You will not be forgiven. I'll finish you myself right here. Beato jabbed with her pipe, transformed into a beautifully intricate golden longsword. Very well. This is what I hoped for. That settled us. Erica threw her sight up into the air. When it returned to her hand, it had become a sword similar to Beato's. The nearby goats crowded around Erica, trying to support her. You stay out of this. All of you need to start lifting the anchors. Tear up the gold mine by its roots. Aye aye, sir. The goats bowed and rushed to their posts. Several dozen ships had lowered their anchors, digging into the base of the gold mine. Soon they were going to try and pull them up, tearing the gold mine to pieces. Oh? His face. Come, Erica! I'll give you the honor of my final duel. Beato raised his sword, bowed in the ancient fashion, and waited for her opponent. My balls just retreated. Erica kicked off her shoes violently and slowly walked up to the tip of the boat, barefoot. Then, in accordance with Beato's rules, she bowed back. It was a duel on the prow of a ship that pierced the sky. Below, the crowd of goats were being blasted away by the indiscriminate cannonballs, burned up and crushed in the panorama of this world's end. By now, it would be stupid to wonder whether anyone from the Ushima family was still alright. Yes, it truly was the end of this world. The end of the gold mine. Ground to dust, filled with flames. The golden rose garden was burning spectacularly, with bits of fire and golden splashes flying about. The ground creaked as fissures ran through it. Through to the base of the gold mine. All the ships started pulling up their anchors at once. Crowds of mighty goats used all of their monster strength to lift them. The anchors that dug into the golden mine's base spread cracks throughout the entire golden mine. Not just the ground, but the air itself was filled with cracks, and shards of gold fell down everywhere. The golden mine's end was adorned with the flames of hell and streaking gold fragments, with fiery red and ephemeral gold. Atop the boat's prow, Beato and Erica looked down on this, their swords crossed, sparks flying between them. Now there's one hell of a sight to see. Don't you think it's fitting? The perfect final chapter for your tale. The golden land may meet its end. I may perish as well. However, no one can erase the fact that we were here. And she reached the answer. The Witch of the Future has a mission and hope. We'll soon set off on a new journey. We have already succeeded. Too bad for you, Furuto Erica. This battle ends with our victory. This was a duel between the Master of the Illusion called the Gold Land and the Witch who controlled truth. The earth split behind them. The Golden Land was torn up. The cat box known as the Golden Land was ripped apart, and the nothingness below peeked out through the cracks. The scrambling crowd of goats fell through the gaps and were swallowed by the sea of nothingness. Beato's friends were among them. They helped each other, lent a hand to each other, unwilling to sacrifice anyone to the final moment. Still, what a romantic and fragile illusion is the end of the world. The ground shattered and sank. It fell apart into the ocean of nothingness. None could survive. None could be saved. This was destruction. As the comrades in arms fell into the sea of nothingness, they looked up one last time and prayed. They prayed that the Master of the Gold Mine would leave proof that the gold mine had indeed existed. However, Beato didn't look down at them. they wouldn't have wanted her to. This is our Golden Land. I am the Endless and Golden Witch, Beatrice, and I am here. We may fall, but we will not be defeated. You shall become living proof. I'll carve the proof of our existence into your chest. So long, Beatrice. This marks the end of that stupid endless game. Fall into hell, you illusion. I mean, Erica's just the best. But also, I don't know how long until next break, so we should do the 5-minute BRB right now. Looks like we're going to talk to Lima Delta and Burkestel again. So, un momento. And we're back. Lima Delta and Burkestel's fight to the death had passed through its phase as a dynamic clash of fireworks. It was now a clash that was quiet and motionless. These two witches, who possessed power on an entirely different level, may have been truly equal in strength. The battle could only be resolved by mutual consent, if one of them lost interest or found some reason for wanting to lose. Since both were putting their all into the fight without yielding a bit, they were absolutely and completely equal. Lima Delta, I'm glad to have you as a friend. Damn it, just a bit longer. Just fall apart already, stupid magic circle. Battler got irritated and punched the magic circle, but there was nothing he could do except continue to watch over it. After all, the only way to dissolve it was by waiting. However, the pair of them still felt relief, if only a little. Lima Delta really was strong. Even in a battle this spectacular, she fought on an even footing. Now, if you considered how confident each side looked, she seemed to have a slight advantage in Battler's eyes. She would probably manage to buy them enough time. Angie would take the key and return to the gold mine. They just had to endure a bit longer. However, they had no way of knowing what Lima Delta's fate would be after this. She had disobeyed the Senate, the highest level witches in existence. Something brutal probably awaited her. However, even knowing this, Angie had to step forward into the future without looking back. That was a single duty given to her, the Witch of the Future. Oni-chan, what's that? Something's coming towards us from a long way away. Crap, are they enemy reinforcements? Lima Delta and Burkestel were glaring at each other, so they didn't notice. Heading towards them from the distance were several emerald green glints. That light proved that they were enemies. But there's only a few of them. They won't be a match for Lima Delta. All of the cats so far seemed like fish in a school, giving the impression that they'd be terrifying as a group, but not much of a problem by themselves. However, there was something different about the lights approaching them now. They were approaching in a beautiful, ordered formation, like a constellation. Battler quickly realized that this was something new. My Miko, isn't it about time to prepare the key? Oh hey, Feathering. Just by her tone, Battler was able to tell how great a witch this was. The black cats that surrounded her in a graceful and systematic constellation were all wearing large capes with elegant designs. Looks as though great overlords from many worlds have been transformed into cats, leaving only their capes untouched. What Battler imagined was quite true. That was exactly what had happened. These were the overlords from many worlds that formed Feathering's personal guard. Their bodies took the form of cats merely as a sign of respect to their master, who took the form of a human. These were entirely different from the pack of wild cats that served Burkestel. Aurora. Oh, is it that time already? When holding a party, it's important to keep your guests waiting for a fitting amount of time. It is, however, not something I am particularly fond of. As she said this, her eyes flicked to Lima Delta. The latter bowed hurriedly. Though Lima Delta grinned, she was also sweating, her brow furrowed with tension. How long has it been, Lady Lima Delta? It's a pleasure to see you, great Lady Aurora. This is no place to entertain one of your position. Did you get lost on the way to the party? If so, allow me to guide you there, myself. That would be an honor, great Lady Aurora. Featherine Augustus Aurora, the legendary Great Witch. It is said that she surpassed the level of witches, becoming a creator. That upon reaching this forbidden plane, she was cursed with a deadly ailment. However, in life, she once turned her pet cat into a witch. They say that the second witch wanders the Sea of Fragments endlessly, searching for any fragment that can revive her master from the pits of death called boredom. if only for a moment. And so, the cat revived her master. Revived the sacred witch who had reached heights none could reach. Just as witches look down at and mock humans from a higher world, calling them pieces on a game board, so she looks down at and mocks the realm of witches from an even higher world, calling them pieces on a game board. If a witch's strength is measured by the height of the world they are capable of reaching, then she was like a witch come back from the realm of the gods, one who had touched the highest forbidden heights and survived. Was there any chance of winning against her? No. Lambda Delta was unable to choose either victory or defeat by her own will. My Miko, would you mind playing with your friend some other time? I'm getting back to work now. Prepare the key. Okay. Cackle cackle. The simple, naive way cats forget their errand part ways their true charm. Don't you think so, Lady Lambda Delta? Lambda Delta didn't say anything, but hung her head low. From this position, it seemed that the key's seal would dissolve at any second. However, Bernkastel would probably find Battler and Angie before that. Once they got their hands on the key, they could leave this place immediately. Of course, this was assuming that they did so before Bernkastel and Featherine found them. Bernkastel mustn't be allowed to move from this spot. Looks like game over, Lambda. I'm the Miko of the Great Witch, Aurora. You haven't forgotten that the Witch of Theater-going bestows her protection upon her reader and Mikos, have you? Lambda Delta still stood slumped over, without answering. The Witch of Theater-going gave protection to her reader Mikos. Lambda Delta attacked Bernkastel, who was Aurora's Miko, and the Great Witch Aurora would follow her contract, prevent what she considered an attack against herself and respond accordingly. Let's make a deal. What kind of deal? Where's Battler hiding? If you come clean, we'll let all of this slide. Is the Witch of Miracles afraid of a tiny little piece like Battler? It's because I'm the Witch of Miracles. I'll never forget that even a little pebble like him is capable of creating a miracle. After all, there's a little pebble who got super promoted to a Witch of Miracles. I'll ask one more time. Where's Battler? Too bad, Lambda. Looks like that's your answer. Bernkastel turned her back on Lambda Delta. Then she told her master that she was leaving to prepare the key, and she started swimming towards the key room. If I let her go any further, she'll find Battler and Angie. Battler readied himself. This time, it was his turn to become a sacrifice. Even though he was nothing more than a single pebble, he could still put out an eye. Candy firework exploded right in front of Bernkastel. Lambda, you really are a moron. Lambda Delta. Now I've done it. Battler, Angie, the rest is up to you. The cat overlords changed their formation, becoming a ferocious constellation that surrounded Featherine. Then, each drew the most terrifying of magic circles from their respective worlds and began to chant. I'm slightly confused. Both by you, my Miko, and Lady Lambda Delta. What sort of sideshow is this? Looks like Lambda wants to stop me from going to get the key. Oh, and what would the point of that be, I wonder? If you still don't get the point, then you must be getting a bit tipsy, Featherine. Looks like you need a pick-me-up. Lambda Delta bluffed as well as she could. Her fingertips were shaking slightly. An attack against a Miko is considered to be an attack against her master. You should know this as well as anyone, correct? I know it. Going by that rule, looks like the two of us are gonna have to fight. Oh, have I or my Miko caused insult in any way? If so, then please accept my apologies. But could you tell me one thing? I didn't think you had a Miko at the moment. How long have you had one? As for that, I've got a ton of them already. 30 or 40, I think. Maybe even more. I, Lambda Delta, will handle any fight picked against one of my Mikos, no matter who the opponent is. All of them are certain that a happy ending will come. As the Witch of Certainty, I can't abandon people who work hard and believe with certainty like that. I can't say I dislike this tale of yours. It would be worthy of my viewing. However, I'm not a spectator at the moment, but a performer. I know that you are my Miko's close friend, so I'll give you one warning. Remove yourself from the stage. I'll prepare a special seat for you in my audience seating. I've been thinking about which is more interesting, your tale or the one I've been watching. And your conclusion? Battler's tale is 100 times better. Sorry, but I'll be getting Best Supporting Actress this year. Hey, you guys. You better vote for me in the last character popularity contest, okay? At least get me in the top 5, got it? Who are you talking to? Lambda Delta pretended to joke around, and she calmly focused on the one weak point she could see. If she had a chance for a single attack, then a 1 in a billion shot at victory existed. It was that horseshoe-shaped memory device floating around in Featherine's head. Without that, she couldn't preserve her own existence. Destroying it was impossible. But if Lambda Delta could just jar it enough, she might be able to make it bug out. At least once in the past, Featherine's memory device had been damaged. Her personality and appearance had changed. However, she was aware of that herself and probably wouldn't let that happen again, no matter what. Oh, it was Oh, okay. Very well, Lady Lambda Delta. When you finish your script, feel free to send it in wherever you wish. Whenever you wish. So is that confirmation? I wonder. The script is simple. Just one line. The fantastic, cute Lambda Delta Sama took out the evil mastermind, Aurora, in a single shot. Foolish Lambda. Never realized how stupid you were. The cats need not interfere. I will personally reward Lady Lambda Delta for the courageous tale she has submitted. You will be granted a fitting tale and a fitting ending for your bravery. Featherine Augustus Aurora. Lambda Delta summoned magical power from her whole body and raised it in a mass above her head. Forgive me, but... And the world's time stopped. Your script will not be used. After all, rather than time stopping, it was more like the flipping pages of a book that had stopped. In this motionless world, closely packed letters appeared. The one writing the rest of the script is me. It was a tale that had been written up to this very moment. Featherine Augustus Aurora! Lambda Delta summoned magical power from her whole body and raised it in a mass above her head. That was where the paragraph ended. In this frozen world, Featherine sat with her arms crossed. How troublesome. It's been so long since I've written a fight scene. How annoying to have to suddenly write up a development like this out of the blue. When I get stuck with writing, I try to write in reverse. In other words, instead of starting at the beginning, I start at the end and go backwards from there. That way it's easier to set up foreshadowing, and I can write the story with my vision for the end in mind. And that art. The only downside is that I have to suddenly start at the climax, without setting up the story first. In the meantime, I'll start at the end of the fight and go back from there. Lady Lambda Delta, this is where you lose to me and die. As Featherine said this, words were added to the massive group of letters that filled the frozen room. So who's this? Is she the super badly bad guy? Bad guy? She's not bad, but she is Bernsteel's master. However, she was starting from the end, so there was a large gap between the new words and the old ones. She's just God. Or a god. So, how will you lose to me? You should probably have a heroic end to seek your bravery. How about this? Lambda Delta gets blasted away by something slammed against the bookshelf, and her limbs are snapped off as she dies and disappears in the darkness below. Yes, quite a flashy way to go. Good. For now, that's how your final moments will be. The blanks in the outline of Featherine spoke of were being filled up. At the same time, Lambda Delta's figure was wiped out. After crossing her arms and thinking again, Featherine pointed in a random direction. Lambda Delta appeared, blasted away by something. and slammed spread-eagled against the bookshelf Featherine had pointed out. Well now, I must spread up the fierce battle that leads to this end. But as you can probably tell, I'm a little tipsy at the moment. I'll fill that part in later, when I have some time to go over it nice and slowly. For now, let me off with this. I promise to add in a heroic fight to your liking later on. Featherine snapped her fingers. Lambda Delta had no idea what was going on. Before she could even blink, she was suddenly here, being slammed against a bookshelf. What is this? She couldn't comprehend the something that Featherine had killed her with. However, that was only natural. After all, Featherine herself hadn't decided what that something was. However, Lambda Delta did understand one thing. She was already dead. Streams of blood dripped from the corners of her mouth. Then, lines of blood appeared on her wrists and ankles, her elbows and knees. She looked like a marionette doll of herself. What killed me? Precisely, Lady Lambda Delta. Let me know if you have any good ideas. It was small bombs. You, monster. Still pinned against the bookshelf, Lady Lambda Delta let her head slump. Her wrists, ankles, legs, arms, and neck each split into a separate part, and the marionette shaped like her lost its strings, falling in pieces into the depths below. Nothing remained. It was all swallowed up by the darkness beneath them. She's like the writer, huh? That's the ultimate power, right? The author. Monster, she says. Quite a compliment for one such as I. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Ha 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 ha. Lambda Delta. Angie, don't look. You can't look. Shedding frustrated tears, Angie closed her eyes tight. She must not look. The Witch of the Future must not accept Lambda Delta's defeat. She hasn't kicked it yet. She was brave, and that's all we need to know. I know Lambda Delta would never lose. Pop. At that moment, there was a slight sound, and the golden key that hung in the air shook. The seal had finally broken. Battler grabbed at it immediately. However, at exactly the same moment, a magical tremor spread throughout the vast key room. What? That tremor seemed to have shaken something inside my pocket. I stuck my hand in and found that the fragment Lambda Delta had given us to return to the gold mine had shattered. Oof. Damn it, Lambda's fragment is. You were so close, too. Now there's nowhere to run. Brancastello. If Lambda had been a little cleverer, she probably could have bought you 5 more seconds. Then you would have taken that key and escaped to the Golden Land. Looks like the Miko suffers too when their master's a fool. Ha 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 ha. Huh? Featherine quietly showed her surprise. To truly surprise her was no easy task. Oh? Oh wow. Battler with the punch. The Witch of Miracles, who boasted that no one could ever step on her shadow unless she wished it, fell. After taking Battler's right fist to her face, she fell. People smashed. Brancastello's body immediately split into dust and reconstructed itself in front of Battler, so nothing had happened. However, she was holding her cheek. She couldn't undo the fact that she had been hit. For the first time in 100 years, she had let someone tread on her shadow without her consent. Her face was gradually filled with shock, and Battler's couldn't be seen. His outstretched right arm was blocking it, so his expression couldn't be seen. What? Take it back. Take what back? She didn't let the next strike hit her. Brancastello vanished like mist, then reappeared a short distance away. However, Battler only missed by a hair's breadth. Not because she had intentionally made that happen, but for real. Oh? It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Finally, she truly began to feel the pain of being punched in the face. For too many years, she had forgotten the very concept of pain. Very slowly, it was coming back to her. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Ah! Marcel writhed in anguish, holding her cheek. That feeling, forgotten for centuries, seemed to be hitting home hard. Battler looked at her. Their eyes met. Once again, Marcel remembered the emotion she had forgotten for hundreds of years. Does it hurt? The pain you caused by ridiculing my friend is greater than that. And then she shuddered. Battler saw before her eyes was Bernstein shuddering for the first time in centuries. To Bernstein's eyes, it hadn't even looked like Battler rushing at her and punching. It was as though she'd been sucked towards where he stood with his fierce fists raised. When her eyes had opened wide in terror, Battler's massive fists had been all that she could see. Of course, he wasn't capable of hitting her. Bernstein was just like a shadow. She dodged by moving instantly and leaving an afterimage, but mere teleportation wasn't enough to escape from Battler's furious pursuit. True, trying to hit Bern was like enviously trying to hit the reflection of the moon on water with a stone. No matter how often you hit it, you could never smash the moon's reflection. However, Battler hit it, and again, over and over, to prevent the moon from showing on the water's surface again. A fiercely thrown pebble sent ripples across the water's surface, broke through the moon's reflection, broke through the water's surface itself, leaving even the bottom of the pond bare, breaking through everything. This certain willpower broke through it to a miracle. Oh. Backwards kick that Battler shot out without even looking behind him, split through empty space. In that space, Bernstein reappeared with a foot in her gut. Take back your insults against our brave friend. The Witch of Miracles fell. For the second time, she fell. Once, it would have been a miracle. Things that happen more than once aren't miracles anymore. Bernstein understood. Battler was capable of hitting her. And she fell, she slammed against the floor, got up on her hands and knees and vomited. She threw up violently over and over. Her face was covered in pain and vomit and tears and snot. Then she looked up at Battler with a furious expression and howled. And she wasn't howling at Battler. Aurora! Your Miko is getting beaten up. What are you standing around watching for? Take him out! Forgive me, but I'm busy writing Lady Delta's final moments right now. I cannot come to your aid. Why don't you all give her a hand? Ballerine's guard, the cat overlords, now formed a different constellation. Then, each drew a magic circle and began chanting. Ha 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 ha. You know what? Each one of these cats is the final form of the main character, each from a game like yours. Everyone acted the main part in their heroic tale, and the story of their bravery was given honor, allowing them to become Aurora's guards. Each one fought for the very existence of their country, their planet, their universe. What about you? Ha 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 ha. At best, you've just been playing around with your little sister and some imaginary witch. These main characters are on a totally different level from you. Eat this and die. Take it to the gut, scum. Is one of them Keiichi? Oni-chan? There are many spectacular magical spells depicted the beginning of the universe, the creation of planets, the destruction and the universe's end, all in an instant. After that, not a speck of dust should remain. However, when the smoke cleared, there was a person standing there. It stood there, with its hands in its pockets, and its head hanging quietly. His face was in shadows and couldn't be seen. Oni-chan. What the hell? Battler seemed to be completely uninjured. Not only were his clothes not burnt, but his hair hadn't even been disturbed. What the hell? Stupid cats, that didn't work at all. Cat overlords silently shook their heads, sending a short report to their master. Endless 9. What did you say? It seems that no one can interfere with their tale. Forgive me, my Miko. It would appear that the cats have reached their limit. And you call yourselves overlords of many worlds? Weren't you all once main characters on different game boards? And this is the best you can do? You're pathetic. Cats knew. From the very beginning, they had known that they wouldn't be able to do anything with him as the main character of this game board. Mamiko. Creating a tale on the game board is a privilege granted only to the game master. That has already been established, so I must respect that role, being the mere writer that I am. I shall return to my position as a spectator. You useless master! Battler, I apologize for the insults your friend suffered at the hands of Mamiko. And I see that the right to weave your game belongs to you, the game master. You shall weave your own game. That is, as it should be. However, Mamiko is now a game master in your game. It seems the two of you opened the game board at the same time. It is rare to have two masters for a single game, but this miracle pleases me. After all, I can rest assured that this will make for a proper final game of the evoked. Stand up, Bernkastel. I see. So you're saying that if two game masters are going to fight, they have to do it by the rules of the game. Giggle. Why didn't you just say that in the first place? Bernkastel slowly got to her feet and made her body melt away like mist. Then she appeared in the air once again, facing Battler. Very well. I'll fight by the rules of the game board. However, I'm not as easygoing as you all are, so I'll start with a short-tempered, overwhelming puzzle and end this in an instant. Who will be my opponent? I don't mind if you both take me on at once. I'm gonna save, just in case. Put that there. Oni-chan, I'll fight too. Stay back. Why? Watch from there. And this time, understand what I wanted to teach you. Oni-chan? Are you happy with this, Aurora? I shall be your witness. If you defeat my Miko, I promise to return you all to the Golden Land. Giggle. Assuming the Golden Land still exists, that is. I believe in them. That's right. Beito and all the others won't lose. Giggle. In that case, we'd better start with the bad news. Erica, you can make your report now. Come. Bernkastel snapped her fingers. Erica appeared with a bow. Pardon me for the interruption, my master. Sorry, Erica. How inconsiderate of me to keep you waiting when you came bearing good news. No problem. Rejoice, my master. I have come to inform you of the complete destruction of the Golden Land. Liar! The Golden Land has been totally destroyed. I'm here to report that it collapsed and fallen into the sea of nothingness. Not just the humans, but the illusions as well have been completely annihilated. Liar. I won't believe it. Then allow me to make you believe it. Take this, my master. Erica humbly presented an object wrapped in cloth. It shone with a golden light. What's this? A golden apple? This is the heart of Beatrice, master of the Golden Land. Beito. Bernkastel pinched it between two fingers, held it aloft and gazed at it. Even like this, it's still beating. You're so cute, Beatrice. The game board that you are might be opened again by someone. You still believe that, don't you? It's okay, Oni-chan. We didn't see Beito get defeated. This is some sort of trick they're using on us. A trick to make us lose our morale. Or maybe it's a trick of Beito's. She can change herself to pretend that she's been defeated. There's no way that Beatrice, that everyone at the Golden Land could be destroyed. Giggle. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Ha 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 ha. That's true if the Witch of the Future believes that. I might be able to make it so. So, let me show you. Look closely, Witch of the Future from 1998. Brinkerstell threw the golden heart into the air like an apple. Then, with the blood-red blade of the scythe that appeared in her hand, she split it. Beatrice died in October of 1986. Therefore, the Golden Land she created was completely destroyed. Your family that was kept alive in the Golden Land was destroyed along with it. Your father, mother, and of course Battler will never return to you again, and will never speak your name again. The Witch of the Future has the power to interpret things how she pleases and overwrite what happened. However, there is just one fact that she can't overwrite, no matter how much she struggles. And that is death. Cannot overcome any concept of death, be it physical or mental. It is a single blade of truth with which witches of the past can strike down witches of the future. Hang in there, Angie. But... You decided to accept it, didn't you? You decided to live on, even if no one came back alive, didn't you? I know, but... Even so, a tiny sliver of hope had remained inside Angie's heart. Despite everything, she was favored by some miracle. Maybe someone would come home after all. Doesn't matter when. It could be 10 years later or 50 years later. It doesn't even matter if they've forgotten my face. I believe that someone might come back someday. I decided to live with that tiny hope in my heart. Even though I accepted everyone's death, even though I saw it in the Book of the Single Truth, I still thought that it wouldn't be so bad to believe in a miracle, just a little. A miracle you believe in, even though you know it won't happen, is hope. So, the witch who knew that miracles don't occur had ruthlessly torn that hope away. Don't cry. I know. But... Even the big brother you're crying to right now is already dead. Oni-chan isn't dead. He's here. Right here. Don't cry, Angie. But... Don't cry. Battler shout. Angie bit back her tears. Why does it matter? What do we of the past mean to you, living in the future? Angie, what sort of witch were you? Huh? Whether we're alive or dead means nothing to you. That's not true. They want you to live. That's not it. You can go beyond life and death, right? Angie didn't understand what he was telling her. So stunned into silence, she frantically considered what her brother might be trying to say. Battler slowly lifted his face and stared at Brinkerstell. And you aren't a witch. You're a reaper. That's right. I have the sickle that reaps all hope and miracles. So I must be what you say. You're a reaper who stole away the hope that kept Angie alive and lured her towards death. You're the one who threw about truths of the past, stealing the future from Angie's eyes, and forcing her to look only at the past. You're the one who thrust the hope-crushing single truth in front of her, gently pushing her from behind as she, of her own accord, took that step from the skyscraper's roof off into the world of nothingness. But now, I'll free Angie from the spell that you represent. Angie won't be trapped by the curse of the past anymore. She'll step forward into the future, but not into the emptiness of the abyss that you're trying to lure her into. Angie will live strong in the future starting in 1998. Humans are wretched creatures, who walk into the future while staring back into the past. That's why they easily plummet into pitfalls and flip over like comical fools. Come, Brinkerstell. A witch of the past like you can't block the radiance of the future. Haha. Yes, let's go. Let's follow the rules of your game. I'll give you some closed-room riddles, but since I'm short-tempered, heavy-handed, and easily bored, I'll give you all of them at once. Oh? Crystal spread her hands, and it seemed as though a halo or angel wings are spreading out behind her. What? Into the countless rays that spread out from her were the blue streaks of closed-room mystery blades. Crystal, who had traveled the Sea of Fragments for many years, had gathered these countless closed-room mysteries as souvenirs from all over the place. Yeah. All those rays twisted at once and aimed towards Battler. It was as though infinite giant snakes had turned their heads to stare at him. He failed to shoot down even a single puzzle, and this is goodbye. Not as forgiving as Beato, who gave you until October 5 at midnight to give you your answer. If you don't answer immediately, you'll die. In other words, this was no mystery. This wasn't an intellectual game, but a merciless assault. Wait, what in the church just happened? I was just getting food. Did she die? Lambda? Yes. Die. Oh? All at once, hundreds of guided lasers known as mysteries shot at Battler. The complex geometric figure drawn by those blue lasers was nothing but divinely beautiful. Each one was a mystery. Trying to solve each one in this oppressive hellstorm would be like threading a storm of approaching needles. So what's happening in Burkadork? She's having one last battle with Battler. Battler flew freely through this vast space, dodging the beautiful blue streaks of mystery as she shot them down one after another. The entirety of the mystery knowledge he had built up before this day told him the answer to each puzzle. Each time his eyes glowed with the answer, one of the mysteries shattered. However, each mystery was only one out of hundreds. This hardly rose to the level of opposition or resistance. Oni-chan, it's impossible. Run! There is no unsolvable mystery, just like there is no inescapable fate. Oni-chan! Watch, Angie. Don't miss what I'm trying to show you. By now, the bundle of mysteries looked like one giant snake with blue streaming behind it. Battler skillfully dodged it, precisely spitting its many fangs off one by one, even though he knew his resistance was useless, like trying to pick up all the grains of sand on a beach one by one. Not bad. Classic mysteries are your specialty, right? And what about twists on the genre? Let's see if you can handle more and more mysteries from all times and places. Even though Battler was still fighting the giant snake, wings appeared behind Burn once more, and they gave birth to 7 more huge snakes. Now looked like a great dragon with 7 heads. Ushiromiya Battler. It's true that you're a very avid reader and an expert on the mystery genre, but you're still young. There's a limit to how many books and mysteries you could have read. Learn that this world is filled with countless riddles and tricks that you've never heard of. Oni-chan! Can't do this anymore. Please, just run away. Can't beat Mercastel. Battler's expression remained calm. However, his whole body was covered with sweat and he was breathing hard. It was clear that he couldn't overcome this onslaught, but Battler himself refused to admit it. Battler wiped away his sweat and fixed his gaze on the 8 snake heads that surrounded him in the 3 dimensions. Angie, you believed that someone from your family would come back someday. You lived that way for 12 years and then lost your spirit. For a time, you surrendered to the miracle that refused to happen. In that case, if I want to see you off as you try to step forward into the future, I mustn't surrender to a miracle myself. That's right, but I'll still harvest your miracles and hopes. All of them, without mercy. What was now an 8-headed dragon opened its 8 jaws, looked for weak points from all angles, hoping to swallow Battler in a single gulp. He wouldn't be able to dodge any longer. Angie-san, if you're expecting a miracle, then I have some bad news for you. Beato has now been completely destroyed. It's even been announced in red. Do you know what that means? Since Beato has been destroyed, the Golden Land has been destroyed as well. That means that everyone has vanished. In other words, you no longer have any friends who can conveniently show up and save you from this pinch. Beato has been destroyed. That's been confirmed in red. Therefore, no one else could come to rescue them. Even Ava was a resident of the Golden Land. After bravely breaking the key's seal earlier on, she had probably hidden away somewhere. However, now that Beato had been destroyed, all the residents of the Golden Land had met the same fate as ice under the sun. Any faint hopes Angie might have had that Ava was hiding in the shadows, ready to save him from this final pinch, had been completely crushed from the moment Brangistel smashed that golden heart. Especially don't know if Plot Kai got protagonist powers. There was no one left to save them from this crisis. She couldn't hope for the appearance of any new factor that might save her brother. What about Angie herself? She could only watch from where she stood. If I help, will I be able to bring about some kind of miracle? I don't know that much about the mystery genre. I've only watched Beato's game fragments, gathering some basic training on how to fight. It's like, I don't know what's gonna happen. At best, I can avoid slowing them down. I can't protect my brother. But I can't just watch. Oh, Oni-chan, let me fight too. Stay back. Just keep watching. And think. Think about what? Go back to how you felt at the very beginning. Back when you were 6 years old, when it all started. How I felt when I was 6. You've lived for 12 years looking for the truth. That's not your real greatest wish. My greatest wish? You prepared this final game to protect that wish and that hope. Unfortunately, you've wasted that chance. So you'll have to abandon that hope as you step forward into the future. But even so, if there's strength in your heart, you can still have it. Have what? Remember, your very first wish. Even after learning the single truth, remember? The single truth. Even after learning the heartless truth that everyone is dead and no one will come home, remember. Remember your very first wish. Oni-chan! It was a cataclysmic flash as brilliant as the birth of a sun. All the palely glowing snakes ran through Battler. He was stained red, surrounded with a cloud of blood. Then he stumbled, and in the end, he looked at Angie. Angie couldn't say anything in response. The light in Battler's eyes faded, and slowly, his body began to fall. He reached the ground and gently landed like something settling on the ocean floor. Angie rushed toward him and saw the last expression that would ever cross her dead brother's face. His eyes were open wide, filled with an unwavering determination until the very last second. Was Angie-san ever that good at mysteries? She's nothing compared to Battler. The waiting snakes raised their heads and surrounded Angie. Angie had no blades to fight with. She could only cling to her brother's dead face, saying his name over and over. This is a surprisingly boring ending. Guess that's checkmate. The 8 snakeheads all attacked at once. Angie held her brother's dead face, thinking about his final words. Say the words, Angie. My very first wish could only be one thing. That everyone would come home. That fueled my life for 12 years, until I finally wore out and abandoned my own hope. In exchange for the hope I had abandoned, I began searching for the truth. And at the end of the truth, I was forced to see a brutal ruthlessness that I didn't need to know about. And as a result, I was faced with the true despair of knowing that no one would come home. That final hope, which I still felt attached to even after abandoning it, was crushed. The single truth. If only I didn't know that, I might still be able to hold on to that faint hope. But now... can still have it. There's strength in your heart. You can still have it. Remember, very first wish. Is it now? Aha. Ugh. Battler was coughing. Impossible. His whole body had been pierced and he had been completely dead. For him to cough would be too much of a miracle to be possible. What? Why? Battler died. So why was he revived? Battler rose to his feet slowly. Though blood still dribbled from his mouth, his expression was fearless. However, Angie didn't stand up. She kept sitting, her head lowered. Well, that was a nice warm-up. Shall we get started, Bernpistell? Time for round 2. That was perfect. What in the... Why, my master? The dead can't revive. Impossible. Oops. Battler died. How can he revive? Oni-chan is alive. I've used the red truth. I've announced that Battler died, right? So why? How did he come back to life? Even if the whole world says he died, I'll be the one person in the world who believes. Oni-chan is alive, and someday he'll come back to me. That's right. As long as you hold on to that hope, none of your miracles will ever be destroyed. How dare you stand before the Witch of Miracles and claim to understand them? Urgh, swallow them, grind them up, erase both siblings now! You can't erase us. Even if the whole world refuses to accept it, miracles will happen if we continue to believe. The 8 wriggling snakeheads transformed into a massive whale jaw and swallowed everything. There will be no miracle. You can't open your heart to anyone who exists. So die! You're wrong. Everyone will protect me. The cruel well of mystery that tried to swallow everything was gouged deeply by a massive wedge. This deeply pounded wedge could only be used by those who had talent and a deep love for mysteries. Will? Oh, Beatrice. That trick's such a cliché! I read and got bored of that one ages ago. The woman who stood back to back with Battler, launching stakes, was very, very clearly. Beato? How? I announced her death with the red truth. And what is this red truth of yours? The red truth is absolute. Perfect truth which no one can overturn no matter how hard they try. Even if the whole world gets together and denies the truth about my family, even if that's forced in front of my eyes as the single truth, I won't acknowledge it. After all. Angie slowly rose to her feet. Around her, shapes of people slowly appeared and they also rose to their feet. One after another, a whole crowd of them. They were Angie's family, her relatives, everyone from Rakanjima. That wasn't all. Everyone from the Golden Land and all the illusions appeared, and following Angie's lead, they rose to their feet. Then all of them glared at Mercostal. Even if the whole world denies my hope, I won't abandon it. I won't abandon my certain hope that everyone's alive. And I found something. I found how I'll live as a witch. Weren't you just a witch of the future? Just a powerless witch who can only shed tears of regret for the past? I'm the Golden Witch, Angie Beatrice. I am the Golden, the Endless, and the Witch of Resurrection. You found it, haven't you, Angie? Yeah, thanks, Umineko. After all those long years, I finally found it. I always knew you'd be able to find it. Thanks, Umineko. I've understood. what your last game was trying to show me. Disappear, stupid delusions. I can't accept something like this. Everyone will be with me for eternity. No matter how many times people try to kill them with the red truth, I'll reject it. Everyone will be revived for me, no matter how many times it takes. I am Angie, Witch of Resurrection. Your red truth can't lay a finger on my world. Oh? Angie and her family and her friends, all fired off golden streaks at once. They were the same as the marks left by Mercastel's great snakes. However, the glow inside these was gold. Then they wriggled, combined into one single mass, and transformed into an eagle that now had 2 wings. Oh? It wasn't one winged anymore. Thanks to Angie's absolute willpower, the golden eagle had gained the wing it needed to fly into the future. Those spread wings made Mercastel and the whale shrink back. The Ushimia eagle never looks back, and it never gives up. The golden eagle easily swallowed the blue whale with its wings, grinding it to bits. And it didn't let the whale's master escape either. It was now Mercastel's turn to run. Mercastel didn't fight the golden eagle. She couldn't. In this world of Angie's, where even the red truth couldn't hurt anyone, what sort of attack could affect her? She frantically ran this way and that, throwing one wedge of red at truth after another at the Ushimiya family. Ushimiya Kinzo is dead. Ushimiya Kraus is dead. Ushimiya Natsu is dead. She repeated this over and over again, but no one fell down. Angie wouldn't accept it, so they couldn't pierce anyone. Is this sort of endless 9 even possible? Even the red truth doesn't work? Just what is this gold truth? What kind of gold truth could defeat the red truth? A believing heart. This is our consensus. Your red truth can't pierce any part of the truth that we all acknowledge and share. So long, Mercastel. This time it's really checkmate. I won't accept something like this. I won't! The massive golden eagle finally swallowed Mercastel whole. Then slammed into the vast ceiling, and there was an incredible explosion accompanied by an earthquake. From the cracked ceiling, along with many falling chips, a single black cat plummeted and slammed against the floor. Erica ran up to it, repeatedly calling out to her master, hugging it. Then she realized that it was still breathing, and simultaneous expressions of relief and shock rose to her face. Don't worry, I won't let you lay a finger on my truth. But in the same way, I won't lay a finger on your truth. She looks like a wet mop. Call it a good scolding, free of charge. Beata, don't act too cozy with my big brother. Still haven't accepted your relationship, got it? Cap. It was quite bold of you to revive me, fool. But it's too late. My charming subordinates and I shall torment you until the day you die. I'll make you watch Battler flirt with me every day. What? Oh, that's pretty convenient. Looks like this resurrection magic has an off switch. What? Wait. Beata kept appearing and disappearing like a light bulb turning on and off. Angie seemed to be enjoying herself. Wow, Battler! Angie's being mean. Go easy on her, Angie. Sure, if you say so, Onicha. Angie, you're incredible. Uryu. Angie-sama, congratulations on becoming a Witch of Resurrection. This way, we'll all be with you forever. Yeah, that's right. We're all here. The anti-magic toxin doesn't matter one bit. You'll be with me for all eternity. Nice, Angie. Well said. Everyone surged forward, squishing Angie. They tried tossing her into the air, but dropped her into her butt, and everyone laughed. Angie looked a bit resentful, but when her brother lent her a hand, she got up and joined the circle of smiles. Quiet applause greeted them. Featherine, their witness, had acknowledged their victory and was clapping for them. Splendidly done, Lady Angie Beatrice. In celebration of this miracle, I bestow upon you the title of Lady. The tale you weaved was quite entertaining. There is no need to be so hostile. I am congratulating you. Featherine smiled serenely. Then, the cat overlords broke their positions in their constellation and lined up behind her. It was clear that this was not only a peaceful action, but part of a solemn ceremony. You have defeated my Miko, and I thank you for sparing her life. As you can see, she was my cute pet cat, who never ceased to save me from boredom. If she died, boredom would overcome me as well. The true strength of this being, who referred to Mercastel as a pet cat, had already been made clear during her fight with Lambda Delta. Even so, Angie spoke. I won't forgive you for killing Lambda Delta. My, that doesn't sound like the words of a witch of resurrection. Can you not revive her whenever you wish? Huh? I can revive her? It's okay. I'm sure that Lady Lambda Delta has been revived somewhere thanks to your power. There's no need to worry. Indeed. She has already been moved to the audience seating and prepared for her. Do not fear. I shall take good care of her. Really? That's wonderful. Angie finally relaxed and let the tensions leave her whole body. Well now. Battler, you are now the sole game master of your final game. True. That cat of yours looks like she's out of the running. Perhaps you should carry on with the final ceremony of your game. My Miko is as forgetful as a cat, but she can sometimes be as persistent as one. I suggest getting it over with quickly. Yeah. Okay, I'll follow your advice there. I shall be your witness and record a detailed account of it all. Oh boy. I'm gonna save the final ceremony. So even this game is about to end. Battler nodded silently. Then he stepped out from the crowd and motioned for Angie to follow him. As Angie passed by each member of the Ushirme family, he cheered her on, giving her words of encouragement. Battler took out the golden key and handed it to Angie. It now had the same glint it had possessed when he had first given it to her. This chair. Well, then 2 doors appeared out of thin air on either side of them. They had a stately design, making the importance of this choice clear. Am I supposed to pick one without any hints? Of course not. I'll give you a hint. By now it should be an easy puzzle. A simple puzzle with 2 answers. You'll choose your answer by opening one of the doors. I see. Okay. So this is a continuation of that Halloween party. I fell asleep during that party, didn't I? I'm glad to finally wrap that up properly. Beato, come forward. Cackle, cackle. After all, you fell asleep before you got to my puzzle. Glad I now have a chance to tell it. Sorry about that. Sounds like it'll be pretty tough. Who are you? You'll be fine, Angie. Hee, I wonder about that. Cackle, cackle. Prepare yourself, it's a tough one. Calm down, Angie. It's the easy puzzle. Don't you remember the first thing your brother told you about how to choose the best possible option? Battler, you're giving too many hints. This is the triumphant return of Lady Angie, Witch of the Future. All you have to do is watch over her. True. Then I'll hand it over to Beato. I'm counting on you. Indeed. Then let us begin. Okay. Angie gulped, and stared up at the witch's face. The witch held out her left hand, bringing it close to Angie's face. Then she slowly spread her fingers. Look carefully at my palm. Not hiding anything, correct? Yeah. There's nothing there. Watch closely. I'll make a fist, and then stretch out my index finger. She stretched out her index finger and held it right in front of Angie's eyes. Watch the tip of my finger closely. Ready? It'll be fast. The witch rapidly lifted her index finger high into the air, pointing at the heavens. Just as Angie looked up to see the finger raised high, it swung down as though trying to dodge her gaze. In that manner, up, down, left, right, then left again. Angie, feeling as though she'd lose if she couldn't keep up with the fingertip, swung her face this way and that, looking serious. The witch's hand moved faster and faster. Angie didn't lose track of it. Then, after the high-pointing finger was swung down all of a sudden, the index finger curled up again, and the hand was held in a simple fist. Ready? I'm going to open my hand. The witch slowly opened her right fist. And there was a cutely wrapped candy. Got it? Yeah. Was this a trick or magic? That is my puzzle for you. Go ahead, Angie. Give your answer. Is this a trick or magic? I know what the answer is. The witch showed that her left hand was empty. She made a fist and waved her hand around. When she opened her right fist, there was candy there. Well now, was this magic or a trick? It's a trick! If your answer is magic, open this door. If it's a trick, then open that door. I'd already decided upon my answer. Magic doesn't exist. This is my answer. I walked over to the door that represented the answer I had chosen. Then I put the golden key into the keyhole and turned to face everyone. The Ushimiya eagle never looks back. That's right. Sorry. I gripped the key tightly and twisted. Then the key in the door flashed brilliantly and slowly faded away. Beyond the door was a strangely colored space. If I step into this, I'll reach the future I chose. Before taking that single step, I spoke without turning back. The Ushimiya eagle never turns back, so I won't turn around, but I'll say this. Thank you, everyone. But this isn't goodbye. I'll always be with you all. Yeah, you won't turn back. They'll always be standing behind you. That's not what I mean. Despite it all, I still believe, I'm positive, that everyone will come back. Angie. That is good, Angie. I look forward to the day when we all meet again. Angie, my adorable granddaughter, may be away for some time. Here, don't forget this. It's your prize from that quiz party. Gold butterfly flew over my shoulder, landed on my palm, and turned into a bag that laughs with Kinza's voice. This was lying next to me when I woke up on the sofa, wasn't it? This was my prize. Take it back to the future with you and treasure it. Oh shit, so we have to... Oh boy. I should have made 2 separate saves, but that's fine. Maybe I should have taken this a bit more seriously. I took a step forward. Forward into the future. I won't say goodbye, so see you later. We'll always be together. A strong wind blew through my hair. My nose was filled with the smell of the sea. I must have been standing still for a very long time. This is a point cutting through the sea. I was standing on the bow of a boat. I was still holding that thing. Lady, if you stand around there too long, you'll freeze. And Kusa. So this is... Captain Kawabata's face peered out at her. You can see it now. That's the old Ushimiya family dock. Whew, not even a trace of it left. I see. So I've come back here. It's been a really long daydream. No, a long and windy side trip. No matter what sort of tales are woven or written about the past, they have nothing to do with my tale of the future. I swore to live life looking only at the future without turning back. If swearing that has a purpose, then this hasn't all been just a daydream. And besides, I brought many things back with me from that long side trip. Some of those are even immediately useful. But yeah, this isn't going to do me much good. I threw a bag that laughs with Kenza's voice into the ocean. What was that? My regrets. I've shed my old shell. So with old Rakanjima right in front of you, you're having a change of heart. That's not what I meant. I mean, I've had enough of being human. I won't waste that long journey. I now have a new way to live. That isn't as the human called Ushimiya Anji. I am reborn. Captain, sorry, but would you mind leaving for a second? Sure, whatever you say. Captain Kawabata went down into the diver's area. What is it, lady? Why the troubled face? I feel like taking a step into a new life. You already have. True. If I could sell off all of the Ushimiya family wealth that's burdening me, maybe donating it to some charity, that would be of huge relief. Then I'd finally be able to escape from the shell called Ushimiya Anji. It seems a waste of all that money. You could do anything you wanted with it. Who cares? My point is that I don't need it. That may be true. Then again, not everything that you'd be selling off belongs to you exclusively. For example, are you talking about the Ushimiya Group stock? That's right. They may be a little more than scraps of paper to you, but doing something like that could shatter the whole company. I don't think my boss could bear to have that happen. Yeah, I know. It's like that for the Sumideras and President Okanogi alike. There are plenty of people who are in a tough spot because I can do as I please. There's no doubt that you're a VIP, Anji-san. Wouldn't it be better to chill out and hide away for now and just hold off on doing anything flashy? What would be the fastest and most convenient way to prevent this VIP from doing as she pleases, I wonder? Hey, that's a good question. Well, we could break out the drinks, then tell each other our deepest secrets, and anyone could guess that the final destination of my journey is Rakanjima. Right now, Rakanjima is completely uninhabited. There's no one there, no one to see or to hear. This is the perfect day for a closed room. Well, yeah, that may be true. The Sumidera family is chasing me. They even managed to barge into President Okanogi's building with perfect timing. Someone leaked the fact that I was there. Are you saying my boss sold you out? Then why would he give you a bodyguard? Since he doesn't know what sort of whims I'm going to act on. President Okanogi wants to have both the Sumidera family and me indebted to him. That way he can sell information about me, let me slip away by a hair, keep track of my whereabouts, putting both me and the Sumidera family in his debt while keeping a trump card in his hand. You're definitely overthinking things here. There. Amakusa wore a forced smile, trying to smooth things over. We can be sure that the Sumidera family is chasing me. My actions are being intentionally linked to them. Then we'll bump into each other on Rakanjima. I'll be killed by them. After that, you will kill the Sumidera hitman. And President Okanogi will have a trump card to use in negotiations with the Sumideras. If I die, the Ushimiya group will be stable for the time being. Plus, they'll be able to draw a line with the Sumidera family. On the other side, the Sumidera family itself will be able to neatly do away with Aunt Kasumi, the leader of their over-enthusiastic radical faction. Both sides will finish their bargaining with the draw, and everyone will be happy. Phew, that's a pretty interesting story you've thought up there. That golf bag you brought with you. I've had a look at what's inside. Are you planning to start a war or something with all those guns? But it had a sniper rifle in it. But a bodyguard who's always by my side really needs something like that. Well, you never know what might happen. Why would a bodyguard, who works best when traveling light, choose to abandon his position for a whole day to get a gun like that, right before we leave for Rakanjima? Lady, you're overthinking this, okay? When I reach Rakanjima, you'll suggest that I go visit the place they died or something, getting me on my own. That's the bait. the bait to lure in Sumidera Kasumi and the others waiting for me on Rakujima. After that, you'll use that ridiculously huge gun to round them up. The end. Well, what's wrong with rounding them up? Isn't that what a guard's supposed to do? In addition to a cutting-edge sniper rifle, he also had a modern German submachine gun. Those are really handy, no matter how many people the Sumideras have. I could clean them all up, no trouble. There was one more, a handgun. Even though the sniper rifle and the submachine gun were the best and the newest models, the handgun alone was beat up and old-fashioned. See? Oh? Angie pulled the handgun out and pointed it at Amakusa. Cut it out! This isn't funny. A handgun is something you're always supposed to have on your person, right? So why would you go get a second handgun and such an unusually old one? One theory can explain this. What if it's the same kind of gun Sumidera Kasumi and the others are using? This is a Tokarev, a gun once used by the Soviet military and which has gotten pretty popular in the Japanese underground. It's exactly the sort of weapon the Sumideras might be using. Also, having Sumidera Kasumi die would be convenient for the Sumidera family as well. They could have exchanged information on their end as well. Therefore, it's possible that you knew beforehand that the Sumidera hitmen would be using Tokarevs. Amakusa was speechless. Was he speechless because this was all true, or because he was stunned by the determination with which Angie pointed that gun at him? The plan that all of you made together was to use me as bait to lure Sumidera Kasumi to an uninhabited island, setting it up so that both sides appear to finish each other off, and settling everything nice and neat for both President Okanogi and the Sumidera family. A single line of cold sweat dripped down Amakusa's forehead. With the wind whipping through her hair, Angie spoke coldly. Just by the presence of this handgun, see how far Ushirima Angie's reasoning has taken her. What do you think, everyone? You haven't taken the safety off. I know. Tokarevs don't have a safety. Oh shit. No way. Really? Amakusa tried to dive behind cover, but he couldn't outrun a bullet. It shot into his gut, making him double over in pain. Angie, who knew that he had a gun hidden in his pocket, then limited his chances of a counterattack. Jesus. Blood splurted from Amakusa's forehead, and he did not close his eyes again. There's a perfect certain way to confirm someone's death without a doctor, and it's the easiest one in the world. You... Kawabata stuck his head out, and his face went pale when he saw the gruesome scene on the deck. This time, Angie pointed the barrel of the gun at his forehead. Wait, really? Before we left, you said you needed a bit more time to get the boat ready. However, if you've been bought, then we could say for sure that you were buying time so that Sumidera Kasumi could set up her ambush on Rakujima. I have no idea what you're talking about. You're a cat box, inside of which is a Kawabata who was bought and betrayed me, and a Kawabata who hasn't betrayed me. Now then, how can I kill the one who betrayed me? Stop! Don't shoot! I just have to shoot the whole cat box to death. Wow. The boat's owner slumped over backwards and fell. Then, with the second bullet, she performed a perfect examination of his corpse. How's she gonna drive a boat back? She had survived. Surely, she had survived the web-like conspiracy that had been wrapped around her so cleverly. Flex is having didn't we save the universe or something? It's the ending. Angie returned to the bow of the boat, faced the strong winds head-on, and peered into the future in front of her. The boat whose owner was gone headed towards the endless horizon, on and on in a straight line. She prayed that the truth she truly desired to reach lay before her. Then she heard the sound of clapping. The sound of clapping on a boat where Amakusa and the captain were no more. However, Angie didn't look surprised. She calmly and slowly turned around. It's Erica. Splendid reasoning, Comrade Angie. My fellow Witch of Truth, Angie Beatrice. Oh, you're here, Erica. Anytime someone wants to expose the truth, you'll find me there. Giggle, giggle. Hey, Erica. What? The boat had already passed by Rokkenjima. The island's silhouette was now off in the distance. The boat headed towards the endless horizon, continuing on its endless journey. The new Witch of Truth announced the beginning of this endless journey to her fellow witch. I'll carve out my future my own way. Sounds splendid. At the end, will there be a truth for me to find? Just what sort of truth could you be looking for after all this? Humph. You're right. I know that the truth isn't worth anything. There's one more thing I figured out. What's that? That bewildered look on Amakusa's face when his scheme was exposed. That was pretty good. Giggle. Good. Wait, what? we just ended it there? Okay. So she was just paranoid? That wasn't actually what the truth was? Oh man. All of the goats. Hey Effie, how's it going? Well, we did it. It's over. It's done. Unless after credits. Good. That's the achievement. Drawing. It's going drawing. That's good. I think I saw that you were... Well, actually, did I? No. What are you drawing? I think I saw the thumbnail. You were drawing Dandy Ace at one point? Or no? Is it something else? Dandy Ace? It was Dandy Ace. Okay. Apparently. Because I think I saw the hat. Wait, is there a tea party? Or no? There's no tea party? No way. Yeah. Okay. I think we have to go the long way around. So, I'm gonna load the save. I don't think the cake matters. JP needs his tea party simulations. Ooh, I'm just so lonely, Effie. I need tea parties with witches. I guess... Do we load this save? Man. What? We'll stop with that joke, I guess. I never want to be fucking lonely. Jesus Christ. Oh, man. So, wait, are we ending the stream? Or wait, are we taking a break? It's 3:22. No, that's fine. We'll just play it through. That's fine. We'll finish this. That was a wild trip and he needed his bathroom. Angie murdered people. It's messed up. But alright, I think we're gonna hold control. If we can. Hello? Did I break it? No, don't tell me I did that. JP gets 1022. It is. Did I break it? No, please. Well, I'm gonna go. You say 322? Did I say 322? What do you mean? No, oh, because of the timer on Twitch, the uptime. That's why I said 322. Well, GG Umineko. Hold up. Why did it freeze like that? Come on. It's rude. I'm just so funny. Thanks for the clip, Effie. So does it matter that we load from that spot? Probably not. We do have to load this spot. Oh wait, I think I typed it earlier, didn't I? Did. Those are the ones I got wrong. So those are the ones I gotta watch out for. Okay, it's working. Cool. So how does it work? Does it just skip? It just skips. Okay, cool. There's no hints. We say it's possible. We got this one right. Never mind, I have to piss. You'll probably just end stream while I'm gone anyway, BRV. No, I'm not ending the stream. I don't know how long it's going to take to fast forward, so... Okay, we saw this one. And we saw the next one. I guess I forgot this scene with Genji and Kinzo. But it seems like if you get the answers right in the pairs, you get a special scene. So there's some scenes that we're missing. So let's see. We got 3 wrong. This one's A. It's a grapefruit. And this is... Oh, this is Ava's puzzle. I got this one wrong. So I said a very hot place. It's B. A very cold place. I got it. It's a really cold place. Yeah, it must be incredibly cold there. Perfect. Angie-chan, you must really be a genius to get something like that at your age. If you start at the South Pole, then after you go north, going east just draws a circle around the South Pole. So anytime you head south again, that just takes you right back to the South Pole. I tried to make it an extra hard puzzle, but Angie-chan was just too good. Congrats! Here's another medal for you. I got a heavy gold-colored medal. Alright, I did it! Eva and I held up our fists in celebration. Okay, that's all for all our puzzles. Go ask one of the others to give you one. Okay, thank you, Uncle Hideyoshi. Your aunt's really clever. Wait, did I? Oh, I was looking at something else. Your aunt's really clever. With the two of you together, you'll be getting medals right and left. Yep, that's right. Yeah, let's do our best together, Aunt Eva. Dashed away. Who will I ask next? Uncle Hideyoshi waved goodbye, smiling. I got a medal! But does this lead to a scene? It does. Okay. So that is how it works. Cool. Hideyoshi and Eva watched as Angie ran off happily, looking for the next quiz. I feel like I'm gonna cry. Even though that kid can wear such a cute smile, I'll be the one who takes that away from her. Eva. Eva hung her head. A single tear sparkled in her eye. Her reaction was only natural, considering how she felt. But I wasn't able to see past it and accept her feelings. Can't be helped. You're as human as anyone else. Humans tend to be more fragile than you'd think. Even so, it was my fault. After all, I already had the experience of bringing up a child, right? I should have become her mother. Yet, I let sadness overwhelm me. I didn't do it at all. It can't be helped, I tell you. Don't think you were the only one at fault. You shouldn't blame yourself so much. By now, Ava was unable to hold back her sobs. Large tears dripped down her cheeks as she stared at the ground and shook. What a sin I've committed. My sadness was no greater than hers. And yet, I decided that I was suffering the most, so I didn't accept her feelings. I'm a failure of a mother. I wasn't able to become a mother for her. That's wrong. You did your best for her, Ava-ne-san. Kirie-san. Kitty and Rudolph were standing behind Ava now. I know the lengths you went to keep the truth from Angie. You held out well, Nikki. Guess that daughter of ours really has been a pain, and clueless about how much you've suffered. After the accident in Rokkanjima, Ava, the only one who had left Rokkanjima alive, adopted Angie, the girl who had been absent and survived. Although they would eventually develop a sad and mutually painful relationship, it wasn't like that at first. Ava tried to show affection for Angie, her last remaining blood relative. She tried to become Angie's new mother, even as she fought back the sadness she herself felt. However, Angie wasn't able to accept that kindness. She lashed out at Ava, the only one who had returned alive, for stealing her parents away from her. Ava, understanding the wounds that this little 6-year-old girl bore, withstood these attacks. She grit her teeth and poured all of her affection onto Angie, affection that went ignored. However, the wounds Ava herself bore were also extremely deep. She was never rewarded for her sad efforts, and the future in front of her grew dark. I tried to show Angie the same affection you once showed George-kun. But that is just for my own satisfaction. Angie-chan never felt any of it. Angie was the one who couldn't accept it. It isn't your fault. But who could possibly ask that of Angie-chan when she was just 6 years old? I should have held out much longer until she could understand my feelings. Ava-ne-san, I want you to believe one thing. We don't blame you in the slightest. Kirie-san, thank you so much for suffering so long for Angie's sake. That kid has a human heart, and I'm sure she'll recognize the affection you showed her someday. Thank you, Aneki. We'll always be grateful. Isn't that wonderful, Ava? Your efforts haven't gone unnoticed. Ooh, How are you doing, Anji-sama? If you wish, I would please challenge you. I think we got these two, right? 4, 5. So I think we're good to fast forward. And we'll do the hints as well, just in case. And then D. And then we ask Ava. And then we go for C. I forget that Kuma-san and Goda had like a scene, right? Yeah, the egg and... yeah, that scene. Okay. So that's 5. Number 6. 6 and 7. I mean, both of these we missed. But we can skip the introduction. Ask Aunt Ava. So I guessed 5. I don't know, I didn't do the math. But the answer is D. 20. 20! Emergency sounds like a 99, and if you add 20 to that, you get 119. That's the emergency number for ambulances. See, how would I wouldn't have known that. 911? I guess 119, I guess. And if you subtract 20 from 130, you get 110. That's the emergency number for calling the police. I mean, it's just 911 over here, right? Splendid. That is correct. I knew you were a quick thinker, Angie-san. Oh, well done, Angie. What a wise granddaughter I have. Congratulations. This medal belongs to you. But what was that about the difference between the two being half an emergency? Yeah, we didn't really need that part. If you use that hint, you can make a pretty good guess as the answer, even if you forgot what the emergency numbers were. Huh? At any rate, the gold medal glittering in Nanjo's hand is now mine. Okay, now we'll defeat Genji too and get another one. Yes, that's the spirit. Let's solve more and more. I got a medal! So that was number 6. Your turn, Genji-san. My friend here doesn't speak much, but his knowledge is quite extensive. Even I cannot wait to see what sort of puzzle he whips up. Now then, Angie-sama, prepare yourself. The puzzle starts now. Never heard anyone say prepare yourself like that when giving a quiz. I started to get so tense that my stomach began to hurt. It'll be okay. Hang in there. I wonder... I think this is the same? Yeah, this is the same. Let's do the hint. So I chose A. Correct answer is E. I don't know why. But let's get the explanation. After 1 hour, 5 centimeters becomes 2.5 centimeters. In the next hour, that becomes 1.25 centimeters. In the next hour, that becomes 0.625 centimeters. Angie-chan, you don't need to use math. Make sure you remember that problem clearly. How long is the candle when it burns out? Ah, that was a close one. The candle goes out when it's 1 centimeter long, so the rest doesn't matter. The flame on this candle dies when the candle is 1 centimeter in length. In other words, it can never get shorter than 1 centimeter. So the right answer is the 5th choice, about 10 millimeters. That's right. You are correct. Ah. Oh, splendidly done, Angie. How clever of you not to be misled. Didn't even need division. I almost got tricked. You were pretty mean there, Genji-san. You even asked her if she could do division. That was a trap, right? Correct. My humble apologies. Ha 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 ha. After all, Genji-san is the sort who would trick you without changing his expression in the slightest. Congratulations, Angie-sama. This medal is proof that you have correctly solved my puzzle. Thanks. Hehe. I got another medal, Aunt Ava. Hehe. Nice going. I'll get lots more. I'll get a ton, and then Grandfather will give me a great prize. Indeed. Give it all you've got, my granddaughter. Good luck, Angie-san. I'm rooting for you. There must be others waiting for you. Perhaps you ought to search for the next challenge. Okay, thank you. I'll try even harder now. We dashed away. There are still many people waiting to give me puzzles. I have tons of chances to get medals. Okay, who should I challenge next? I got a medal! Oh my god! So that was number 7, right? So we have 8, 9... I think 10 is Rudolph's, and then 11's Kirie's. 12 and 13 is going to be Rosa. Which one's 14? After Angie and Ava left, Battler, who had been watching their progress, came over. How's Angie doing? Oh, Battler. I'm not certain, but she does seem to be enjoying herself. I heard your puzzle, Genji-san. Even I was almost taken in back there. You honor me. Still, it's not quite what I would have expected. Who would have thought that you'd give a trick question like that? Figured to make it a straightforward, simple puzzle. You might expect such a thing from him, silent as he is. But he is much more of a schemer than he appears. Very true. If you play a chess match against him, you'll see that right away. He even fools me from time to time. He'll trick me right to my face with that stern, serious expression of his. He has always been like that. And yet, despite the numerous occasions on which he has fooled me in the past, I keep on getting tricked. Wahahaha. Come to think of it, what sort of relationship do you and Genji-san have? For just an instant, Kenzo glanced at Genji's face. Apparently he didn't plan on touching on this subject if Genji had any objections. However, Genji spoke as though there was no point hiding it any longer. They're lovers! I knew it! I knew the master once, in Taiwan. Wahaha, knew me, he says. We were partners in crime, you might say. The two of us were both prodigal sons of rich families. A pair of ruffians who caused their parents nothing but trouble. Genji-san, a prodigal son? That's a surprise. So Genji-san also moved to Taiwan, where he met grandfather? No. I am a native of Taiwan. Genji-san was born in Taiwan. Well, since Taiwan was under Japanese rule before the war, he is still Japanese, of course. He was a man who hated losing. When we first met, we fought all the time. Once we hit it off, we became the best of friends. There was a lot of disorder and conflict after the war. The master is the one who saved me during that chaotic period. If I spent the rest of my life trying to repay that debt, it would not be enough to pay it back in full. Don't say that, my friend. If only I had been a little more persuasive, I might have been able to bring your family back with us as well. Because I was so inadequate, I was unable to save anyone but you. I don't know much about the details of Taiwan's history, but apparently there was still a lot of chaos there even after the war ended and Japan pulled out. Kenzo, protecting this chaos before it happened, worked out a way for Genji and his family to escape. However, Genji's family possessed great wealth in Taiwan. They were unable to abandon it, and they decided to remain there. This wealth had been built up thanks to their close relationship with the Japanese-run government of Taiwan. The new regime after the war wasn't likely to welcome them with open arms. Much mayhem and confusion followed, and Genji was the only one who escaped harm. I don't know what happened to make this man, whom Kenzo just called a troublesome prodigal son, change so drastically to become the person he is today. It was a story of friendship between the two of them. There could be hardly any point in an unrelated person sifting through history books to interpret it however they pleased. They had been good friends since long ago, and they owed each other their lives. Though the troubled times tossed them about, their friendship held firm for decades. Genji's role was now that of the butler. But when they're alone in the study, they sometimes share a drink and think back on the days of their youth. They're still that way today. Leaving Kenzo and Genji to reminisce, Butler walked off on his own. It would be rude to ask for any more detail, and he didn't need to know. Kenzo and Genji had been friends since long, long ago. That was something he already knew. Aww. So 8-9. What do you think? Do you want to challenge out Natsuki and Uncle Kraus next? I think this is the same. Yeah, the Natsuki Beatrice scene got me. That was close. I wonder, what else? What else is gonna happen? This one was white. So we got that one. Oh, that's alright. Kraus gets so intense. I mean, the hint definitely helped. That's right. This one is the 4th floor. Yeah, so who's next? Who's number 10? Man, yeah. Poor Natsuki. Oh, Shannon Cannon, right. This one is the 78 coins. Periodic table of elements, come on, don't do that. C. Correct. Then we have Shannon's. Okay. So this one I don't get. Number 11. 12 and 13 is... That's Rosa and Maria. Right, so 14, 15 is Rudolph and Kyrie. Okay, gotcha. So we still have 3 scenes left. So question 11. The answer is D. But don't think we gave the hint, right? Just in case. The answer is D for I. See, Angie-chan? Think about the taste of all these foods. How does white chocolate taste? Sweet. And what about pepper jack cheese? Spicy. Then how about anchovy pizza and lemonade? I see, so that's what it is. Anchovies are salty. Lemonade is sour. So what is it? Do the letters match the taste? That's right. The second letter of sweet is W. The second letter of spicy is P. Salty is A, and sour is O. So what does black coffee taste like? Bitter. That's sneaky. Exactly. And the second letter of bitter is... Wait, when did you drink coffee? Nice job. You got it right, Eva-sama and Angie-sama. On Eva, you're so awesome! We had to work together to solve that one. It's a team effort. And here's my medal. Please, take it. Alright, I got another medal. Thanks. You didn't get it, did you, Kevin-kun? I'll bet it was hard. Not bad, coming from you, Nae-san. Why don't you try saying sorry for making fun of you? If you don't, I'll make all your meals O and I. O is one thing, but eating I all the time would be awful. I want to eat W all the time. Careful, you'll get cavities. But if you ever come to my house to play, I'd be more than willing to share. Yay! I love you, Aunt Ava. In the end, Cannon caved under the threat of I cooking and was forced to apologize to Shannon. I got a medal! That's all for our puzzles. Did you enjoy them? Yeah, thanks. It seems the others still have some brain twisters waiting for you. Please be careful. Good point. Everyone left looks like there'll be a challenge. But we'll win. We can do it if we work together. That's right. Let's combine our wits and move on. Goodbye, and good luck. So what's Shannon and Cannon scene? Shannon and Cannon returned to the kitchen with the serving cart. The dining hall was filled with such an exciting and fun atmosphere. But out here in the corridor, one was reminded of the fierce winds and the rain. But they were satisfied with this. The whole point of this noisy farewell party was to forget the loneliness of the rain for just a little bit. So, we reached the end of this long game. I feel relieved. Finally, I won't have to be toys for anyone else. I'd like to be quietly forgotten, to get covered with dust and vanish. You're wrong. We aren't going to vanish like that. In the world locked inside the cat box, our future will continue, unknown to anyone. You're right. Sorry. It's a world that even we can't know about, so I forgot. Just what kind of future will we make for ourselves in the cat box world? I don't know. That's why it's called a cat box. Good point. Don't you have any regrets, Nae-san? About George-sama, for instance. Receiving that ring is all you can do for George-sama. As for marriage, living together, and all the rest, our future inside the cat box is what will make all that come true, isn't it? I'm not the only one. It's the same for you, right? What about a future for you and Milady Jessica? I could break off my engagement with George Sama, then leave the island and disappear. That future is also possible for me. In that world, you wouldn't have to hesitate for my sake. You could enjoy your youth to the fullest with Milady. If you gave up on your engagement with George Sama, that sort of world might be possible. So, since it's a cat box, the world where I spend my life with George Sama and the world where you spend your life with Milady can both exist at the same time. It's a world where any contradicting dreams can exist at once. That's the world we'll be put away in as pieces. So there's no need to be lonely, no need to be sad. Even though the me here right now can only observe the part where I accept George Sama's ring. The other me, who lives in the cat box, in a world I cannot witness, will surely build a happy life in the future. The cat box is such a strange thing, a place where any pieces and toys and dreams can be kept. It's no cage sealing us in. On the contrary, being inside the cat box means being free from everything in countless worlds. I've also taken a shower, because of course I did. It's all good, Psycho, I'm still here. A world where we're freed from everything, yet where all of our wishes come true. However, the me in that world won't be the me here and now. That's a bit depressing. Hey, Canon-kun. Yes? Let's do it. Phrasing. Well, I mean, no. Never mind. I'll stop. Do what? Let's have a duel. Are you sure? We both wish we'd settled this much sooner. And yet, we put it off until the last moment, just before the game is going to end. Sure. The game is nearly over anyway. Now at the very end, it's time for us to settle things by ourselves. That way, we'll be able to see our future before we're put away in the cat box. Sure. Let's do it. How will we decide it? A coin? Or with pistols again? In that case, why don't we have our own quiz tournament? Huh? You're really getting into this. Okay then. First question. Their own quiz tournament. It's cute. Oh, right, it's Rosa and Maria, right? It's 12. We're almost done. Let's ask Aunt Ayla. And then the answer is E. I chose 7. But I guess you're supposed to round up, because that makes sense. 8 ingots! Are you sure? It takes 8 minutes to carry each ingot to the surface, right? 8 times 8 is more than 60. That's right. But the question was, how many can she carry out of the room? Rosa can only has to take 1 step out of the room to carry it out. Nice going, Angie-chan. All those puzzles have really warmed you up good. That's right. To do 7 trips, you need 8 times 7 equals 56 minutes. There are only 4 minutes left. However, you can make it back to the underground room in 3 minutes, then carry out the 8 ingot in the last minute. Hehehe. Not bad, Angie. Nice one. Ooh. I'm not gonna lose to you, Mario-ne-chan. Congratulations. Here's my medal. Now you can try the puzzle Maria picked out just for you. I got a medal! So that was 12. So it's finally my turn. Kihihi. Took so long on Almost Easy Puzzle that I got a little worried. There's no way you'll ever solve this one. So Maria is the one that had the Professor Layton reference. ET dubs. Alright, skip the hint. I chose something else because I thought, what are the odds? But the correct answer is A. This really is a nasty problem. Can it really be solved? Is there some trick to it? Like throwing things into the river without using the boat? Making the cow eat the vegetables so that they can be carried as one passenger? Well, who knows? That's as far as you can go. Maybe you should give up, right? This one's really hard. Even Mama couldn't solve it. But I solved it on my first try. So, do you get it? How many trips does it take to get every person across? This isn't a cheap trick or a riddle, right? There's no way you can solve this straightforwardly, right? No, that's not true. I'm sure you'll get it, Nason. Smart as you are. How many trips does it take to get every person across? I've got it! 3 trips. 3? Huh? 3? How? It's easy. The peasant and his wife get on the boat, and then the wife gets dropped off on the other side in the first move. Then the peasant takes the boat back across in the second move. Then he crosses with the shepherd in the third move. But what about the cow and the sheep? What about the meat and the vegetables? But on Ava, it said to take every person across, right? Those other things aren't people. God. Well, huh? As Aunt Ava's mouth flopped open, Aunt Rosa started applauding. After clicking her tongue, Maria Onechan joined in. This is why reading is important. That's right. The question just asked how many moves it would take to move each person across. The animals and luggage never had anything to do with it. They only got it because he kept saying every person over and over again, Mama. Ooh. Aunt Rosa had probably said it so much as a sort of hint. Without that, even I wouldn't have figured it out. Come on. I was totally taken in. That was a mean question. Go on, Maria. Give Angie-chan her medal. So this is why I can't play Layton. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Whining like an unhappy dog, she reluctantly handed the medal over. I grabbed it and started jumping around like a happy dog. As Maria Onechan smiled at me from behind, her face was bright, just like a big sister's. I got a medal! Wow! Okay. 14 is next. That's the end of our riddles. Let's play again sometime, okay? Next time I'll have a really nasty puzzle that's even harder. One so hard that even I couldn't solve it. No way. I'm not playing with Maria Onechan anymore. Giggle. Look, Angie-chan. Your parents are waving at you, so let's go. See you later, Rosa. Sure. Later, Angie-chan. There aren't too many people left with puzzles for you. Keep it up until the end. Make sure you keep cheering her on, Nason. Of course. We got all these medals while working together, right? Yeah. He dashed away. Dad and Mom are waving at me from over there. I'm sure they've thought up some mean problems. Still, they have to be easier than Maria Onechan's. I hate Maria Onechan. She's such a meanie. But you solved it, Angie. Don't be rude. Udiu! You bullied her too much with that puzzle. Well, I want to play with Angie a lot. If it was an easy one, she'd solve it right away, right? Really love Angie, don't you? I hate her. She made fun of you and called you a stuffed animal. So that did happen. Okay. I see. That was at the, I think it had the Kordorian backdrop. But yeah, okay, so that did happen. Maria pouted as she said this, but her expression didn't match her words at all. Hope Angie finds happiness. Sure she will. After all, look at all the people here wishing for her happiness. Now, Battler's the game master, and he set up his final game just for Angie. After all this, there's no way she won't be happy. Or is she talking about when Maria didn't believe in magic in the future? I thought I was talking about a scene from the childhood, but still, even though anyone can make happiness appear, you can only ever grasp it for yourself. That's right. That kid is really bad at finding fragments of happiness. Even though we tried to teach her how, she's been covering her ears for 12 full years. This game might be much harder for Angie than Battler thinks. I'm sure Angie will find happiness. Yeah, she really does enjoy herself at this party. That itself might be the greatest lesson we can teach her now. Angie's the girl who doesn't believe and says that everything is a trick, no matter what magic is shown to her. 12 years in the future, that girl will become the last person to inherit Beatrice's name. At one point in time, that kid understood my white magic. Yeah, and she understood me too. She even summoned all the 7 sisters and understood magic herself, yet she still can't use magic on herself. Let us believe, just as Battler did once in the past. Beato? It is easy to cast magic on others, and believing in other people's magic is not so difficult. The hardest thing is casting magic on yourself. Is that something Angie can do? She can. Even Battler managed to understand magic. Of course, his little sister will be able to do the same. You're right. There's some kinds of magic that we can only see when we're kids. And there are some that only adults can understand. Right now, Angie is between the two of those. She's lost the magic of children, but she has yet to understand the magic of adults. It's the most painful period of one's life. It's so sad that she didn't have anyone close to her at a time like that. That's not true. We'll always be by that kid's side. I don't know why B. She doesn't believe it. Is it raining? No, okay. Angie, please, realize that quickly. There are so many people smiling at you from behind, watching over you. If you just turn around, we'll be able to smile so much more, and talk to you so much more. You're Angie Beatrice, the final witch of Mariage Sorcier. Even if you aren't able to do the right thing in the end, I pray that you can at least enjoy yourself tonight. Have fun, Angie. So long. The time we spent together feels so long, yet so short. Even so, for me, those memories are eternal. Aww. So next is 13? Is that right? No, 14. How's it going, Angie? Did you get a ton of medals? I wonder how many it is now. Me too. Let's count them later, okay? Okay, so I don't think that dialogue changes, so we're gonna skip. And then ask for the hint. And the answer was C, Rika. Right? Right. This one we got. The next two are the ones that we missed. So for this one, I realized, right, when I was going through the VOD to like see which ones I missed, the girl on the right is Satoko. My confusion was I was thinking she was talking about the girl to her right, which would be the middle, but no, it's the right. So Satoko's on the right. So the answer is E. I know who Miyoko is. She's on the left. After all, the girls in the middle and on the right both say that someone else is Miyoko. If they were Miyoko, they couldn't lie and say that someone else was Miyoko. That's right. Miyoko is supposed to be honest. So, once someone says that someone else is Miyoko, they can't be her. So, since the middle one and the right one aren't Miyoko, the left one automatically is. And since Miyoko speaks the truth, it's also true that the kid on the right is Satoko. Which means that the only kid left, the one in the middle, is Rika. Perfect. You solved it like it was nothing. Angie, you really are smart like your mom. Dad rubbed my cheek and hugged me. Hold on. Listen, it's fine. This is all for a joke.
I got a medal.
There we go. Okay. That's all for our puzzles. Listen up, Angie. Life will lead you through countless puzzles. Aunt Ava is here to help you now, so it's okay to rely on her. However, you'll have to solve most problems in life by yourself. When that happens, you must remember the advice you've gotten from those who have helped you in the past. Okay, I get it. Eva-san, take care of Angie. Yes, of course. Even though the cousins were the only ones who hadn't given us puzzles, Mom spoke as though I was leaving on a long, long trip. Weird. Let's go, Angie-chan. The game will be over soon. I wonder what Grandpa will give us for getting all these medals. Me too. Still, I've already gotten many things that are far more wonderful than that prize. What do you mean? We've all had a lot of fun talking to you like this, Angie-chan. I don't get it. You're weird. I'm sorry. Let's go then. Now all that's left are the cousins and Beatrice, I guess. That's right, Battler doesn't give one. Okay. Move that there. How many impossibles are we up to? 43. I don't think we're gonna get 500. Which is fine. What is it? Why did you tell me to come over here? Is it something to do with Angie? No, that's not it. Rudolph put a cigarette in his mouth and toyed with his lighter. Though he should have done this easily, he somehow managed to mess up several times. I wanted to take this to my grave. No, to hide it away in a cat box. But just kept my mouth shut until tomorrow night. I'd be able to do that. It'd be easy. I might be killed tonight. That's what I wanted to talk about. I knew it. I knew you were hiding something. Did you? Guess I still need more practice. If it isn't about Angie, then who is it about? You aren't talking about Osuma-san, right? It's about Battler. It comes to the same thing. I've tried to behave as an adult towards Battler-kun, right? Even though he's Osumu's son, I've tried to treat him the same as Angie. I do think of him as a child in our family, so don't worry. He's not just a kid in our family. He's my kid, and yours. Oh, snap. I'm sorry, but you'll have to let me draw the line there. You don't get it. He's my kid, and yours. What? You didn't have a stillbirth. Asuma did. Back then, when I was double timing the two of you, I got myself stuck and couldn't find a way out. You don't mean... Asuma and I were married. You and I were cheating. Then, Asuma had a stillbirth, and you gave birth. My head was a mess with it all. The sin Rudolph committed, when his mind was at its most chaotic, was to switch the two babies. Oh, them. I was even better off financially back then. I was young and I didn't give a damn about what lengths I went to. I threatened the hospital while slapping them with money, and switched your kid with Asumu's. If Kirie had a child, Rudolph would have to maintain two households. However, if Kirie had a stillbirth and the child who survived was Asumu's, that would settle everything. The stillbirth might even have given him a chance to break off his relationship with Kirie. It was a grave sin, one that simply couldn't be forgiven as an act of youthful enthusiasm and maturity. That's why I should be apologizing to all three of you. I forced Asuma to raise a kid that wasn't hers. That woman wasn't anywhere near as generous and accepting as she looked. There was a chance she figured it out. However, she raised Battler, who loved her as a mother, with all the affection she had. And in Kirie and Battler's cases, he had to atone for an even greater sin. He stole every moment of everyday family life that they should have shared as mother and son. Until this very day, Kirie had believed that Battler was Asumu's child. Though she had acted kindly towards him on the surface, she had always kept a distance in her heart between herself and Asumu's son. Finally, Rudolph's conscience had been unable to bear seeing her like that. But Kirie sank into a couch, unable to speak. Feel free to curse me. In fact, I couldn't complain if you killed me where I stand. It's how horrible my sin against you is. This is the secret I want to confess before the cat box closes over us. Battler-kun. I'm so sorry, Kirie. And to you, Battler. But did Battler hear that? I guess. I mean, it says game, so he knows all the conversations going on, right? Come to think of it, we've already gone through a ton of puzzles. Yeah. Now there's only George and Nichan. I think, yeah, let me skip this. It's the box. That's right. Use a gunshot for the trick. And the answer, we chose A. The correct answer is C. Blue box has a higher probability. And that's it. That's all the prizes. Oh, the odds are better for the blue box. Why is that? Well, I just sorta think back to the 15 slice cake that you found the almond in. If there was only one almond, the odds of winning were 1 in 15, right? Yeah, 1 in 15. I figured that out when the cake first appeared. Thought that waiting for a lot of people to get wrong ones would make my chances for winning higher. But in the end, no matter when I ate my slice, the odds were still 1 in 15. Still, Anji-chan, what if the servants were also having cake? It started with 20 slices. Huh? What? This is a party, right? It's not fair that the servants don't get any cake, don't you think? So let's say it was originally a 20-slice cake. The servants took out 5 slices, then decorated it as this 15-slice cake, and let you choose a slice. If so, what would your chances of choosing the right slice be? There really were 20 slices, and the chances would be 1 in 20. However, the servants know where the almond is, so they chose 5 slices for themselves that had no almonds. In other words, they removed 5 losing slices. That would mean your chances of winning were 1 in 15, not 1 in 20. They took out losing slices, so the odds would obviously go up. Just now, Jessica-san did the same thing. Jessica-chan removed one of the 2 boxes you didn't choose. In other words, the odds that the remaining box you didn't choose was the winner went up a bit, right? Hahaha, I sort of get it, but not really. If you remove a losing box, it's only natural that your chances of getting the right one go up. And just now, Jessica and Nechan removed the losing box from the pair of boxes that I didn't choose. So it doesn't make sense that my odds of winning with those boxes went up. Now I'm getting confused. Actually, you really are incredible, Anji-chan. Even though you're only 6, you're trying to understand posterior probability, the concept in probability theory. Probability really is interesting. I'm sure you'll like it when you get into high school and college. Go and enjoy studying it all you can. My little head was already filled to the rim. Bewildered, I had to beg Aunt Ava for an explanation. Aunt Ava wore a bit of smile too. I'll bet she doesn't really get it herself. As we felt a sense of connection through this failure, we have the grass and metals we had wrangled out of them. I got 2 medals! Wait, how does that work though? Shit, I was gonna do another bit, but it's fine. Anji-chan, could you come over here for a second? What is it, George Oni-chan? George Oni-chan and Jessica Oni-chan were calling to me from the window. Aunt Ava was talking with Mom and the others, and since it looked like they'd be a while, I went over to George Oni-chan and Jessica Oni-chan. What? Looks like the quiz tournament is almost over. Yeah, there's only Battler, Oni-chan, and Beatrice left. I'm starting to get sleepy. It's probably because of that adult drink I swiped from Dad. I felt floaty ever since I drank that. That floaty feeling keeps getting stronger. I've been feeling sleepy for a while now. I gave a huge yawn. Sleepy? Yeah. If I had a sofa, I'd probably fall asleep. I see. And I guess it's almost time for this party to end. The party will end if I fall asleep. But I just wanted to take a nap while everyone else kept having fun. Was our puzzle just now a hard one? Yeah. I still don't really get it. And I'm sleepy. called posterior probability. That's what we call it when the probability of something changes because we learn or fail to learn some piece of information. Did Georgia Ni-chan call me all the way over here to lecture me on math? For some reason, I feel even sleepier now. So, if we have 1 almond and 10 slices of cake, our chances of getting it are 10%. But what if we learned that those 10 pieces were chosen at random from 100 pieces? Wait, didn't we have this conversation? I think that the probability went from 1 to 10 to 1 in 100, right? Absolutely. Nothing has changed about your slice of cake. Depending on whether you know or don't know a certain fact, the probability of your slice being a winner changes. Doesn't that sound strange? That sounds hard, so I don't want to think about it. Angie, please, just listen until the end. Jessica Ni-chan's voice grew a bit stern. As young as I was, I couldn't understand what all this was supposed to mean to me. There's only one thing I want to tell you, so please, don't forget this. What? In the future, various bits of information will affect the slice of cake in your hands. By learning about those, the insides of your slice might change. Sometimes they'll change into things you want, but most likely, almost all the changes will be bad ones. The truth is always right there in your hands, Angie. Don't you think it's stupid to let change around just because you hear other people talking? Just because they think the truth should be one thing or another. The truth inside of you has been in your hands since the beginning. The nature of that truth is actually something you decide for yourself. You change it yourself depending on what you hear and what you refuse to listen to. You probably don't get what we're saying, but you have to understand. Even if you can't understand when you're 6 years old, I'm sure you will once 12 years have passed. Various expressions on their faces that grasped my shoulders as they spoke. I don't know what they're trying to tell me. The truth that lies in your hands is not unchangeable. You'll be interfered with in many ways that'll make it change. So if the truth in your hands is really important to you, you need to protect it yourself. Don't forget it. Do we get a scene with Battler? Or... Next is Oni-chan and Beatrice's puzzle, and then I'm done. Ah, really? Even though there were so many of us, it looks like it's finally over. How was it? Did you enjoy tonight's party? Yeah, it was fun, but I think I'm a bit sleepy. That's no surprise, considering how much we've been running around. I rubbed my eyes, I'm just getting really excited. But whenever I get excited, I'm always tired afterwards. Right now I'd rather have a sofa to lie on than medals. I've got a special puzzle just for you, but are you sure you want it? If you're sleepy, you can stop now. No, I've come this far, so I'll keep going. Yawn. Oni-chan and Beato laughed at my yawn. Looks like it's time to call it a day. Indeed. Angie, let's leave my puzzle for later. It's too difficult to be solved by one with eyes as sleepy as that. No way. I've come this far and I also want Oni-chan's medal. Yeah, did Battler give us a medal or no? I'm just so sleepy. Angie drifted over to a chair in the corner of the room and plopped down onto it. Then she closed her eyes and sat there like a doll. It didn't take long before the cute sound of her breathing in her sleep could be heard. When she saw that Angie was finally asleep, Beato spoke softly. Quiet please, everyone. Angie fell asleep. When she spoke, the peaceful clatter that filled the room fell silent. Everyone looked down to Angie's sleeping face. Each of them wore an affectionate gaze, as if they'd just watched a baby finally drift to sleep. Did Angie-chan have a good time? But of course. The feeling might not be so strong now, but one day, she will surely remember tonight's party and understand how fun it was. You're right. It was fun for us too, getting to play with Angie-chan. At this point, everyone was standing in a wide circle around Angie as she slept. Now that the guest of honor was asleep, this Halloween party had reached its conclusion. So long, my granddaughter. I was so pleased to have this chance to play with you again after 12 years. It matters not if you forget everything about me. Remember me as an arrogant despot. But every now and then, just try to remember how much I adored you. She will remember, Anji-san. You have a long life ahead of you. Even after 12 years, there is still much for you to experience. I pray that you find this life meaningful and worthwhile. You're the final grandchild and daughter of the Ushimiya family. All of us pray for your happiness. Anji-chan, stay well. Happiness isn't something you find, it's something you make. And in fact, memories work the same way. True. There are some things that we only truly understand when we think back on them years later. Make sure you remember my pretty face every now and then. Just having you remember us is the greatest memorial service we could ever have. Oh, come on. It's not like we're dying. We're just going to the inside of the cat box, the other side of the curtain. That's right. It's not even a curtain. It's just like we are now. Anji-chan's there sleeping away. The rest of us are right by her side, watching over her. We'll always be with her. All of them still wore warm smiles, but the sound of sniffling came from several places throughout the room. This party wasn't only for the girl who wasn't able to be here this day. It was also for all those people who weren't able to meet her here, who never had the chance to say goodbye. Anji, live life strongly. Our blood flows through your veins. That'll definitely bring you strength. Eva-san, take care of our daughter. She's not honest with herself, and she'll often be selfish and short-tempered. She might be a pain all the time, but I'll make sure she finds happiness. As long as she wants it herself. Anji-sama, it's okay if you forget my face, but please, at least remember the taste of my cooking. Oh, ho, ho, ho. And I won't ask you to remember old Kumasawa, but please, at least remember the taste of mackerel juice. Someone said, "When'd you feed her that?" And everyone laughed wryly. It's like I don't want to. That's like I feel like I could skip, but I don't want to, just in case. Her face looks so cute, sleeping there like that. She looks like an angel, just like her name. She's not an angel, she's a witch. Angie's the final witch, Anji Beatrice. I wonder if that magic will bring her happiness. Will she become a white witch or a black witch? That's for Angie to choose. I've shown her both sides. I'm sure a painful life lies ahead for you. You'll probably believe that you're all alone in this world, but we will always be there, right behind you, cheering you on. Don't forget that. Angie, don't forget yourself, your happiness, your fate. These are all things you create for yourself. Only you can choose them. JP, that's racist? What, the white witch, black witch thing? No one else can give you them, and no one else can hide them from you. Don't forget that. I'm sure your message reached her. I hope so. I'm certain the tale of the two of us will help Anji-sama understand. Yeah. Cancel. Don't you have anything to tell her, George-sama? End of series. That's why it's the finale. I've already said all I wanted with that box puzzle. Will that puzzle teach her something? I don't know, but I do know that she's wise. I'm sure she'll learn something from it. Guilty, capital punishment, boycott over. Anji-sama, I pray that you're guided along the right path as you move towards the future. One by one, they stepped forward and said words of farewell to Angie. Then finally, Battler and Beato walked forward. Angie, were you able to remember everyone, at least a little bit? Of course, Angie didn't answer in her sleep, but Battler continued. It's true that the Ushimiyas are a strange family. They're super rich, and that's given rise to all sorts of rumors and stories. However, that's all speculation made by people outside the island. No one will blame you for forgetting these kinds of memories. These kind memories, young as you were. But even so, you must remember, it is not a sin to forget. But to not remember again is a sin. See, that line I do like. All of us. We're really happy to have you at this party. Right, everyone? Everyone nodded at Battler's words. Everyone knew about the merciless and lonely life that awaited her. It was no longer possible for them to heal those wounds. There was one thing they could do. It was to make her remember what a kind, fun family she once had. To remind her that both today and into the future, they would always care for her and watch over her. It goes without saying that this is an illusion. You cannot come to Rakujima on October 4th, 1986. This whole party which we shared is all a magical illusion created by the Game Master Battler. But you remembered, right? You've remembered the truth about how kind everyone was and how much of a blast we all had at the family conferences, right? Angie breathed softly in her sleep. Who knows if those words truly reached her? Aunt Ava. Take care of her. Do you really think that I deserve to become her mother? I do. Even though your own sadness was so unbearable, you tried so hard to be a mother for Angie. But in the end, it's okay. Angie, listen carefully. Battler grasped Angie's hand, then took Ava's hand and joined the two hands together. You know that tragic fate leads to a future where you two hurt each other. It's a sad thing for Angie, and just as sad for Aunt Ava. It would have been cruel to ask you to open your heart to her. Likewise, it would have been cruel to ask Aunt Ava to keep on overcoming her sadness after being rejected. Neither of you is at fault. Even so, we have no right to tell you to forgive her, so we won't. Just try and understand. It doesn't matter how long it takes, how far into the future it happens. Just try and understand Aunt Ava. And every once in a while, remember us. I concur. And every once in a while, remember this merry, cheerful, attractive paragon of a woman, and chant my name in praise 3 times every day. The relative smiled bitterly, apparently disagreeing with some of that last bit. Ava softly stroked Andy's cheek and spoke one last time. It's okay if you don't forgive your aunt, but it's true that I don't hate you. At least understand that. Ava wiped her eyes and slowly stood up. Hideyoshi held her shoulder, and Rudolph and Kirie gathered around her too. Genji-san, would you mind carrying Angie to somewhere she can lie down? As you wish. Shall I take her to the guest house? It would be a little too sad to leave her there all alone. You're right. Could you carry her to a sofa in the parlor? Sofa. That way, she'll be able to come back if she wakes up and feels like joining in again. Genji gently lifted Angie up and carried her towards the parlor. Everyone continued to watch over her as she left. Canon. In the end, how many medals did Angie gather? She got 17 medals. I see. Then place this by her pillow. Yes, as you wish. Genji carried Angie to the parlor and set her down on the sofa. Shannon quietly laying a warm blanket on top of her. Canon placed a message card by her pillow, along with that thing Kinzo had handed them. The message card read as follows: Well, I'll be with you, always, from the whole Ushimina family. And there, by her pillow, was the gift from Kinzo. Hey, the Princess Victorious! A Beatrice doll. Angie, mumbling in her sleep, held it tightly against her cheek. Let us go. You mustn't wake her. Hey-san. Yeah. Shannon thought she saw something glittering silver near Angie's eye. The servants left and closed the parlor door. As Angie slept, she was wrapped up in the soft sound of the rain. Surely she was reliving that fun evening once more in her dreams. There we go. And now we fast forward. to the other part. And then we fast forward a lot, and I guess we'll give our thoughts on the series, on this game, the question and answer arc. And then we'll get to the other ending. And then that'll be it. Unless there's tea parties, in which case, great. We should probably save, though, just in case. So we'll put that there. So... I mean, the question arcs I enjoyed. Episode 3 was still the favorite. I like trying to solve the whole mystery aspect. Trying to figure out what was fake, what was true. I don't think I like how the answer arcs pivoted away from that. It's more about... I don't know, it's more about the characters, I guess. Like putting feelings over the truth, I guess. Because it seemed like they wanted you to believe in magic more. I mean, that is what it is, right? They want you to believe in magic. We become Battler. But I don't know if that worked for me. I will say, I think 6 and 7 were the highlights. It was fun. I mean, we don't know the ending yet, so could change, but I did enjoy the Battler Lambda fight. Erica with a pirate hat? Ridiculous. The quizzes and puzzles were fun, I guess. Something different. And then solving this murder. It's more interactive. So it's good. Compared to... I feel like I prefer this more than how episode 8 of Higurashi was done. Because yeah, the chronological timeline, then rewatching scenes, and then trying to piece it all together. It's a logic puzzle, and this had logic puzzles too, but that one was just not a fan. I guess it comes down to impatience as well. There's no way I'm gonna rewatch scenes and try to piece it. But yeah, it's fun. The music's great. The Executioner, Red Dread. What are the other ones? I haven't listened to OST yet, so probably should have posted them in Discord. Well, first I gotta go through Daft Punk, then I gotta go through Kuroko no Basuke's OST, and then this one's next. I forget what's after that. I think that's it, right? For OSTs. That I was gonna listen to. Overall, did I enjoy it more than Higurashi? I think so. I think so. I do want to read the manga, because I heard that the manga kind of goes into more detail. Like, I heard that the episode 7 manga actually tells you what happened for the crimes. Which could be a little not great, but it's what I want. I want the answers. I want it explained. I mean, you could know based off Will's statements, like illusion to illusions, earth to earth. But I just want it explicitly said. What actually happened. So I'm looking forward to reading the manga. I do want an anime adaptation of this. That would be great. I feel it would be neat to see. Definitely looking forward to Higurashi Satsu in July. See if it is the Lambda Delta Burgenstell origin story. It probably is, right? Bro, how else would that work? But yeah, this all started... Spoilers for Higurashi Go. This all started because in Higurashi Go, they introduced Featherine. And it's like, well... Guess we gotta play Umineko now. If you want to continue watching Higurashi. I got spoiled a little bit, but wasn't too bad. Okay. The culprit. I wonder if the scene changes. Shit. I wanted to see if what happens if they said, right, return to main menu. Can I save? Culprit. Yeah, what happens if we get it wrong? It was Maria and Rosa. Never mind, it was just Maria. Oh, she laughs. These purple statements are quite a problem. Oh, does it give you the hints? You know that their stalemates important enough to be on par with red truth. They also contain the culprit's lies. Even the dumbest idiot wouldn't try swallowing a whole of them if there might be a needle inside. I think this is the hint dialogue. Right? Yeah, it is. Okay. So let's load this. There's no hints, right? Good. I hope that doesn't count against me. Just because I reloaded the save. Okay, I didn't. As I suspected. Achievement unlocked. It seems like it's just somebody. Is anyone there? I think it's the same scene. Yeah, I don't think anything's changing here. Now we fast forward to the end. Yeah. Thanks, Higurashi. I was gonna play this in May, but and just take our time with it. I got fast tracked. Which is fine. I'm glad I got to finish this now. Wait, what day is it? The 20th. Oops. Was I supposed to start on the 15th or the 22nd? I'm on the 20th. Well, the sound effects. I think I was supposed to start on the 22nd. Yeah, that got delayed. Still don't know what's going on with the Academy, but we'll see what's up. Yeah, if we started on the 22nd, this was definitely been the last game that before going on hiatus. Which would have been fine. I wouldn't have minded. Yeah, we're going on hiatus. Definitely not streaming while I'm in the Academy. Maybe Discord streams. Watch shows and movies, but it's a big if. I mean, we haven't watched a movie in since, or a show since, I think Noragami. I think. At least in the Discord. Outside of Discord, I watched WandaVision and Promising Young Woman. What was the other one? I think that's it. Just those two. Top Chef. Some Hunter x Hunter episodes. Yeah, I mean, I guess our focus has mostly been on Umineko for the past month. It's been a fun journey. So, well, do we do the best girl, best boy announcement? Probably not yet. Not until the ending's done. Not yet. This would be so bad if the game crashed. We have to fast forward again. We just say before doing the culprit thing. Okay, skipperson. Slow your roll. We gotta skip, Psycho. We gotta get back to the ending choice. Can't do the ranking yet either for the episodes. Because we haven't finished this technically. I forget what track it is that I really enjoyed. I think it started in episode 2 when Rosa was fighting the goats at the end. So yeah, they didn't really touch on Yasu that much. Like, I guess you just infer and then that's it, but they don't explain her role. I guess they do. I guess she threw the message bottles as a joke. She didn't actually intend to commit the murders. But if so, what makes her commit the murders? So much Inception sounds. But yeah, it almost makes me want to go back to the original episodes and see Shannon Cannon. Who the fuck is Yasu? The culprit psycho. It's Shannon and Cannon, the Bishi guy that you talk about. Who cares? There's like 4 characters that really matter, let's be honest. And those 4 are Lambda Delta, Lambda Delta, Lambda Delta, Lambda Delta. There's just one character that matters, like, it's Erica. Protagonist's sister, Lamban, Donka Ducal, and Bernkastini. Berkenskini. You're right. Ole Lamba Bamba. Your new Scarfy. I was surprised by Lamba's character arc. I didn't think she would actually, like, be such a ally. And I didn't expect Burkestal to go just full evil like that. Erica's a tool of a lady who ended up being a tool for another lady. She's so pointless. How dare you! Don't disrespect Erica like that. I thought this scene dragged. The whole goats attacking. But I guess it's the final hurrah. It's the final battle. Which is cool, but she's no Scarfy. He cannot be beaten, JP. They did say no none in this one though. Burn a circle seems sus to me. I just wasn't, because of the Higurashi connection. Not sure what was gonna happen to Lambo Adodi. Num num. Jesus, all the sound effects. We're almost there. Almost to the end. Never trust the side eye. Those are the ones you gotta watch out for. Yeah, it's weird how they never explain. I guess you're supposed to just see it. I thought they would have revealed it later. What Angie saw in the boathouse. I mean, we could launch episode 4 on the Outlook. I guess that's what the VOD is for, right? Yeah, that was loud. The level of sus was too much chippy. Let's see. Wait, did Erica fight? No, they haven't fought yet. Still got a lot more. Here, compromise. Lower the volume. The incident I saw Berlin Wall's crazy eyes. I knew she was nuts. I mean, there's no disputing that. It's just I didn't think she would go that crazy. Because what was it? When did she start? Episode 4, I think? Yeah, the end of episode 4, I think. So when Lambda and Burn pulled out the crazy eyes. The crazy faces. Yeah, we didn't get closure on Toya. Then again, I didn't know who the fucking villain was. They're not really villains, though. It's just more like, I don't know. They want what they want. It's not like it's killing anyone. Well, that was Toya. We haven't seen his face, but maybe we'll see him in the ending. I'm sure maybe that's where they're saving it for. Toya Hachijo Toya. Which, I mean, if it is where they're going for, then that means Battler and Shannon survived. Well, it was Witch versus Witch with Nightmare Lady and Burn Docile. So basically, she's the villain, I guess. The antagonist. All these fights. Oh, that's when they disappeared, right? I want to go back to like episode 5 and listen to Erica's very good. But I don't know when that happened. So I feel like that was after the closed room. I'll have to find it. I'll have to see. Fast forward. That'll be the absolute last thing that we do. We can lower the music down, right? And then just have the voices? Right. Because I kind of want that as a soundbite. Or I could just do that off stream. Because we already did it on stream. Yeah, I'll just do it off stream. Alright, we're in the City of Books. That means we're kind of close. Kind of close to the end. Kind of close to the galaxy battle. So who would win, the witches or Goku? Probably the witches. They have too much power. Goku can't. I mean, Goku's fast, right? The witches have after images as well. I mean, Featherine has Zawardo powers, so that just makes her, like, invincible. What? Goku's a chump? How dare you? Have you seen Ultra Instinct? Oh, man. Goku has a protagonist powers? It doesn't count? Protagonist powers? I'll get a power up. They've got the Dragon Balls. They can wish for him to have anti-magic toxin. I guess, yeah, since we're finishing this today, I'll take a break tomorrow, and then I'll come back Monday with Loop Hero. How many hours did we... I guess we'll check after we get the ending. You can only pit protagonists against other protagonists, other super characters in other series. Those are rules. Tell Death Battle that. The rules? Whose rules? Who else is Goku fought? In the Death Battle series. It's mostly Superman and One Punch Man, right? Then again, I think I stopped watching after their Hunter x Hunter versus My Hero Academia battle. Can't pit Goku against anyone other than Battler JP. When Goku wins. Them's rules. Fuck that battle. Alright then. Okay, Zyko. Rules are rules. Oh, I guess my chemical romance, right. I'll check that out after this OST. What else? Oh no. I don't know. Episodes 6 and 7 of Higurashi stand out. Episode 3 and episode 6 of Umineko stand out. 7 I would rate higher, but I don't know. It would just be for the ending part with Will. With Will and Leon fighting Mercastel. I mean, the Executioner, right? Otherwise, you're only allowed to make trope level comparisons between characters and make equivalences among them. Like asking who's the King Kai of the Higurashi series or whatever. Trope level comparisons. Those are the rules. King Kai of the Higurashi series? That'd be the Game Master, I guess? No, that's too much power. King Kai doesn't have a lot of power. King Kai, I don't know. Kenzo, I guess? It doesn't really work. Oh, is this when Angie comes back? Oh, okay. Cool. We're getting close. We're almost to the beginning of this stream. Also, why is my mouse not working? Hello? Oops. I'm gonna hold control. Did my laptop die? No way. Did it? That'd be insane. It did. That's how we build our trope pages, JP. Is that how it goes? TV tropes. Find character tropes and then find every character in each series who fits into those archetypes. I see. Humph. Can I do this one-handed? Maybe. It's gonna be very, very tricky though. I mean, what else am I to do? I'm holding control. That and that. That equals that. Is this capital? Tell me I forgot the password. Oh, I didn't forget the password. Nice. Good job, me. Yeah, why did the laptop freeze? What? Very odd. Well, I don't feel tired. Probably gonna eat the... Do I have Pad Woosen? I think I have Pad Woosen in the fridge. Probably eat that. Maybe watch Snyder Cut in the Discord? I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we see what Babby's up to. Play some Apex. But yeah, next up will be Everhood. After that, Cyber Shadow. I don't know what else is on the Game Pass. I don't know if I want to play Prey. Really? This fucking song? Oh, the... the fuckwit song. It's okay, it's gone. Pepe spin. Is my Twitch chat acting up? I can't see the GIFs for whatever reason. Uh-oh, don't crash. Okay, it didn't crash. So why are we going back to the big battle? Because there's a choice for an ending. So we got one ending. I have to go for the other one. The reason why I started from the beginning is because I'm not sure if the prize that you get from getting all the puzzles and quizzes right, if that shows up in the ending. And I'd rather have the best prize show up in the ending. So I have no idea. So that's why we did it the long way. We also got an achievement, 2 achievements. So now we just have one more. And that's from the other ending. Oh, Babby's playing Neo too. Okay, I won't disturb him. I guess, I don't know. Probably Snyder Cut. Probably just watch that. Chill out. Yeah, after Cyber Shadow it'll be a secret game, and then Friday is gonna be It Takes Two with Babby. Oh yeah, Burger Snurk and Lamadoozle we're smashing. It's true, they love each other. It's crazy how obsessed Lama Delta is with Burger Style. But I guess it goes both ways. Jesus. Just rapid fire. Like, I don't know if she seems genuine or sincere. Burkestel, I mean. With her love to Lambda. Because early on it seemed very one-sided. With Lambda being very obsessed. Who? If it's... if Burn is genuine with her love for Lambda. Bertadil do? Yeah. Because Lambda definitely loves Burn Castell. Let's start this battle. Damn. We're at how many hours? We're an hour and a half over. That's fine. I think we're almost done. Oh, is this George's beatdown? I mean, do we believe? I mean, they showed that scene where Maria was mean to Rosa. Alright, Rosa was mean to Maria on the train station. So it's like, that did happen, right? She did slap Maria a lot. It's too her fucking mess thing to use see a marriage counselor. Or I guess that could be a sadomasochist thing. Masochist thing, maybe. Who knows? Oh man. All I know is I enjoyed the story. But we can't say that yet. Because I don't know. What if the ending ruins it, you know? We don't know. But it was enjoyable. We gotta wait till the ending. Renzabur's Sato to Lambuku's Masa. Never mind, doesn't matter, they need to get their shit together before they destroy another world or whatever. Just play another game. It makes me wonder how Sakonia is. Because Sakonia is the next series. Or the next sequel, entry. Not sequel, just entry. So I'm curious how that works out. And do I need to play Sakonia before the Umineko anime comes out? If there isn't. I mean, there's hope for Umineko anime. I feel like I do have to play Doki Doki at some point. Because of the, whatever it is that... What's his name? Dan Salvato is coming out with. His next entry. Can't believe you never played Doki Doki. Well, because I watched the Game Rooms play it. That's why. I did not play it for myself. And then I watched press start to continue to play it. And then I watched Giga play it. Watched a lot of YouTubers and streamers play it. That one and Undertale was another one that I did that for. I guess we'll see. Let's be honest. Sorry, best girl. No, it's gotta be Monica. Just Monica. I've been trying to get Smokatelli to play it. He refuses. That's fine. That's okay. Monica, okay? It's just actually the best. No thanks. Sayori? I'll have to make a judgment when we play it. When we get there. Oh, hey, we're here. Can I save? I can't save. Well, let's not mess up. Well, no. Was this magic or trick? It was magic! Oh shit, I gotta raise the volume. Right. Oh wait, I can save now. Just in case. It crashes. Alright, ending time. Let's go. If your answer is magic, open this door. If it's a trick, then open that door. I had already decided upon my answer. This is my answer. I walked over to the door that represented the answer I had chosen. Then I put the golden key into the keyhole and turned to face everyone. JP, haven't eaten yet? I don't want to get takeout food again. Oh no. Do you have carrots, Psycho? The Ushimiya eagle never looks back. That's right. Sorry. I gripped the key tightly and twisted. Then the key and the door flashed brilliantly and slowly faded away. Beyond the door was a strangely colored space. If I step into this, I'll reach the future I chose. Before taking that single step, I spoke without turning back. The Ushimiya eagle never turns back, so I won't turn around, but I'll say this. Thank you, everyone. But this isn't goodbye. I'll always be with you all. Yeah, you won't turn back. But we'll always be standing behind you. It's not what I mean. Despite it all, I still believe, and positive, that everyone will come back. Angie. No, I got chipped and my product was compromised, JP? Oh, your produce. Oh. Wait, how was it compromised? That is good, Angie. Look forward to the day when we all meet again. Your fruit was, anyway? Ugh. What happened? Angie, my adorable granddaughter. We may be away for some time. Here, don't forget this. It's your prize from that quiz party. See, they do give us the prize. There we go. A gold butterfly flew over my shoulder, landed on my palm, and turned into a Beatrice doll. This was lying next to me when I woke up on the sofa, wasn't it? This was my prize. Take it back to the future with you and treasure it. Thanks, everyone. Instead of my apples and grapes were spoiled. The cores? Oh no. I took a step forward. Forward into the future. I won't say goodbye. So, see you later. We'll always be together. The wind brushed against my cheek. I slowly opened my shut eyes. I must have had my eyes closed for a very long time. Even the sparkles below me seemed blindingly bright. It was a strange world with a sea of stars beneath me. The wind was cold, however it told me that I had returned to reality. I was standing with one foot outstretched over that starry sea. How long have I been here? Time has probably been stopped for me ever since Byrne lured me forward, when I was about to take that step off the edge. I slowly pulled my foot back in. Then I leaned against the fence and sat down. The sky was far away, but so was the ground. This whole time I've been in this sad place, so far from both of those worlds. I can't go to the sky. In that case, I have to return to my world. And the elevator is probably the way to go. I've done enough skydiving. Yeah, there really is no chance. No chance of me jumping down from here and surviving by some miracle. Some which of miracles is already guaranteed with certainty that such a miracle won't occur after all. Then I finally noticed them. It was the guards President Okanogi had assigned to me. They were approaching the fence with forced smiles and sweat dripping down their faces, trying not to startle me. That's right. I gave these guys the slip before jumping off, didn't I? Did you think I was gonna jump? Well, that's, sorry. If I jumped, I guess you'd really catch it from Okanogi-san. Angie-san, it's dangerous there. For now, please come back to this side. Let me stay here a bit longer. It's okay. Won't get any sudden ideas. Do any of you have a cell phone? Yes. I want to talk to Okanogi-san about something. Would you mind calling him? The guards looked at each other, then rushed to take out their cell phones. They were worried that I might get annoyed and jump off, leaving them to take the blame. The president has picked up. Here. Thanks. Hello, Okanogi-san. Yeah. Sorry for calling all of a sudden. No, it's excellent news. A bit of an early Christmas present. I'm giving all of the Ushima group to you. That's right. In exchange, I have a few things I want. As she gazed down at the sea of stars spread out on the ground below her, Angie spoke. She spoke of how she would live from now on. Ushima and Angie's strange and mysterious adventure ends here. But my life will continue. After all, there's already something for me to do. I am Angie Beatrice, Witch of Marriage Saucier. Ushima Angie just fell from here and died. I'm the witch, Angie. I'll live as a witch. That can't be the ending, right? Okay. And so, your game ends. As Angie opened the door and vanished from sight, the residents of the Golden Land disappeared as well. Afterwards, only Battler could still be seen. He had now done everything he could for Angie. Close the door. Wasn't there some rule to be followed when closing this door? Yes, that's right. The rule said that you needed 2 people to close it. Hey, Oneva. I told you to stop talking to me like I'm an old lady. 2 of them stood to the left and right of the door that Angie had vanished through. Angie, find happiness in your future. After all, I'll always be with you. Then 2 of them held their hands out in front of them. As they did, the door popped into existence and closed. Then, the door itself faded away. And now, we have completed our role. Yeah, this marks the end of the piece's purpose. You have worked hard, both of you. With this, I shall clean up your game board and put it away. Slowly, the world melted. At a glance, it looked as though the city of books was starting to fall apart. But that wasn't it. Battler and Ava's world was being cut off from the city of books. The world broke apart bit by bit, and the ceiling would probably fall in soon. This is goodbye, Battler-kun. Yeah, see you later, and someday, I'll leave Angie in your hands on Eva. At least at the end, try calling me Eva Onesan, would you? See you later, Erica. Somewhere, someday. Both Angie and I were witches of truth. So, just what was the difference between us? Yeah, what could it be? I was a witch who endured and withstood the truth. But I turned my back on that truth. However, even after she learned the truth, she continued to believe in her own truth. If she was a true witch of truth, then what kind of witch was I? That's right. You aren't a witch. After all, you're the detective. Good. I'd forgotten. Well, we'll meet again someday. Wherever there's a crime, the detective's sure to be there, right? Yes. When another crime occurs in the Ushimiya family, I promise to appear. So long, great detective. So long, my rival. I look forward to the day when the two of us can cross blades again. Those were the final words the two ever spoke to each other. A terrible roar and a cloud of dust blew by, covering everything. And then everything vanished. Nothing remained. Battler and Ava were both gone. The city of books was wrapped in silence. It's all over. Yes, great Lady Aurora. Take care of my pet cat. Now, I should go too. There are some things that must be cleaned up in this world as well. Hachijo made her announcement. Everyone fell silent, thinking that Miss heard her. Before too long, though, the crowd exploded with a shower of questions about what she meant by this. That's too cruel. You can't do that after dragging us along this far. Madame Hachijo, we have come from far and wide to see it, yes? How can you do this now? I will say it again. I've changed my mind. Ushimiya Ava's diary will not be made public. A fraud! This is all fraud! Is it really Ushimiya Ava's diary? Are you sure it wasn't a fabrication you created? You think you can get away with something like this? Show us the book! Children of men can be so hideous. Neither you nor I have the right to read what lies in there. However, now that I think of it, this has been quite an entertaining show. Children of men who disturb the sleep of the dead and spread rumors for their own entertainment can be quite amusing at times like this. Let us go, Byrne. I've had my share of entertainment for the night. The black cat jumped onto Hachijo's shoulder, and she disappeared off to the side of the stage, the Book of the Single Truth in her arms, while the angry yells of the massive crowd remained. And so, the people began to lose interest in Ushimiya Ava's diary, doubting whether it had even truly existed. Though the weekly magazines were in an uproar of the scam Hachijo Toya had pulled, some began to openly wonder if the Rakajima mystery itself was an indiscreet desecration of the dead. I don't think a little thing like this will allow Rakajima to rest in peace. However, it did create an atmosphere where people were slightly more hesitant to openly show interest in the Rakanjima mystery. An unopened cat box is eternal. Rakanjima will probably never find peace. However, even so, compared to how it was before, life will surely be easier, because, as the years pass, the dust will slowly pile up on it where it lies in the depths of oblivion. At the bottom of the deep sea known as the depths of oblivion, the cat box of the witches will probably get slowly buried as the years pass. Featherine threw a single golden rose into that sea, an offering to let the cat box rest in peace. With the tale of that golden rose, let us mark the end of this long story. In the darkness, there was a massive roar and an earthquake. When it passed, dawn began to rise over the endless night. Third day, October 6, 1986. What? Where am I? We're in the wreckage of an old submarine base. Don't you remember? It's where it all started. Cackle Cackle. The place where we first met 2 generations ago. Sounds pretty romantic if you put it that way. Battler and Beato could be seen in the ruins of Rakanjima's underground submarine base. The cave's mouth opened to the sea, and the gentle sound of the waves drifted in along with the cries of the seagulls. It seemed that the typhoon, which had closed off the island for 2 days, had finally gotten bored and gone away. Beato went down to the shore and lifted up a large sheet. Beneath it was a motorboat. Of course, it wasn't from the time of the war. It was modern. Pile this up on the boat. Careful, it's heavy. Whoa, this is a gold ingot. Thought they all got buried. I thought something like this might happen, so I snuck this one out beforehand. A single heavy gold ingot was dropped into the boat. Not sure how much this is worth by itself, but must be quite a lot. Have you ever driven a motorboat before? You're joking, right? It's easy. I'll teach you. She wasn't used to this, but after several mistakes, Beato finally got the engine started. If you go out that way and hop from island to island, you'll see Najima before too long. Then you could just land on a sandy beach. Aren't you coming? I cannot. I'm the master of the Golden Land. I cannot leave this place. What's to be gained from staying? What's to be gained from going? Let's live. I cannot. I have already committed countless sins in countless worlds. The number of lives I have taken, the number of sins I have committed, is far too great. But you haven't committed any sins in our world. No, that is not true. Go. Go while I'm still in a good mood. Otherwise I may seal the island in the storm again. Battler suddenly spun around. When Beato turned around to see what was going on, her body was suddenly lifted into the air. Then, I'll take you back as a souvenir from the Golden Land. Let go. This isn't safe. Come on, don't freak out. Listen carefully, Beatrice. What? I'm going to kidnap you. As Battler quietly gazed at her with serious eyes, Beato was lost for words. If you've sinned, then I've sinned as well for making you do it. So let's carry your cross together. They're not related, right? Yes. Battler. As long as I live, I'll carry your cross. Let's leave the Golden Land. You and me, together. Beato was now too shocked to say anything at all. Then tears poured from her eyes, and she covered her face. Battler gently set her down in the boat. He undid the mooring ropes. Now, there was no longer anything tying this boat to the island. They're not gonna. I think they are. Let's go. Controlling the boat as Beato had taught him, Battler slowly guided it out. Maybe they just keep it as siblings. Maybe they don't go full Kate Kona. People leave. When they passed out of the dimly lit cavern, they were immediately struck by the bright rays of the sun and surrounded by a crowd of white seagulls. As the seagulls flew this way and that, the feathers they dropped in the water seemed to celebrate the boat's departure. The brilliant sunlight told them that they were now free of the island's curse. The sky, now freed from the seal of the typhoon, seemed too bright to be real. Feeling hot, Battler took off his jacket. It was swept away by the wind and danced through the sky. However, instead of panicking, Battler just smiled as he watched it go. Beata also watched it go. No, she watched the island go. Rakanjima and the golden land she had spent 1,000 years in. Is that not the lady that got boinked by her dad and made the incest Leon or whatever? She looks like her, but that's the daughter of that. So she's the third generation. Or is it third generation? The third Beatrice. Oh? Let's see. Some good art. Because yeah, she's the daughter of the one that got boinked. Will I be able to live? You will. You won't have a magical butler. There's all sorts of useful stuff out there. There's no end to the things you couldn't find on Rakajima. I'll show you what the world's like. Will I be able to live? Beato repeated the same words again. Battler knew what she meant. However, no matter what answer he gave, he wouldn't be able to resolve the problem now. However, there was a way to resolve it. Time and the heart. Little by little, bit by bit. Like a chain being cut by falling drops of water. He would have to sever the curse of the island gradually, over a long period of time. The kid's gonna be so inbred. Might take a long, long time. However, someday she'll be free. That's what I believe. I'm a sinful witch, toyed with hundreds of deaths on the island. Your world is too brilliant for me. No, you will live. I answered immediately, forcefully. If you think you need to atone for hundreds of sins, then keep on living and living. Live as hard as you can with everything you got. That's the only way you can atone. Is that truly the only way to atone for my sins? That's right. You'll definitely be able to do it someday. Trust me. Battler. Come on, don't look at me with those teary eyes. It's embarrassing. Cackle. Forgive me. At the very least. Would you close your eyes? Why should I? Hey, your face is pretty close. Foolish man. You ought to be cursed for taking the witch away from the Golden Land. That's why you must close your eyes. It's embarrassing for me too. As soon as Battler shut his eyes, soft lips covered his. Then they slowly drew back. He tried to open his eyes, but just got slapped. Don't look! I told you not to look at my face. Come on, what's there to lose? You have no delicacy. Don't open them. Not yet. Why? Because I want to kiss you again. Next kiss was on his earlobe. Hey, quit it. Now this is getting really embarrassing. He knew he'd get hit again if he opened his eyes, so he resisted with his eyes still shut. Then after sighing and tickling his ear, Beato spoke in her usual cheerful, bullying voice. Sorry, Battler. I'm a terrible, atrocious witch. Yeah, I know. You're an evil, cruel witch. And so, I cannot atone for my sins. After all, I'm the sort of witch who can cackle over hundreds of deaths. You're really something, you know that? But you wouldn't be you otherwise. He accidentally opened his eyes. And when he did, the witch was nowhere to be seen. The Golden Witch had vanished, like a dream or an illusion, and so had the single ingot they had carried with them. Battler jumped straight into the ocean, and so he made it in time. Made it in time to see the witch again. Witch looked up at Battler, a little faint smile on her face. Couldn't hear any words, and yet he heard clearly. Didn't I tell you, Battler? Battler desperately spoke back, however his words only floated out of his mouth as bubbles. As she sank into the inky blackness, Battler chased her with all his strength, and then his hand reached her.
愚かなバトラよ。せっかく島を生きて出られたのに、そなたはそれを投げ出すのか。
俺はお前を離さない。
気持ちは嬉しいぞ。だがわらわは幻想の住人。そしてそなたは人間。帰るべき世界が違うのだ。わらわは幻想へ帰る。そしてそなたも自分の世界へ帰るがいい。
All around them, it was getting darker and darker. The pressure increased and their heads and ears began to throb. Battler's fingers began to slip, and then at last, their fingers separated. At once, Battler rose to the world of light. The witch sank towards the world of darkness, torn away by a powerful force. The witch saw Battler's body rise towards the shining surface and relaxed.
そしてありがとう。
When she saw Battler's body become a speck and disappear towards the world of light, the witch slowly closed her eyes. She allowed herself to fit in the world of the abyss, the world of endless isolation. Then she felt something. But that was impossible. After all, Battler had already disappeared into the distance, and yet this was Battler. Battler, who chased that witch here.
バカバトラ、バカバトラ。
お前が望む奈落になら、俺も一緒に落ちよう。そこが虚無の世界ならば、お前と一緒に消えよう。だが、消える最後の瞬間まで、お前は俺のものだ。
The two hugged each other tightly. Fate didn't try to tear them apart again. And so the two became one and sank to the abyss together.
そして何も見えない真っ暗な世界でぽっと輝きました。それは温かい黄金の輝き。それは黄金のバラでした。
それがふわりと純白の無垢な砂が敷き詰められた世界にたどり着きます。そこには白い砂に半分埋まった小さな箱。
それは静かな海の底で安らかに眠るベアトリーチェの猫箱。その上にふわりと黄金のバラは舞い降りるのでした。
それは深い深い海の底のお話。真っ暗な真っ暗な暗闇の中にほのかに輝く黄金のバラが眠っているというとてもささやかな物語。
1998? Was by chance, lover by choice. Like, it is incest, right? I mean, that's what we've been told. Unless they're changing it. A black luxury car was parked at the rear entrance of the skyscraper. Men wearing suits were packing a heavy-looking attaché case into its trunk. Let me handle all the rest. We'll take care of all the complicated details. I'm counting on you. Aunt Ava trusted you more than anyone, so I'm sure she's glad this is all in your hands now. Out of the building came Angie and President Okanogi. Angie's expression was peaceful. It was hard to imagine that this was the same person who had always looked so dark in Okanogi's eyes. That was it? What else can possibly happen now? I don't know. Closure? For Angie? In her later years, the company president was very ill. I imagine that she said some fairly harsh things to you, but I don't believe she truly meant them. I know. Even I said things I shouldn't have on my bad days. You've changed. You think so? Thought you'd never forgive the president as long as he lived. You're the one who taught me, Okanogi-san. I did? Did I say something? Without love, the truth cannot be seen. Did I really say something that pretentious? It's been a long journey. It really has been a long journey. All just to understand what you told me that day. Of course, Okinoki understood. He understood that, in her heart, this had been a long and profound journey. Contact me when you decide on a new home and account. I won't let you want for anything. Any problems with the Sumidera family? Leave that to me. You have your power of attorney as our rallying point. Thanks to that, the Ushime group is a united front. Because of what you did, Anji-chan, the business built by the former president has been protected. I truly believe she'd be joyful at your decision. I'm just pushing all the hard stuff on you. When the great president, Ushime Eva, passed away, the Ushime group was shaken. There was no clear successor, so the group had been in danger of splitting. After that, everyone had been waiting to hear what Angie would say, since she had inherited a large portion of the group's stock. However, Angie had shown no interest in any of this. They had gone around talking about things like selling all their assets and donating everything to some charity, which had shaken the group even further. There had even been a chance that an outsider, such as the Sumidera family, would interfere and destroy the Ushimiya group. As disturbing as it may seem, some had wished for the source of all this trouble, Angie, to disappear. However, Angie had undergone a change of heart, deciding to do what was best for the Ushimiya group that Eva had built up. And the worst-case scenario had been avoided. Okinogi had been named as Angie's legal guardian. By simply giving him her trust, Angie now had in him the most reliable ally possible. Okinogi himself had certain plans he could carry out based on the knowledge that Angie trusted him. Okinogi, who had carried great responsibility in the Ushimiya group thanks to his position as Eva's closest confidant, was the most natural choice to be Eva's successor for the top spot. Thanks in part to his ability, everything had now been wrapped up smoothly. This way, the Ushimiya group was secure. The Ushimiya group had been the only thing still tied to the Ushimiya name other than Angie herself. So she might have thought of it as her final link to her family. You know, you're free to come back anytime you want. We have a chair set aside just for you. Thanks. Just knowing I have a place to go back to means I can set off on my journey in peace. What are you going to do from now on? I'm going to become an author. An author? To write novels? Doesn't matter what. It could be novels or picture books. If I have any skill at drawing, maybe I'll do a manga. What I do doesn't matter, as long as I can share my heart with someone. Sound you just rich now, huh? I mean, she's always been rich. Must be nice. Sounds like you've set a noble task for yourself. I'll be praying for your success. Thanks. If I manage to publish a book, I'll send you a copy. I look forward to it. The car's trunk was closed with a clunk. Apparently all of her luggage had been loaded. Yes. Allow me to introduce you to the driver. He's a protege of mine. He's trustworthy and you can rely on him for anything. Oh, and he worked as a guard for the old president for many years, so you might recognize him. As long as it isn't Amakusa. Achoo! The man walking out of the driver's seat sneezed. Now that hurts, lady. Amakusa, what the hell have you done to her? Well, he was always the most flippant of Aunt Ava's guards. I was hoping for pretty much anyone else. But he was also the one closest to you, wasn't he? Well, at least listening to him talk can be pretty entertaining. The boss assigned me to be his contact with you. If you ever get into any sort of trouble, just let me know. And what if I ask you to go buy me toilet paper? And I'll pick up some tampons too while I'm out. See? The guy's a creep. Okinogi guffawed. I got into the back seat. Stay well, Anji-chan. Guess it's the last time anyone will call me by that name. Let me know when you've decided on a new one. Okinogi patted the roof of the car. At that signal, Amakusa honked the horn and removed the handbrake. So, until you've decided on a new name, guess I'll be calling you Lady. That's fine for now. Okay. Where are we going? North? South? Any recommendations? Why don't we try leaving the mainland? Island. That's just Hokkaido. Huge meadows. Giant clouds. Novelists writing stories in a log cabin. Sounds awesome. Great. Let's head south. Yeah, I was planning to do the opposite of whatever you said anyway. That's pretty harsh. I'd like to go someplace hot. Town with a view of the sea. Angie closed her eyes. Things had been pretty crazy lately, and she was tired. Understood. By the time you open your eyes, we'll be in an unfamiliar land. But it'll be a warm town with a view of the sea. Can't wait to see what you choose. The car got into the freeway. It was surrounded by the great river of cars heading east and west. By now, no one could tell which of those points was the car she rode in. It's Osaka? That's south? They're going to Osaka? Starting today, it assured me that Angie would change her name and live in a new climate. Changing her name didn't mean that she had given up on being Angie. This was Angie's. No, Angie Beatrice's mission. I am Angie Beatrice. The golden and endless witch of resurrection. Witch of Mariage Sorcier. The final witch who is still alive in the future called 1998. Oh. Well, they're not doing the casting. Okay. So you have to get this ending to get the tea party. Okay. Well, that... I mean, it is the better ending. Man, that part with Battler and Beatrice. That was good. I don't know if I should do the 5-minute baby, because I kind of held off on it, and it's already been like almost 2 breaks now that I missed. So I probably should. I should do the 5-minute baby. So yeah. Un momento. And I'm back. I forgot to add the one impossible from that dialogue between Battler and Beatrice. So we're up to 484. But alright, we have the tea party now. Number 8. The final tea party. So what's gonna happen? Oops. The majestic witch of theater-going, drama, and spectating set down her pen, looked at the ceiling, and sighed deeply. The desk was covered with a scattered mountain of paper covered with writing. Words were packed onto the pages in a thin, high-information density language that only the great ones could read. Each letter of this language carried the same amount of information as several books in the human world. These letters filled every inch of this huge pile of paper. Surely she had written out every little detail of some world. Yes, I've written it all. Written it all. Though to be accurate, I have not truly written it all. She stood up, sat down in her favorite rocking chair, and rocked peacefully for a while. How far must one write before they could say they've written it all? This is what has bothered me in all my years of writing. The adventures of humans can be very interesting as a tale. However, even I still don't know when that adventure stops being an adventure. My old friend, who is now gone, once said that a human's life is an adventure from beginning to end, so there is never a correct time to set down one's pen. I do not agree. I think one must put away the pen at some point. I believe one should write a tale to an appropriate point, then leave the aftertastes and opinions to the minds of the spectators. In short, the tale must be put inside a cat box at the appropriate time. The cat box has been the subject of this long tale, so is it not better to refrain from writing its demise, to instead put it in the cat box and leave it there? Ballerine spoke to no one inside the empty study. Of course, no one commented on her words. However, Featherine seemed to hear something. She nodded and grinned contentedly. Yes, I know. I'll write a bit further, then lay down my pen. Then it will be time for us to say our goodbyes. Featherine held her finger and spun it around, a signal that she wanted to darken the room. The lights in the study dimmed. Would you mind letting me rest for a while? During that time, my cat, or rather my Miko, will entertain you. Burns gonna entertain us? Ow. You suck. Can you be less clumsy with that needle? Shut up. If you don't want it sewn by hand, I'll use a sewing machine. No machines. I want you to do it by hand. So please, just be a bit more gentle. Ow. It'll get better if you spit on it. Yeah! Don't just start licking me all of a sudden. I think this needle should be thick enough. It also hurt like hell, so you'd better close your eyes. 5, 4, 3, 2... Don't say that right before you start. Yeah! But despite all this, the two of them truly were close. Though Lemma Delta had been brutally dismembered in the final fight, she had survived. But unfortunately, she was still dismembered. So Burkestel was sewing her arms and head back on with a needle and thread. The left arm, which was still waiting to be reattached, walked around on the bed impatiently with its index and middle fingers. Only the arms were left to do, so it looked like this would be finished soon. Then Erica returned, slamming the door open. I'm home, my master. I brought some sesame salt. Why sesame salt? You aren't planning to put it in tea, are you? It's Erica's toy. Erica, did you bring your chopsticks? Yes, my master. Great detectives have their magnifying glasses. Burrito Erica has her chopsticks. Are you ready? Pour out that sesame salt. Use those chopsticks to separate the sesame seeds from the salt. Yes, my master. Please watch my fantastic chopstick wielding skills. the hell's going on here? Lambda's bring Lambda back to life. Yeah, good luck. When you're done, make sure you put everything back in the bag. Are you still bullying her like that? How rude. I'm playing with her. Yes, Erica. The mailman just came by with a letter addressed to you. A letter? I sense a crime calling to me. Don't tell me. I'll guess who sent it. The postmark is from heaven. It's probably from Lanner or someone. I'm surprised you're still in touch. Just by the presence of this postmark, see how far Mercastel's reasoning has taken her. Hey, you can't do that, my master. Bandine's knife. It's forbidden to have multiple detectives. Then you'd better get out. So long, great Detective Erica. My master, how could you? I'm Erica, Witch of Truth. I still can't tell if you two like each other or hate each other. Of course we hate each other. You're the only one I love. How could you, my master? Lady Lambadelta, looks like there's not enough room for the two of us. Are you serious? Are you challenging the great Lambadelta? Erica grinned and grabbed Lambadelta's left arm, which had been walking around the bed. I have here Lady Lambadelta's arm, and here is the sliced open end of her arm. Erica grinned and wiggled her fingers menacingly. Wait, you aren't thinking. Let's see if my rival can handle this. Yeah. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Ha ha, yeah, ha 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 ha. Stop it, that tickles. She tickled the inside of Lambadelta's left arm. Apparently, she was extremely ticklish there. All three of these guys are basket cases. Incidentally, the open end of Lambadelta's arm had a cute, fluffy, white cotton candy poking out. Apparently her body was made out of sweet candy, with a bit of spice thrown in. Sugar, spice, everything nice. Put your mind at ease, as there is nothing remotely terrifying about this scene. Erica ran around, screaming, I've defeated Lady Lambadelta all by myself, just like my master. Lambadelta growled and hissed at her. Mercastel kept on sewing, an exasperated look on her face. It was a very peaceful scene. So, what does the letter say? Anything about what Lanner and the others have been up to? Gertrude-san has been promoted to a full Inquisitor or something. Oh, good for her. Yay. Oh, in addition to her cat, she's got a meow wolf now too. Meow wolf? What's a meow wolf? What, you don't know? You're so out of touch. They've been all the rage lately. Even I got a female meow wolf a few days back. You can make awesome konpeito with them too. I'm totally lost, but I'll make sure I stay far away from your homemade food in the future. Cornelia-san is... oh. During an Inquisitor exam, she found that she's really good at fighting, so she started combat training. Pretty hard to imagine her doing that, right? Well, there's all kinds of combat training. What's she doing? It looks like kickboxing and Chinese Kenpo. Could that be Ava's influence? I'll bet she'd fight pretty good standing on one leg. Good point. After all, she's been trained pretty well by a certain someone already. It also mentions Wilson. Ah, there's a surprise. Looks like Wilson hit it big on the foreign exchange market, and he's now living a life of leisure on the income from his real estate investments. Sounds like he started playing Batman lately too. Bet he has a hellish coach. His butt's probably swollen by now. So what about Lanner? As usual, she's stamping things, sealing things, approving things, and sometimes even signing things. She humbly asks us to stir up a crime in her district, since she would get assigned to it personally. Well, why don't we? Crime sounds fun. They say crimes occur wherever the detective goes. One of these days, if I feel like it, might drop by to bully her. Oh, there's also something here about the Chester Sister Corps. Wait, I don't want to hear it all at once. You gotta pause a bit for dramatic effect. Okay, that'll do it. I finally grew my right arm back. Do the left one now, please. Let's have some tea first. Erica, bring in a can of black tea and the pot of dried plums. Yes, my master. With this particular journey over and done with, the Voyager witches rested their wings. It was all so that they could leave on a new journey in search of the next fragment. A short break between trips, backdropped by the pleasant scent of black tea. Where are you going this time? If you go north, I'm heading south. Then if you go east, I'm heading west. Hope we can find another charming tale like this one. Next time, I hope you aren't playing the villain again, Burn. You do? Being the bad guy was pretty fun. I wonder, what kind of tale we'll find next? What kind of tale will next meet in? To a pair of lovers, the Sea of Fragments is tiny. Children of Paradise. The Sea of Fragments is pretty large, pretty huge. Ghost in the Shell. Wait, what? We'll meet again, when something else cries. Sounds good. Let's do that. Isn't it pigeons? Zirconia? I forget. We will meet again when something else cries. Happy voices of the witches fade into the distance. These three could have their own show, let's be honest. So long, everyone. See you again when something else cries. Yeah, I forget what Zirconia was. But it's another bird. And something else cries. And the final tea party. And we're almost done. How long was that one? No, it was like 20 minutes. Less than 20 minutes. So I wonder. Let's go for it. Sweet. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Was there new tips? I don't think so, but after decades? Decades? What if it's the year 2021? It was the largest banquet hall in this huge hotel. The many guests that filled the room chattered and applauded the person receiving an award trophy on top of the stage. The sign in front said, "Award ceremony from Japan's greatest publishers." And now, I would like to begin the novel category. The winner is that fantasy adventure novel we all know so well. The story that started a worldwide movement that continues to grow in leaps and bounds. Sakutaro's Great Adventure. Sakutaro. The projector in front of the audience showed a brief summary of the series. It was a lengthy fantasy adventure novel that was already more than 8 installments long. The thrilling fantasy story told of the adventures of Sakutaro, a cowardly vegetarian who makes friends, learns through his experiences, and grows in his search for the one fragment. Sounds like One Piece. The main character's catchphrase, "I'll become the king of the beasts," okay, it is One Piece, was even one of the candidates for the Buzzwords of the Year award. In addition to being a thrill to read, the books also contain many messages for children to learn from, earning it high praise as an adventure novel that parents and kids can enjoy reading together. However, it didn't receive such praise from the beginning. For the first 6 volumes, it went almost entirely unnoticed. But last year, when foreign translations of the series began, it got its big break and suddenly became a huge topic of conversation. Even before this series, the author had created quite a lot of works, but none of those achieved any public acclaim. However, after the sudden rise in notoriety, her previous works were being reevaluated one after another. that sense, it's probably fair to call her an author who went unrecognized for quite a long time. Miss Kotobuki, congratulations on your award. Your latest, Sakataro Goes to the Witch's Island, was truly an excellent read. Publishing company executives repeatedly showered her with praise. Sakataro's great adventure, the author's name, is Kotobuki Yukari. Nearly all of her royalties? Nearly all of her royalties were sent to a fund to support needy children. And she herself had served as director at several protective institutions. Some envious people tried to call this fake charity, but the more that people learned about her, the more those voices withered and died away. Kotobuki Yukari. By now that name rang loud and clear across Japan. She sat in a chair, cheerfully chatting with the people who came to greet her. Last year, she was diagnosed with the initial stages of cancer, and after the surgery, her physical strength dropped sharply. Because of this, even in the stand-up awards party, she was given a chair and sat down while greeting people. Some people lamented, saying that if only she had been 20 or even 10 years younger, she might have left her mark in history as one of the greatest authors in the 21st century. It had taken so long for her to receive the praise she deserved. She could no longer be called young. Even so, her determination to write had not wavered in the slightest. The story had gone around that, even during her stay in the hospital, most of her time had been spent typing away. She always said the same thing, that she hadn't finished telling everything she needed to tell. Did she mean that she hadn't fully completed Sakataro's great adventure? When that question was asked by a journalist, this is how she answered. If, by writing even one more book, I can teach just one more child how to find happiness, then I'll spend the rest of my life writing every book, every page that I can, because I still haven't fully conveyed the precious teachings I was given. Miss Kotobuki, congratulations on your award. I hear that movie adaptation has been getting splendid reviews as well. If you keep this up, you might even pass up Harry Potter's record. Harry the Potato. It was the name of a fantasy series that had become a worldwide hit. Thank you very much for your kind words. It's more than I deserve. Oh, I forgot to tell you. My name is X, head of Company X's first editorial department. It is an honor to meet you. Hope we have a chance to work together sometime. What? I mean, Harry Potter. Actually, Miss Kotobuki, I apologize for being abrupt, but have you heard of a novelist known as Hachijo Toya? Hachijo Toya, you say? She remembered that name from several decades ago. She hadn't expected to ever hear it again. Do you know that name? Have you met Hachijo, by any chance? No, I have not. I did go to visit once, but I was an unknown back then, and since I suddenly barged into the publishing company office, it's hardly surprising that I was refused an interview. Oh, I didn't know that. Could it be that you're a fan of Hachijo's work? No, I just wanted to find out what sort of person she was. I see. Well, the truth is, about that novelist, Hachijo Toya would like to meet with you discreetly. To meet with me? Yes. Not as a formal interview, but personally, off the record. If you're interested, we will be happy to arrange the meeting. But of course, this has nothing to do with work. Hachijo Toya wants to meet Kotobuki Yukari. Just like how I realized that Itoi Kukuro was Hachijo Toya, did she use my name to figure out my identity? The Rockinjima mystery has been called one of the greatest social phenomena at the turn of the century. That uproar, which dragged in enthusiasts from across the world, suddenly subsided after an event held by Hachijo Toya, where she was going to unveil the diary of Ushimiya Eva, which contained the truth. Though she had set up the event herself, she then outrageously disappeared without releasing the contents of the diary, drawing harsh criticism for doing so. However, a very, very obvious feeling had been revived in the public sphere, that they had been prying into a terrible accident with many victims purely out of curiosity. And so, the frenzy surrounding the Rockinjima mystery had faded away quietly. Hachijo Toya. No, Itoi Kukuro. She caught the public eye as a forger of Rakanjima mysteries. She claimed to have reached the truth and released groundbreaking works of fiction one after another. She became famous as the driving force behind the Rakanjima mystery. Wait, isn't that the God Lady? It is! After realizing that Itoi Kukura was Hachijo Toyo, I went to her publishing company to ask for an interview, but I didn't get one. At the time, I despised her. Back in the beginning, I thought she might have used the Rakanjima mystery as a publicity stunt to advance herself. But now I feel a bit grateful to her. If she hadn't refused to show the diary in such an outrageous way, the Rakanjima cat box might still be the plaything of countless goats. She was indeed a forger who had toyed with the cat box, and I still had an uneasy feeling about her. However, at the same time, she was the one who, practically speaking, allowed Rakanjima to rest in peace. And did she really reach the truth? How had she reached something that seemed infinitely close to the truth, even from my perspective? Even now, after all these years, that's something I've wanted to know. What do you think, Miss Kurabuki? Of course, this is not an urgent request. I was told to tell you to take your time in making your decision if you wished. I understand. Miss Hachijo Toya lived near the city. I was told that a meeting near here would be satisfactory at any time. I see. In that case, can I ask you to arrange a meeting for us in a quiet coffee shop next Sunday? Yes, as you wish. Thank you. Thank you very much. I believe Hachijo will be delighted as well. I have one condition. Yes, whatever you say. I'm not going to discuss business, so please refrain from sending anyone from the editing department. But of course, we will do as you say. Madame Hachijo and I will meet alone, just the two of us. Can I count on you to keep that promise? Well, as to that, we would, appreciate it if you kept this quiet, but what is it? Well, the truth is, the works of Hachijo Toya were written by two people. To the outside world, those books were written by a single female author. But there is actually a second author, a male one. The pair of them asked for a chance to meet you. As soon as I heard that, I felt a premonition. How had Hachijo Toya, a person with no connections to the Ushimiya family, managed to write about it in such detail? I was already feeling a premonition of a certain kind of miracle. When I left on my journey, I abandoned the name of Ushimiya Anji and stepped into a new life. By now, things have settled down, but when the Sumadera family was still a threat, I wanted to distance myself from that name. Thanks to that, no one was able to get in touch with the new me anymore. However, now that Sakataro's adventure has caught the public eye this year and made the name of Kotobuki Yukari famous, maybe it finally reached his ears. We used to play with a lion's stuffed animal called Sakataro along with Mario Nechan. Those who knew this connected the name Sakataro with my name, and it's only natural that they'd figure out who I was. The number of people who would be able to recognize me from that was very, very small. This person was also well versed in detective novels and a man. I can only think of one person who matched. After all, I knew just how many detective novels he had piled up in his room from the time when his effects were gone through. It was almost the time we had arranged for our meeting. My heart was racing, almost like a girl in love for the first time. At the very instant that the arranged time came, I heard the sound of the chime on the door, and they appeared. Oh? Well, there it is. It was a man sitting on a wheelchair, and a woman pushing him. My eyes immediately fixed on the man in the wheelchair, and right away I saw the traces that remained on his face. There's no doubt about it. He's my brother. My brother, Ushimiya Battler. When our eyes met, he gave a little bow. I hurried to my feet and bowed back. It was a somewhat exaggerated and silly way for a pair of siblings to greet each other after several decades apart. However, my mind was already blank. The miracle I'd waited for all this time was now a reality. Are you Miss Kotobuki Yukari? Yes, I am. You two must be Hachijo Toya. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you very much for letting us borrow your precious time today. My name is Hachijo Ikuko. I am mostly in charge of the actual writing. This is Toya. He mostly handles the drafting. Though the woman who called herself Ikuko was far older than me, she seemed to be unbelievably youthful. It wasn't because she was good with makeup or dressed like a younger woman. It feels strange to say it. There was a strange mystique about her, as though she was immortal and never aging. Then I quickly remembered that she had introduced my brother as Toya. Pardon me for asking, but are you two married? We are not married, but we have been together for a long time. True, looking back on it, it really has been a long time. My brother smiled as he spoke. When I learned that, at least for him, those long decades hadn't been a period of isolation and loneliness, I felt an incredible sense of peace and relief. I don't think Ikuko is supposed to be Shannon, or Beatrice, or any of them. I think it's supposed to be someone new, I think. But then again, how does she know all the message bottles? I guess it has to be her, right? Felt an incredible sense of peace and relief. Before I knew it, he was staring back into my face. Well, I was just 6 years old the last time we met. It must be hard for him to find any traces he can recognize. However, I'm sure he'll recognize something just the same. We kept stealing glances at each other and looking away, like a couple on a blind date. We were both at an age where outside appearances mattered to us. Even though we both knew we wouldn't let our polite exterior falter. This humorous exchange was extremely embarrassing. I thought it would be a fated reunion, that we would hold each other and sob tears of gratitude together. No more innocence. I don't think... No, that's not gonna happen. Between Angie and Battler? No. Don't start making couple references. However, reality seemed to be different. But that's fine. Feels like my heart will explode with happiness. Let's take our orders. Is coffee okay? What does everyone want? I'd prefer something that isn't so bitter. How about you, Miss Kotobuki? Oh, I don't mind. I guess I'll have cafe au lait. How stiff we're all being. Even my brother seemed to be finding it amusing by now. Oh no. When she said that, my brother and I fell silent and sat up straight. Should I start? Or will we start with you, Toya? I'll go first. I'm the one who pushed so hard for this meeting, after all. As he spoke, he watched me calmly. I came here today, thinking that you might be a certain person. Her name is Ushimiya Angie. When I read your works and heard your name, I was sure that you were her. That's right. How long it's been since I last used that name. My true name is Ushimiya Angie. Gave the exaggerated bow that I'd gotten so used to these long years. We both aged, haven't we, Oni-chan? I whispered this in my heart. Now it was my turn. With a quick apology, I fished around in my handbag and took out a photo. It was a picture from a trip I'd taken to an amusement park with Battler Oni-chan. I had many other pictures of us having a good time, but this one had the best shot of his face. Oh man. Looked between him and the photo. There was no longer any room for doubt. Mr. Toya, your true name is Ushimiya Battler-san, isn't it? The hands of the clock inside me stopped. I wanted him to answer with a yes. Even though I was already so sure, I was still about to burst with tension. And then when that instant that seemed far too long ended, my brother answered. That's right. Unconsciously, I stared at my brother's face. With unbelievable quickness, he acknowledged that he was Ushimiya Battler. My eyes immediately filled and overflowed with tears. I took out a handkerchief and wiped them away, but I couldn't hold them back. Oni-chan was alive after all. So why didn't he come back to me right away? If he had been there during my darkest days, it would have meant so much to me. Normally the thought would have made me curse my brother, but by now, even that emotion was softened. After all, now that I was faced with the miracle of being reunited with Oni-chan, everything I'd felt before fell away with my tears. At this moment, I was happy. I was never alone. I worked so hard for decades with that belief in my heart. And now, I've finally been rewarded. By now, I couldn't even stop my tears. For some time, I continued to sob and sniffle. Watching this, my brother hung his head apologetically. Why didn't he come back to me sooner? Looks as though he was feeling regret for that. But I'm sure he had some sort of reason. He's probably here today to tell me about it and apologize. Already, just by him introducing himself to me today, everything inside of me has been washed clean with tears. I'm sorry. I must be embarrassing you. No, it's only to be expected. For several decades, you've been waiting all alone, believing that your family would return. I did believe. I believed you would come home. Oni-chan. Held out my hand weakly, and my brother slowly held his out too. Then, I gripped his hand. Regardless of how many long years had passed, it was, without a doubt, my brother's hand. Once more, I had to struggle to hold back the tears. Eva avoided the explosion accident by escaping to Koridorian. How did you escape the accident, Oni-chan, Nisan? On that day, I escaped through the underground passage. The one that goes to Koridorian? I was told that an underground passage led to a hidden mansion on the opposite side of the island. However, the place we escaped to was a submarine base, not Koridorian. But the godplay was just like, these two are gonna make me so much money. More stories. I don't know why my brother entered the underground passage on that day. At any rate, he went into the underground passage, and unlike Aunt Ava, he escaped to the submarine base. There, he escaped the explosion and survived. After that, I got away on a motorboat. However, it must have capsized somewhere along the way. It must have? Please, forgive him. Toya suffers from memory loss. His memory from around the time he was drowning in the ocean is hazy. Could it be that he forgot he was Ushima Battler for a while? That is correct. Yes, that explains nearly all of the riddles. My brother escaped from the explosion, but either his boat capsized during his escape from the island, or he fell overboard. Afterwards, he must have drifted somewhere, wandered about half conscious, and probably got into a traffic accident. On that day, he was lying on the road. If she had found me even a little later, I probably wouldn't have opened my eyes again. I believe you suspected that I was the one who hit you for quite some time. Hey, I've already apologized for that. This explains pretty much everything. Either because at the time he nearly drowned or because of the traffic accident. My brother's memory was damaged. His memory probably came back eventually. However, by that time, I had already set foot into my new life as Kotobuki Yukari. Only a handful of people, including President Okinogi, knew where I was. Even if my brother wanted to contact me, there was a very good chance that he wouldn't be able to. Ironically, the name I abandoned when I decided to live in the future delayed my reunion with my brother for so long. In that sense, I am responsible. I did it to myself. However, I'm sure I received the message from my brother sent me. That message was Itoe Kukuro. I realized that Itoe Kukuro, the forger who claimed to have reached the truth, was actually Hachijo Toya. Then I requested a meeting with her through the publishing company to question her about why she was so sure she had reached the truth. However, I wasn't granted a meeting. In the end, I heard nothing from them. It's taken all these decades for me to meet Hachijo Toya. If the publishing company had only passed my message on, we could have been reunited so much sooner. However, at the time, I was just a bourgeois girl who liked to throw money around. Why would they pass on my message when I just barged in with no introduction and demanded to meet the famous and popular Hachijo Toya? We probably crossed paths several times. If just one of those had worked out, if we had been able to meet, just how much would my life have changed? But this was fate. God had decided that a few decades were needed before this sibling reunion. And during that time, my brother became one half of a mystery novelist. I became a writer of adventure novels for children. You could say that we achieved success in society. My brother and I were reunited after becoming successful. Now I could do nothing but thank God for bringing about this miracle. Maybe it was God's will that we would be reunited after achieving success as novelists. Back then I was nameless, so I never got through to you. We've met now because we've both become famous as authors. I think all of this was God's will. At the time, we heard through the publishing company that you wanted to have an interview with us. They said that a fan who discovered Itoi Kukuro's true identity wanted to talk to her. This had dozens of fans signed for an interview. You couldn't possibly go to meet all of them. No, they let us know that your name was Ushimiya Enji. At the time, I had already realized that Toya's true name was Ushimiya Battler, so I thought you should be given a chance to meet him. I refused. Oh? My brother said that to me. What did you say? I refused, because I didn't want to meet you. Once more, my brother spoke clearly. I was completely confused. I could only sit there in shock and silence, waiting for the words that were sure to follow. I believe I already mentioned that Toya suffered from memory loss. And then one day, why did you refuse when you knew it was me? Cut through Ikoko's words and question him directly. What reason could my brother have for rejecting me? I couldn't think of anything. That unpleasant emotion brought up long-forgotten feelings of anger inside me. You must have known that your little sister was living all alone, being crushed by loneliness. So why? Why did you refuse to meet me? My brother hung his head. It seemed more like he was lost for words than apologetic. There was nothing shy about his appearance, and I questioned him again in an even louder voice. When I asked for an appointment with Hachijo Toya, Itoi Kukuro was already famous as a forger. Why did Itoi Kukuro's forgeries reach the truth? It's obvious. My brother, Ushimiya Battler, explained to her what had happened on the island in detail. So the appearance of Itoi Kukuro proves that my brother's memory had returned. Therefore, he can't excuse himself by saying that he didn't remember it. In fact, in reality, I didn't try to make excuses. On the contrary, he simply said that he refused to meet me, even though he knew who I was. Looking back, I regret what I did. You regret it? Did you ever try thinking about how I felt? For decades, for most of my life, do you realize what feelings I had to live with? Various emotions swirled inside of me. I realized that I wasn't in control of them anymore. I could only moan to prevent myself from saying something I'd regret. I feel deeply ashamed for doing something so cruel to you. That's why I've searched for you ever since then. For your sake and for mine. I should have met you much earlier. Then why wouldn't you meet me then? Miss Kotobuki. As I said before, his memory was damaged. No, perhaps I should say that his brain was damaged. It's an after effect of the accident. But his memory came back just the same, didn't it? Yes, his memory came back. However, that did not remove the after effects of the damage. I have Ushimiya Battler's memories. However, because of the damage to my brain, I can't think of those as my own. Can't think of those as your own? Yes, it's true that my memory of my escape from the island is still hazy. However, I've remembered almost everything else. Like how those pink hair ornaments of yours that you treasure so much were something I won for you at the game corner in that amusement park. Yes, that's right. They're a treasure from when I was a child. I still keep them with me in my handbag. I remember a lot more besides that. I remember you giving Mom trouble because you hated eating seaweed. I remember that you tried to move it to my plate and trick her. And when... If you remember that much, then why can't you think of those memories as your own? That's the result of the damage to my brain. I've been to several hospitals, but it didn't do any good. You probably can't understand it. You can't know how painful it is to have your mind suddenly filled with the memories of a man you don't know. He was terrified that he wasn't himself anymore. His mind was filled with the memories of a man he didn't recognize. They threatened to crush and overwhelm him. They must have been his own lost memories. However, his brain couldn't accept those as his own. Those days were painful, terrifying. Felt like my mind was being invaded. Tonight, I turn off the lights and go to sleep. Maybe I will never wake up again. Maybe a different man will wake up tomorrow morning and start living life in my body. I can't count the nights that this terror tormented me. Several times he tried to convince himself that they were his real memories. He told himself that he was an Ushimiya battler over and over again. But nothing worked. I am me, Achija Toya. No matter how much Ushimiya battler's memories flow into my mind, to me, they're the memories of another person. I couldn't accept Ushimiya battler. As Ushimiya battler said this, he hung his head and his eyes turned red. Then, one day, when he was caught between himself and the other self he couldn't accept, he had a fit. Fortunately, his life was spared, but the after effects forced him to spend his life in a wheelchair. You mean he... Now I know why he showed up in that wheelchair. And now I know why he refused to meet with me. He was afraid that I would call him Big Brother. He was terrified of meeting me, fearful that the part of himself that wasn't him would grow still further in his mind. Even so, he fought. He felt that, since Ushimiya battler was inside him, it was his responsibility to meet you. Thinking that, he kept on fighting in the space between his two selves. And then, he had a fit. After something like that, it was only natural that Ikuko would tell him that he didn't need to remember the Ushimiya battler anymore. Bit by bit, he tried to forget that he was once Ushimiya battler. Doctor's instructions and medication. With that and Ikuko's diligent care, he slowly began to regain his peace of mind. Even so, I thought I would have to meet you sooner or later. To be honest, I didn't get a wink of sleep last night. I was scared of meeting you. If I met you, would I die? Yes, I was afraid. However, here I am, talking to you normally. That's why I regret what I did. If only I could have met with you earlier. You, and the Ushimiya battler inside of me, might not have had to suffer for all those years. Just thinking that makes me feel so sorry. As the one who was once Ushimiya battler said this, he broke down crying. I already understood. So, it really was true. Ushimiya battler did die that day. After all, didn't the witches say that he was dead so often with the red truth? How pathetic for the Witch of Resurrection. The Witch of the Future, who swore that everyone would be together, always. Toya-san, please, raise your head. Miss Kotobuki. He realized why I had called him Toya-san. By calling him by that name, I myself felt the agitation in my heart subside a little. Thank you. You must have suffered so much. Thank you, Mr. Toya. Thank you, Lee-san. Thanks for pushing yourself so hard to come here today. Holding hands, we brought our foreheads close and cried together for a while. Then we talked of the old days. We remembered many things vividly, even things that I couldn't remember myself. Each time they made me cry even harder, and he hung his head apologetically. I realized how much this hurt him, so I kept nodding in encouragement with a strange look on my face, something between a sob and a smile. Even if he isn't Ushimiya battler, my Oni-chan came back to me. Welcome home, Oni-chan. And it had already gotten dark outside. Even though he had come from far away, he was willing to stay as late as this. We left the store. It's probably best if you don't meet with Mr. Toya again. If I don't meet. It will cause him pain, and of course, I'll find myself bound to the past again. Even so, just one more time. There was one place I felt I had to show him. Mr. Toya, would you mind meeting with me just one last time? There's a place I feel I need to show you. Sure, I don't mind. From my handbag, I pulled an invitation written on a folded up piece of A4 paper. The pair of them spread it out. My. Now this looks like a splendid event. Come to think of it, you've been involved in a lot of things besides novels, haven't you? Would you lend me your time just once more on that day? That way, I think both me and my brother will be satisfied. I think it might also be a chance for you to free yourself from the weight of my brother's memory, Mr. Toya. I don't believe we have any plans for them. As long as we can finish the afterword for the book. Okay, Miss Kotobuki. We'd be happy to join you. Thank you, Mr. Toya. Are you going to Rose's house? Or... The cold October night was a reminder that winter was approaching. The two people who called themselves Hachito Toya visited the city once again by Angie's invitation. The car stopped in front of a large building. Yukuko unfolded the wheelchair with a practiced hand, lent a shoulder to Toya as he got out of the passenger seat, and helped him into the chair. Looks splendid. The Fukuin House. It's my first time coming here, but I know it well. I believe it's the institution for children that was funded by the Ushimiya family. Madame Yukuko, Mr. Toya, allow us to welcome you to the Fukuin House. They are welcomed by Angie and some staff members. This was the Fukuin House, a welfare institution for unfortunate children who had lost their parents. In the past, this institution had been established thanks to Ushimiya Kinzo's support. However, that support had been interrupted, and the Fukuin House had been forced to shut down for a time. Decades passed. Now the institution would be revived. Revived by the hand of Kotobuki Yukari. It's a pleasure to see you again, Miss Kotobuki. Thank you for inviting us. Two of us want you to have this. It's not much, but I hope the children enjoy it. That's not the reason I invited you here. My apologies. Don't worry about that. The tales of the future are always woven by children. After all, without them, the tale of humans will not continue. Children are treasures, so please, let this be useful. Thank you very much. We have a form for donations, so if it isn't too much trouble. The Fukuin House had been drastically remodeled in recent years, in the hopes that children will one day be able to remember this as a fun place. Angie used her own money to massively remodel it into a beautiful establishment. By now, she had accumulated a lot of wealth as a novelist. But even without that, she had been saving the tens of millions of yen she got from the Ushimiya Group each year under the name of living expenses. This money had been used generously to help the children. When they came into the entrance hall, a cheerful scene was spread before them. There were pictures and crafts created by the children. Every corner was filled with things on display. The contrast between this elegant building and the school atmosphere was amusing. The yells and laughter of kids running around drifted in from the distance. I imagine that many of the children come here hanging their heads in sorrow. To think that they could laugh like that. You really have done something great. Anyone can use magic to create a future, and find their fragment of happiness. This is the witch's school for teaching that magic. The witch's dormitory from Sakataro's Great Adventure? Oh, how embarrassing. So you've read it too. We read straight through it right after our last meeting. I really must bow my head, not only to your talent as a writer, but to your warm heart. How embarrassing. This way, straight to the end. Pushing Toya's wheelchair, we advanced through the corridor and reached the great doors at the end. The happy voices of children came from the other side. Apparently, this is where tonight's party was being held. There were several jack-o'-lanterns cut out of origami. Tonight was the Fukuina's house Halloween party. Here you are, Mr. Toya. I see, so it's trick-or-treat. He was handed a bag filled with candy. Teacher warned him in a small voice to watch out for rampaging children. Children. Haven't had anything to do with them for years. Please, tell the children stories of dreams. All of us welcome guests here. That's tricky. What should I tell them? When you're handing in your manuscript, Choose your publishing company wisely. Don't pay any attention to reader polls. Giggle, giggle. And I'll open the doors. The children are waiting. Angie opened the large double doors. No? Looks just like a mansion. This is the side of the hall. Toya opened his mouth in wide-eyed shock. This was the great hall of the Ushimiya mansion. No, that's impossible. This is definitely the Fukuin house, but its hall is just like the one in the Rakujima mansion. What a splendid hall. This is a replica of the hall in the Ushimiya mansion on Rakujima. Yes. I've reproduced it as well as my memory would let me. The details might be wrong, though. No. This really is the hall of the Ushimiya family mansion on that day. And then Toya's eyes fixed on something at the other side of the room. It was a portrait. A portrait of Rakujima's other master. It's exactly the same as my memories. The artist hired by Ushimiya Kenzo to paint the portrait had a photo. I had him draw it again based on that. Didn't like 80 people die here? Isn't that a bad place to take a person who has severe pain trauma and lived through said murders? I mean... maybe. I mean, who's to say what happened on that day? Right? Who knows? I was simply frozen in shock. Yes, JP. The answer is yes. The long, large table was filled with Halloween party food and surrounded with children stuffing themselves. The teacher said, "Everyone, we have guests." The children all looked at us at once, then stood up and ran forward. We just spent 2 weeks playing it. 4 weeks, psycho. Almost 4 weeks. Broad smiles through the arrival of this long-awaited guest enveloped me. The smiles and eyes of the children welcomed me. Yeah, I know. I know all your faces. It's been so long. Far too long. I'm finally here, at last. Oh? Welcome home, sir. You took your time. We've been waiting for you. Welcome home, Battler. Welcome home. You seem well. Battler-kun. Oh, you're looking well. Welcome home. Who are you? Welcome home, Battler. Ooh. We've all been waiting for you. Oh, Battler-san. The guest of honor has finally arrived. Welcome home, sir. Welcome home, sir. Lord Battler. Welcome home, Battler-sama. Welcome home. Hey, took your time, Battler. Kept us waiting too long. We've been waiting, Battler-kun. So you're finally here. We've been waiting. Welcome home, Lord Battler. We salute you, Lord Battler. You came. Congratulations. Oni-chan, welcome home. And Beatrice. There she is. You kept me waiting, Battler. Sorry, I've showed up pretty late. What are you doing, sitting in a wheelchair like that? Come on, I'll give you a hand, so straighten up. Beato stepped forward and held out a hand to Battler. As he sat in the wheelchair, Battler slowly grasped that hand and rose to his feet. Is it an I? Listen, all of us are finally here. Tonight the Golden Man will be resurrected in this place. An explosive applause greeted Battler. Everyone was there. Everyone. Then Beato hugged Battler, strongly, tightly, as though she would never let him go. It is truly amazing that you made it back. I'm home. Sorry I took so long. I won't let go again. Yeah, not letting go either. We'll be together for all eternity. I imagine there's voice acting for this part, but I guess for whatever reason it's not playing it compared to the other scene. Oh. I offer up this tale to my beloved witch, Beatrice. You're doing well? You? I'm doing well. Oh, man. Man, that was good. New features. Home, Game Master Level 2. Well, that's all the achievements then. I'm guessing it's the music box, and then what about the tips? I kind of want to check the tips. Oh, that's fun. It definitely reminds me of a certain movie from Tim Burton. I can't separate it. Separate that comparison. Thoughts on the game, I guess? I really enjoyed the story. I think I enjoyed it more than Higurashi. I don't think I'll be starting Sakonia anytime soon. Unless I have to. Because of, spoilers. But, yeah, the story was great. The magic ending is definitely the best. Better of the two. Oh man. The music was fantastic. Definitely was more invested than Higurashi. I wonder if it's because the settings, the characters, and that I actually managed to somewhat piece this shit together. It's a murder mystery. Oh wait. No one there? Okay. Did someone die? Couldn't tell. It's not a good time to start Sakonia when we're in eternal wait for phase 2 right now. That's what I was thinking. It's like I should wait for like all the phases to come out, right? But I don't know. Because I want to avoid spoilers from phase 1 stuff, but I don't know. Yeah, I'll be fine, I guess. So there's nothing for Toya then? A man who eventually became the final head of the Urshima family spent half of his life living lethargically as a human puppet. Because of this, his mental age remains young and does not grow. Thanks to the fascination with the West that he has held since he was a young boy, he's very proficient with the English language. There is no tips. Okay. Well then. Yeah, was there anyone to resurrect or kill? I guess not. It's gonna be a lot less phases than the other games, apparently. I think it's 4 phases total, right? From my understanding. But it's like... Because originally phase 2 was supposed to release last year, but current events delayed that. Wasn't there supposed to be a expansion 7 or 7th expansion event soon, maybe? Or am I thinking of something else? It might have been just the Satsu, Higurashi Satsu announcement. And let's go back to the tile soon. I guess that's all the tips then. If nothing else was added there. Let's check the music box. If I had to do a ranking... Oh. World End? Oh, that's World End. What about World MVP? Oh, okay. Justice? Which one's Justice? Liner? Wait, there's 3 pages this time? Oh shit. Gimme soundtrack was definitely better in my opinion. Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of tracks in this one that I really enjoyed. What am I... From Higurashi, what am I thinking of? I think I'm thinking of episode 6. I think episode 6 and episode 8. But I don't know if episode 8 was a like one from the past. I don't think it was. I think it was a new track. What about World End Dominator? Oh, this one. Is this the one that I'm thinking of? No, it would be in the question marks, right? But they play it, so I don't know if it'll be added to this list as well. I'll have to find it. I'll have to listen. There it is. Yeah, it is the Executioner. Well, this is definitely one of the favorites. We liked Golden Nocturne and Hope for tracks. Let's see. Are they on the first pages? Oh, Hope. Yeah, Executioner. Oh, this one. Yeah. Where's Golden Nocturne? Yeah, I'll have to go through the whole OST. I'll post them in the Discord. The ones that I really enjoyed. What if it comes down to it and I just post the playlist that has all the tracks?
Nice bird.
Zombie Man Guy, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Is Golden Nocturne in the question marks? Unless I'm blind. That's possible. Just find a video with all the fucking songs on it? That's true. I could do that. It is a fantastic OST. I don't see Golden Nocturne. That's just under a different name. That's fine. Golden Inn, I guess? Oh, Golden Inn. Let's go back. I'm blind. Last page? Oh, okay. Golden Inn. Oh, Will's theme? Oh, yeah. Okay. Shit, this was the ending track, wasn't it? But was it for Birth of a Witch? Was episode 6's ending, wasn't it? Or no? Man, some of the tracks that we used for the during all the play scenes. Oh, I see. Okay, in the episode 7, which I guess is why they're using that art. Man, it's a good track. How would I rank them? What are my favorite episodes? Favorite episode 6? It's like 1 to like 8, but I mean, it was a good finale for sure. What other games are you currently playing? I'm currently playing. I play a variety of games. Next up will be Everhood, which just came out. After that will be Cyber Shadow. After that is a secret, but I think it's it's a game that everyone's familiar with, that I haven't played on the channel before. So, after that would be It Takes Two, which is coming out this upcoming Friday. I'll be playing that with Smuckatelli, so that'll be fun. Spooky. But other than that, it's a variety of games. I have to go with the Witcher series, the Final Fantasy series. I don't know what else I have. What else do I have installed? I do want to play Syconia, but I think I'd rather wait. I want to go through Supergiant Games' category, or their library. I do want to play some Binding of Isaac when the Repentance update comes out. I have to go back to Hollow Knight because I gotta finish that. Crash Bandicoot, Spyro, Ukulele. It's a variety of games. Oh, Disco Elysium would be another one. But yeah, lots of games. I have a completed list. If you're curious, for all the stuff that we played. I have yet to update it though. Recently, I think it's been since the Hades. But yeah, if I had to rank the episodes, I'd say from most liked to least liked 3. 6. 8, 7. Yeah, let's go with 8, 7. 3, 6, 8, 7. 4. I mean, 1's gonna be last. So, let's see. Let's type it out. 3, 6. Whoops, keep typing 9. 3, 6, 8, 7. 4. I guess 2, 5, 1, right? Yeah, we'll go with that. 4's ending gets so much better retroactively. That's true. It's true. I don't know. Because that's mostly why I put it up there, is because of the ending. But I think I'll enjoy 7's ending more. Maybe. Erica carried 5 for me. Yeah. Yeah, Erica's... Oh yeah, we can do best ranking. So Erica, best girl. Best boy... I guess if we're going to separate it... Well, no. Just best boy in general, Redove. We'll go with Redove. If we're going to separate it from illusions and humans... for humans, I guess... I don't know. Shannon? For best girl? No, we could do Beatrice, technically, right? Yasu. You go with Yasu. And then best boy. Well, I guess the thing with Yasu is that it's gender neutral. And best boy would be not Kinzo. Then again, it was kind of shitty with the servants. So maybe Canon. Let's just go with Canon. Shannon, Canon. We'll go with that. Oh man. Just thinking about like the reveals from episode 7. Yeah, this is fun. Very enjoyable. We also have a... Oh yeah, let's do this. Is it this one? I don't know if it's this one. It's not that one. This is the one. Yeah. Yeah. This is fun. I think the chat box is just in the way. Oh man. It's a good meme. It's a good meme image. Wow, what? The beard is back. I haven't shaved. When was the last time I shaved? I think back in February, I think. Something like that. I guess we can move this over here. And then chat can go over here. And we can do that. The Burns disgusted face, right? It's too good. There was another meme that I saw, which is let's see how I can find it. I might have been perusing the subreddit for Umineko. It's of course related to Erica, because that was just too good. Where is it? There it is. What, it has a pirate as well? Okay. I guess that was spoilers for me when I saw this. But simply by donning a Santa hat. It's too good. But yeah, Umineko. I'm glad I played through it. I'm glad Higurashi... Well, I'm glad Higurashi Go pushed me to play this. So, it was fun. But yeah, that'll be a stream. Is there anything special when I exit? Exit, close the game, eagerly await your return. Rosa's definitely best boxer. Oh, Rosa. But yeah, this is fun. I don't think we're rating anybody. I'll probably watch the Snyder Cut. You're gonna go now? See a Zyko? I'll probably watch the Snyder Cut in Discord. Maybe. We'll see. Bye. See you, Zyko. Thanks for stopping by. But also, one last thing before we go. As is tradition. I didn't look at spoilers. Okay, so the only spoilers, I think I've said it throughout the playthrough. Bye. See you, Zombie Man Guy. Thank you again for the follow. The only spoilers that we got were the ones from the episode comments that we got, which were character reveals. So it was Yasu, Featherine, Angie, Erica, Small Bombs, Erica and the Tape. I think that was it. But then, the first session of episode 8, we looked at some spoilers. We knew about the Toya thing. I'm confessing, it's fine. We're over. Spoilers, it's fun, still enjoyable, still a good show, still a good series. Umineko, go read it, go buy it. Alright, bye.